say is like a huge negative. It just means that they are a very calm team and will take their time.
And really quickly, the reason why I'm going with TL is I do still think they are better on the map. I still think they have better map play in terms of map awareness, cross mapping, stuff like that. So I think that's where they'll win.
Going to be a good day of games. Let's get to the show.
All right, chat. We got ourselves the Thieves League of Legends team taking on Disguised Gaming. I don't really know anything about Disguised in their team, but Thieves struggled yesterday, so I'd like to see more of a bounce back today out of them against Disguised. We now currently have a losing record after yesterday's series, or after yesterday's match, I should say.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the LTA. It's day 2 of week 2
I do
of
have that
Split
jersey
2,
down here,
and we're here
actually.
ready to jump into the first game of the day. I'm Captain Flowers, joined by Kobe for these first couple of games. We got 100 Thieves
DSG is
going up
0-3.
against Disguised to kick today off.
Okay, so
man, I think
yeah,
both of
we
these teams
definitely
really want to rebound after yesterday's matches.
We definitely need to beat
agree.
DSG today.
Let's get into the action immediately.
We definitely need to beat
as we're
DSG.
jumping into that pick and ban phase. And a lot of discussion, has been about the top lane. Castle, best performing player for Disguise, and Sniper, probably one of the areas that most teams are prepping for to attack on 100 Thieves. I did like, when he pulled out his little pocket pick ribbon. Although since then, a couple of losses racked up for 100 Thieves is kind of why you're talking about
I've been paying a little bit of attention to the COD matches that are going on right now as well, because obviously we'll be switching to that right after this series is done, or after this match is done.
So he can be comfortable.
And right now,
interesting little Nico.
Let's see, maybe I should just pull it up on my phone
kind of steal it a little bit away from
to kind of get an idea of where we're at.
Also add some versatility on Disguise.
And in these first 6 bans, a ton of focus on solo lanes. Rumble, Jace, Akali, Gwen, Yone.
But right now it's Rocker versus Cloud9. They're
a solo laner in
about to close out their map 4 hardpoint.
Nico and Sejuani,
fairly close map right now. But if Rocker wins, then they'll move on to the game 2, and the Thieves are the third and final match of the day. So ideally we would need that series to kind of drag on a little bit, so that way we can get through the entirety of this League of Legends match before we switch over to the COD match.
Crazy hard counter picks towards the top side of the map. And here we go, Quid on Silas. That's what a lot of people like to see. Quid has just been so good, especially this and even last split, 400 Thieves. So see if he can keep that up.
Even though 100 Thieves is off to a 1-2 start, I still believe that Quid is one of, if not the best mid laner in the league. I think that putting this guy on something that can really pop off and carry the game, absolutely the recipe for success if they want to start coming back a little bit from these past
It's
couple
looking
losses.
like this match for Rocker and Cloud9 is going to close out here, unless Cloud9 is able to do something about it. But hopefully this match for the Thieves is a fairly quick one, so that way we can move on to COD.
Really nicely. So
hey, what's up, Gold?
Skirmish that Disguise
what's up, brother?
Draft for themselves. Castle and Exu is one of the pairings everyone's looking at to try
we should smoke DSG, right?
In these games.
I mean, if they're 0-3,
for Disguise,
we should be able to take this one.
What the response is, they're going to deny at least the Xin Zhao away from River.
Now, you're talking about skirmishing, and I feel like not just with the
feel
picks,
like we didn't play great, but I mean,
I want to see it in their play style. I think
DSG is 0-3.
we didn't really see Disguise looking for a whole lot of anything on the map. They seemed pretty lost. So hopefully, with these types of picks,
2 former Thieves are on DSG.
we'll get to see a more active game out of them. We've
Is
got
it
the Nefiri and the Zinjao
Abadage?
guys, so double jungle
that
ban
one?
in the second half. Over on 100 Thieves, double 80 carry ban, removing that Kalista that's often banned out in the
I feel like I
first half of the
recognize
draft,
that name.
alongside the Ezreal,
Abadage.
keeping that one away from Scary Jerry. Remember,
And then who's the other one?
Best game so far, the one that they had against FlyQuest. Jerry on that Ezreal.
I don't think I recognize
certainly had his best
the other
performance
one.
in the LTA so far.
100% agree. So good denial there again. And we are going to get, it looks like a couple split push options here. The Rise has been so popular after the Rod of Ages. A little mix up on the build path to allow him to build that a lot easier with the Ruby Crystals. But
that name
honestly,
I don't recognize.
I don't know. It's a little bit dangerous. It does gives you a lot of split pushing options.
Maybe it's just because Abadage is such like a.
There's so many things that can provide
like
some problems here to Arise. So
interesting name.
I mean,
it stands out a lot.
Be a strong lane regardless of what Scary Jerry ends up locking
Hui,
in.
FBI, and Abadage were all on the same team. Oh, okay.
One of River's most iconic champions.
Was that like the last iteration of the team before this current one that the Thieves have?
There. I mean, the Rise. I don't know. We'll see if he actually gets a lot of split push done.
I mean, remember back when River joined the league a couple of years ago, Jarvan was like the champion for him, right? It was,
the crazy thing, we already have maps and modes for the LA
really
Thieves match.
I
feel like that's pretty early.
I think he's great on these really active junglers,
pretty early.
these playmakers. Meanwhile, back over on Disguised, final pick of the draft.
Kind of surprised, to be honest.
Scary Jerry.
Okay, and pick is a key word, Flowers, there, because there's a lot of utility from that bottom lane with the Jhin and the Nico, a lot of CC. But I think that this Disguised lineup is going to have to make a lot of picks in this game.
My tweet here
to actually find success with this composition.
We got double Hasi, Vault,
I mean, you talk about
Skyline, and then Dealership.
And they have drafted a very, very, very good team fighting team here for themselves. Very comfortable champions. Quite strong lanes as well. I would expect 100 Thieves to try and put a bit more pressure towards mid lane early on with Jarvan ganking for Sylas. That is a dream pairing right there. Jarvan gank for Sylas, especially against something like Arise. Meanwhile, we'll see how much value they can get out of this Sejuani plus Ambessa combination. Or if it's just like, hey, we got to play off Jhin and Nico CC, you make this worthwhile.
Well, Disguise still looking for that first win of Split 2 here so far. I'm a little bit torn where I stand overall here with the team because I think at the end of week number 1, we definitely saw their best game yet in terms of the matchup against FlyQuest, especially when you consider that most people have FlyQuest as the top team in the league. But then yesterday's game really felt like a regression. They felt really lost. We didn't get to see a whole lot out of them, so I'm hoping today
here we go.
We get a little bit more of that inspired type of play, not the player, but like, the word itself, inspired. that inspired gameplay from Disguise that we got to see against FlyQuest, where they really looked like they had a plan and they were making some moves.
All right, well, they're looking like they're going for the invade early, so they've got a plan, Flowers.
Okay.
They are making the moves.
Let's see it. They're making the moves.
As soon as you ask for it, here we go. They go for the invade. Sweeper utilized there by Huhi, and they'll at least get in here for the Raptor ward.
Okay, 100 Thieves, though, just walking over top of that ward, placed down by Disguised in the little tiny pixel brush there in the bottom side river. And doesn't look like we're probably going to get a whole lot of anything. Comet on both Varus and Karma to just add to that oppression in the bottom lane that these two are going to try to exert early on. The constant poke, the constant harass, the long-range damage. Of course, you already mentioned Jhin and Nico, though. If XU can get down there on Disguised side, play around these guys, make the ganks happen, and they can land the CC, there is a lot of opportunity to try to punish what should be an aggressive lane of Varus and Karma.
Group right now is Criminal. Oh, for the Masters?
Into the cleanse on Varus is one thing,
that's what's
but Karma,
going on right now. The
Masters are
Masters
really annoying too, and can allow you to work around a lot of this.
That is kind of crazy because aren't they like the top 2 right now, basically?
Play it early on, as you mentioned, the double comments, tracking how much poke damage can get down there. But XU early here, off of the invade, wants to continue.
Going in towards the enemy red buff. River has already cleared that out. River Still working on these Krugs. Will secure the large
Do
one
people
at least
ever
before the
like
can
die
show.
to the
cleared by the Jarvan, and you can see XU
like
on the chicken camp just
the
trying
bots?
to
I
steal
guess
those away.
I don't know
River
if you
is
would
going to
consider
be
them
wise
bots,
to
but
it,
like
and
the
XU cannot
yeah, I
clear
guess they would be
anything from
considered
this
bots.
camp before he's forced to
But
retreat.
like
So this ultimately just results in a lot of time
whether
wasted
it's the
for XU.
dragon or
so they had the deeper
grubs. Like, do people die to that sometimes, or is that like a?
I believe he thought that
like
does
that just
on
never
the top
happen?
side, 'cause they didn't know he started on the red, and so slipped in there, checked the red.
Because I feel like that's one of those things that like you can't really let it happen.
Even the best laid plans, they didn't have full coverage there, and they kind of made some.
I feel like that's some shit that I would do if I started playing League. I would end up dying to the bots.
Not too detrimental quite yet.
Okay. Yeah, he's right. He's back into his own jungle, farming up the chicken camp there. Okay,
that makes sense.
I mean, River's not going to let him get away with it.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Like, okay, I'm going to come to your
because sometimes too they have like they'll go and they'll fight one of the Drakes or
you can see right there his icon jumped forward, so he tried to go for the EQ combo on XU, who was passing through. Now River going to go ahead, feel comfortable starting up that red buff as Ayla forced to get out of danger down here against Yuki and Scary Jerry.
Like if I see it, I'm going to be like, yeah, that's what it is.
His flash now,
but
200 Thieves, 2 flashes down.
It starts with the A, I
Scary
think.
Jerry using his as well. So the only flash remaining in this 2v2
something con.
on who he's Nico.
I know that. It ends with con. It starts with an A and ends with con. Autocon.
In the face of so much damage,
is that it?
To burn even more with
that
those,
thing.
Longer flash
like if they go and they fight that,
and
then the other team comes in and deals some damage, I could see them getting finished off.
So backing up a little bit here, denied one of the melee last hits at the very least.
I'm trying to remember the names of things.
Here in the mid lane on the side.
Trying to remember because that's step one. Step one for me is just learning the names of everything, and then we'll kind of have a better grasp of how the game works.
Down here in the bottom lane, trying to put the pressure on after blowing those summoner spells. First teleport from the solo lane is going to occur now as Quid returns back to mid lane.
And then I'm also trying to figure out what each like icon means on like the scoreboard and stuff like that.
In this game, tracking River,
which I think I have a decent idea.
On the Raptor brush yet again to further try and keep track of this Jarvan.
It does kind of crack me up though that obviously it's their sponsorships and things like that, but like if you were to kind of put yourself in this world of League of Legends, that there's banners of Samsung in that world or Kia,
go to Quid's lane here.
Like it's just so
put some extra
out
pressure
of place
on this rise because
it was the same kind of thing back in Call of Duty Vanguard when you're in a World War II situation and they were showing like ads for Twitch or for YouTube or whoever it was that they were sponsored by at the time.
And Jarvan is one of the perfect
partnered with, I should say.
Go blow a rise flash.
Oh yeah, especially with that first purchase, 3 longswords in the inventory for extra damage on the Dragon Strike when this guy comes in for the gank.
The interesting thing with League is like everything is so passive for a while, and then all of a sudden it pops off.
6 minutes, the bot lane duos swap.
It's
kind
of wild.
So their teams can have extra pressure to contest those grubs, and it just means that Sniper and Castle are
like
going
I feel like
move
missing
down
early
to the other
game isn't
side
a
of the
huge
map.
deal.
Important to note though that Sniper has already used his teleport. Castle has not. Big advantage there for Disguise, and I feel like they've got to be confident with that moving towards these grubs here in the next 10 seconds.
Yeah, let's see about
at least when it comes to like
Rivers here early.
Maybe because I don't know enough about like each of the players'
view of them.
Like
he's actually going to come up here as well,
abilities and things like that. So like they just mentioned Sniper used to teleport or whatever.
Applies the combo, piercing arrow flying through.
Oh, we do get a first blood though.
River continuing the chase now as who he and XU try to get away. Scary Jerry too far forward, gets caught out by the karma binding.
Okay.
Immediately bursts down, and 100 Thieves is first on the board.
Yeah, Flowers, again, it's these small little like information misses where XU was in the lane brush.
Okay, so do we go for the grubs now?
So the Sejuani's here in lane brush, and he's prepping for danger coming straight from the tower. Well, let's take a look at the grubs first before we go over the previous play, as XU wants to use his smite here. Oh, couldn't quite get it down to 600.
It needs a little bit more damage before it can happen, but now Quid's making his way into the fight. Quid is way too far forward. He's going to be killed.
Wait.
Surely, yes. Abadaga grabbing that kill, but it's traded back immediately. as Abadaga falls right next to Quid. Both mid
So we get the
down.
trade, but that seemed like an
Thieves ready to
unnecessary
scrap in this
death
one.
out of
Yeah,
Quid, no?
Straight into that one. It looks like because of that, though.
That seemed like an
River and
unnecessary
100
death out of
go
Quid.
right back on these grubs. He doesn't want to have to use his smite on the first one early.
Oh, got it. Nicely done there. That's 2-0 on the first set of grubs for 100 Thieves. Can they get this third one? Void Grub slain there by Scary Jerry as Ayla now again using that binding.
We did get 2 of the grubs,
getting
at
caught
least.
out, flashing over the wall to stay alive.
Jin damage, the extra advantage in this smite fight over the last one. And it is a key to now, Flowers. You know, getting that grub stolen away denies the progression towards your feats of strength. But still, 100 Thieves with a very good position in this game. Who he tries to steal away more, but River still able to secure.
Yep, River with that smite guarantees that he not only locks up the gold and the EXP from the Gromp, but
all right,
quickly
so
that EXP
we're up.
puts him at level
We're up
6.
700 on
that
gold,
Jarvan
not
with
that
ulti
much.
Is a massive power point here for playmaking.
2 to
But let's
1
take
on the
another look at
grubs
replay
as
and
well.
how everything went down here in the River.
Yeah, so XU wanted to try and get this one down to 600 so he could smite it, but Abadaga in the middle of the river, so Quid goes straight for him, but he got rooted up and then followed up there by XU, so good.
So
kind of
was Quid's
CC
play there a
chain
misplay,
from,
or
Disguise,
was
the
that,
mid lane
like,
and jungle to at least get that
did it
kill
have
first,
value
but
at least?
in the end, it was traded right back.
Like, 'cause we did
immediately,
get the
and Abadaga
trade.
taking down himself. Big thing,
But
of
it seemed
course,
like
is
it was
Quid
something
actually
that
used Flash,
we could have avoided
and
Quid
Abadaga
dying.
still has his there for the rise, so even though Jarvan now has ultimate, which is the big thing that you want to
But I don't
for
know.
the pressure. Let's see about this roam bottom.
Okay, Sniper in a little bit of danger here, already using the Mega Gnar. Castle has to retreat now as he's got the turret aggro. Another shot flies out, and it's Castle who takes more damage than anybody. Abadaga taking a lot of damage to his own health bar as he tries to pass through the enemy jungle to join up with the rest of his team, but ultimately disguised attempts fall flat.
Yeah, immediately there. You see that Jarvan ult used on the rise. Rise, flash, goes, poof. Now it could be a repeat target there. But like you're saying, the repercussions could be on the other side of the map too. You know, teleport used up to the top side there for Castle, wants to be able to farm that up while the rest of the
DSG
team
is going
goes
after
for
this
Mountain
Drake, right?
And even though Mountain Drake is a very healthy Drake, takes a bit longer to take.
Mountain Drake. So what's the abilities of the Mountain Drake then?
Attempt.
He's a very robust Drake.
The most robust.
Yeah, takes very good care of himself. Always in shape, but unfortunately not strong
Will it
enough
show on the
to deal with
screen?
this guy, so they will lock up that
Mountain
objective
Drake.
for themselves. Since the first set of grubs were split,
5%
that is the first
armor
neutral
and magic
objective that is going to
resistance.
count
Okay.
towards feats of strength. Secured there for Disguise, Huhi, Scary Jerry, and
So it's
XU.
it's
Once
like a
again,
protection
looking
or
for
like a
Sniper.
shield.
Still in Mininar form, but he has
Basically,
a lot of
is
the
what it
Narvar
seems like.
charged. XU flies in, but he misses the Sejuani ulti. Beautifully played from Sniper, using the hop to jump over XU as well and make his escape. He makes Disguise look foolish.
Yep, very nicely done from him on that side. And then the opposite side of the map, I
Wait.
don't think they're gonna catch it.
Nice job from Ayla, flashing
Are we
forward
gonna be able to take
guarantee
out
that he interrupts
Castle
the recall
here?
before Castle can get away. River wanted to make sure that there was no chance Castle
We
was
gotta
taking
take
a
him
long
out,
way
right?
home
He's so
either.
weak.
Castle trying to get out there with a public
Nice.
execution, but it ain't gonna matter because the feat of warfare is secured with that kill, and FBI
Nah, you're good,
got
Gold.
paid.
Yeah, that's
You're good.
FBI's third kill. All three
I'm
of
trying
them
to-
into the poke of Eris.
I'm
which
just
he
trying to
loves
understand
playing,
everything
will be
still.
Very fed early on to get the early lethality spikes here on this champion. Get the poke damage operational so early on means they can just siege up.
Okay, we're up almost 2K.
repeatedly here, and as long as
as
they're
well
able to
here.
avoid the snap plays, which you know this hard engage from DSG, it's all about getting either a flank or getting some sneaky Nico play to be able to combo with Sejuani and Mbessa ultimates for an engage.
Oh, okay.
If they can
That
avoid
makes sense too.
that kind of dire
I guess I would have never
situation,
thought about
then
that.
they should be able to get a lot of value there with Varus and Karma Poke.
This is almost a 2,000 gold lead at 11 minutes, man. This is like really good if you're a 100 Thieves fan, and this is
It's
so
crazy
concerning
too,
for
because
Disguise.
in League there's so much like
FBI's got his
clicking.
Ghost
I
Blade
know that,
already.
like with your mouse, you gotta click all
He
the
is,
all
king
the
of
spots
mid
your
lane
character
at the
goes
moment,
to,
so
right?
they
Like
plant him there, able to get down a decent amount of pressure, getting their solo lanes out to the split push. 1-3-1 setup here as we are looking towards our grubs. This is the key moment for Disguised.
Okay, so we're trying to get these
engage. Abadaga does have
grubs
Realm
here,
Warp ready
right?
for the
Over
rise from the top side.
DSG. They're
to be
making
able
it
to
seem
join
like it's a
from
big deal for
different angle
DSG
if
to
they
try and get
want
the grubs
to.
here.
Sniper has teleport advantage though, so
Yeah.
DSG have to be so careful since Castle cannot follow. Castle would have to just like full send to try and interrupt the teleport if they wanted to do something. And it looks like they've made the call, hey, this we do not want to do anything. It's way too risky. Can't keep track of Sniper and that teleport, so River's just going to collect.
And Castle, without even having public execution,
so he should be able to get 5 of them here, right?
He tried to use it to escape up top. Not a great situation as Abadaga defensive realm warp to escape from Quid. And it's like with the first set of grubs,
so we're up 5-1 in the Void grubs as well.
Then they end up losing out on what that would have got them anyway because Scary Jerry gets picked. The second set of grubs, the tables are turned. 100 Thieves are the one with teleport advantage. Disguise can't make any sort of a similar pick, so then 100 Thieves just get to take all 3 grubs for free.
And now your mid lane priority is leaking over to the top side, so 100 Thieves will be able to get this top turret. The communication with Sniper, though, should also be there for 100 Thieves to say, hey, your weak side looks like he's going to try and outplay as Meganar, get all of the minions down, and he is fine as well. 100 Thieves winning all sides of the map.
And we take down first
like
turret.
I'm watching reruns of the same episode, Kobe. Every single time, Disguise putting multiple players down here in the bottom lane, trying to put the pressure on Sniper, see if they can find a play. And every single time,
seems like everything is kind of in our favor so far.
Doing a really good job of just stopping any of their attempts.
And it all kind of starts in the mid lane too, because FBI has full prio in mid lane.
That
DSG
the
are
Otacon
like down a piece in
2.5 minutes
here that
roughly.
They're trying to play on the map, so you're like, okay, maybe we try and make a counterplay on the other side of the map. Well, we're going to be down one person.
Is that another Drake in a minute?
Pushed in mid lane, and we're kind of collecting there.
Or is that something else? I can't tell what that one is.
Cross-play, and it just the pressure just continually spills over to the other sides. It's going to be very hard for them to catch these leads. I mean,
that's a Rift Herald. Oh, okay, I forgot about that one.
Also for River individually.
I forgot about that one.
And that started very early on with the
okay,
the
so Rift Herald logo is like the eye, or the icon is the eye.
And I love the Sundered Sky power spike on Jarvan because you already have that extra powered first hit with Martial Cadence. Then you put the Sundered Sky bonus on it.
So is the new icon next to it, is that the Otacon?
Man, this guy is in a great spot to continue accelerating the pace of this
game. I want to try and get an idea of everything is, so I know where everything's headed a little bit.
Losing out
yes,
on his own opportunity
sweet.
To keep high
We're learning.
To keep clearing through his
We're learning, chat.
We're
getting there.
Of that. River was not adequately shut down. He was constantly
farming. We'll have this sooner than you think.
Now if you're Sejuani, you're sweating.
Yeah. Definitely are, and then
I might misname things sometimes.
Mid-play, Quid was looking for
I might do that
side there too, but I mean the top play too, where XU was there first technically. You know, he was in the lane.
I think I have a little bit of an idea about it right now.
Through the river and had an easy setup with the Karma tether, and it was just like got handed to them. And
yeah,
it was,
that is a big ass dragon.
Near miss there for DSG. Now, as the dragon is available and 100 Thieves have control of all,
so that looks like it would be the
dragon.
Water dragon.
Looks like they
no, the water dragon I think was a darker
minion
color.
Wave in mid lane first, or they rotate on over.
River doing a good job just trying to annoy these guys
find out.
A little bit, throwing the flag down, getting some vision with that. Now deciding, okay, we've got control, wave is shoved up, let's go ahead and start up the Drake. Sniper's applying the pressure to Abadaga.
Looking like we're going for that absolute Drake here.
And it looks like Disguise, despite the fact that they're wanting to move up, are having a hard time doing so. Quid has stolen away the enemy Sejuani ulti from XU, immediately fires it off, and now they're going to find the engage right back on the enemy jungler, and XU is already down. Who here on the front line is about to fall as well, but at least Castle has taken River back the other way. Abadaga into the back line looking for FBI. That'll be a 1-for-1 trade too. There are bodies dropping left, right, and center, but 100 Thieves the winner.
Okay, was that a 3-for-2 trade on the side of Thieves?
100 Thieves win another team fight.
Yep, they're going to be able to take the extra pressure on bottom side of the map. I mean, it was a good realm warp. So the early arrival of the Rise here, the extra couple
I feel like
seconds,
as long as you're getting that trade, you're all right.
It's going to be quite nice. You know, Abadaga is actually walking around, goes for the realm up here, right away from Sniper, who was almost about to get Mega, and so he gets in the back.
Gold, that's tough.
Side, ultimate firing
yeah,
away.
you always got to break in cleats.
Trying to make sure they can get this big
you always got to break in cleats.
But then you still have to deal with Sniper.
I remember when I used to play soccer, I had to wear him around the house sometimes to like break him in a little bit first.
Of the fight. So even though they got,
because you want him to be tight, you want to be able to feel like you said for you it was kickball, but for me soccer, like you want to be able to feel
of the extra chase down kill,
the
bomb sign getting pushed in. However, the dragon
like the
wasn't
kick.
picked up
You
in
want
the
to be able to
aftermath,
feel
so
it.
At least they didn't lose out on the Drake.
Yeah, and now with the Herald alive, that means the neutral objective attention is going to be focused on that other side of the map.
Getting the Herald as well.
Sniper once again just being the one who has to play the
we didn't take out the Drake though. The Drake is still there.
Multiple people at once, just sort of do your best with it. Fall back a little bit, disguised. They will have enough pressure to be able to force down this tier 1 turret because their opponents in 100 Thieves have decided to focus on the
get the Herald.
It also means the disguised should be able to take this second Drake as well. But Kobe, it comes at a cost, and that cost is the top lane tier 2 turret. FBI, Ayla, and Quid working to bash this one down with their 5 Void Grubs, and I don't think Castle can say anything about it.
Yeah. They can say, please stop.
They will say,
no, no, thank you.
So they've taken down both the Drakes.
This is always the idea, right? 100 Thieves, well.
Ooh, nice engage.
Oh, that's the
from
Cloud
River,
Drake.
There's no follow-up from anybody else. He goes in for the 1v2. Who he dies.
Oh,
to
okay.
The Dragon Strike at the very end. Scary
River got
Jerry
a pick
barely
there.
getting away. Meanwhile, versus Castle in the enemy jungle as the curtain call opened, but it doesn't get a whole lot of anything. Abadaga, what are you doing?
And we take down Abadaga?
Straight to
okay.
Hell. There's no way back. XU falls at the same time, disguised, looking so disjointed, and 100 Thieves.
Yeah, I'm sure, Gold. I'm sure you felt
they
it.
They drop the Herald, they take the tier 1 mid.
Hey, what's up, Drifty?
Slam it straight into
that
the
dragon should have been ours.
They don't care about dragons because
so is the dragon
flowers.
more important than the tower? I mean, we just ended up getting 2 more towers there.
Into gold from turret plates and towers themselves. And we're only 18.5 minutes into the game, and they've already taken secondary turrets in both mid and top lane after these plays. So here's another look at River full sending, gets the double ulti
it's
here.
Not more important.
Blocking both Huhi and Scary Jerry up. And
so it's not like a big deal that we didn't get it at least, because I feel like them taking that much space and being able to take out those turrets is a big deal.
He dodged away from the Mbessa ultimate, so
could have secured it before the last jungle team fight. Oh, gotcha.
And Abadaga's like, okay, well. Now I'm in deep trouble.
Yeah, that realm warp was not it. And then XU still hanging around afterwards. It just felt like everybody on Disguised trying to salvage something, trying to get something back, and there was just never really an open window.
They're pretty desperate because
it's so funny too, because like when you look at the player cams, everything looks so much calmer in this game than like
with the grubs and the Herald and all the
basically any other game that I've watched competitively.
You know, the early dragons really mean very little in this game now.
Yeah.
Hey, what's up, Keegan?
So much gold can be traded for those early on that then you can never fight the later dragons. Like 100 Thieves are so rich now.
How you doing today?
These are just going to be way too big. And so, I mean, almost over 7,000 gold as soon as this tower goes down here.
Yeah.
400 Thieves.
You don't know how they stay calm?
So then they get to
That's what I'm saying. Like, these guys just look so zen
very confident
compared to other games.
A lot of extra pressure on any of
pretty good
those,
work this morning. Now you're watching the Masters in 100T. Nice.
Definitely a very nice setup now.
Sounds like a good way to finish out the day.
He was thinking about going for a play, Quid.
Well, here's the play that we're going to see instead. He misses the close range E, so Abadaga having the opportunity. I
mean, this is what looks like was happening to us yesterday. We were getting
recognizing, hey,
spanked.
There's probably help coming. He doesn't want anything to do with River. This
we don't have the advantage when it comes to the Drakes, but I mean, just about everything else, we have a pretty good advantage, it seems like.
Chains of corruption onto Scary Jerry from FBI. Scary Jerry flashing over the wall.
Nice.
River smite him down like the chicken camp. Now who he's gonna die right after, and 100
Damn.
just added 2 more.
There we go.
Rarely seen Jin Camp flowers. Yeah. I like that.
It's worth so much money too.
River gets in there.
Are we taking on the Otacon here?
Camp on its full clear is just going to end it up by the Otacon.
Just cycling him, man. Yeah. Just cycling it, and they're right up to the Otacon, immediately ready to jump on it.
This is fire.
After it spawns.
Credit to like prepping the Jin Camp.
Drifty, I didn't even know that was an ult. I don't know anything about the. I don't know anything about like the character utility and things like that.
But then he also sidestepped the Sejuani ult that came out of the brush.
Good Sundays for everyone. C9 reverse sweep.
Moves there from FBI as well.
Wait, actually?
But more hilarious moves from River.
Did they actually reverse sweep?
So good.
I thought Rocker closed out the series.
Especially because Jarvan's idle animation is he just stands there with his stick, just waiting, and you just smite the guy down. I don't know about you, but as a jungler, one of my favorite things since they added the ability to smite enemy players is those rare occasions where you do get to kill them with the smite.
And that's the key, is it's so rare because it does pitiful damage now.
It does Dude, Rocker, like they're not even a bad team. That's the crazy part.
Now. So
that's
when
wild.
You do actually get those,
that's actually wild.
It's quite meaningful.
Yeah, it feels good, especially when you're already
Kenny, bro.
Still, by the way, 100% kill participation.
He's playing much better too.
Running the game like he is. 2-1-10 on the Jarvan. Has his second item fully completed there in the Black Cleaver, and now 100 Thieves.
Looking like we got ourselves another team fight here.
With the false life buff, pedal to the metal.
Also, Quid ticked his Rod of Ages over, so he's level 16 Silas already.
Oh, he going in nice engage into FBI, but where's the follow-up damage? It's only XU into the back line, and Ayla's got all the peel in the world to keep his carry alive.
Take out one, take out two.
Kill back over to FBI. They
Three,
but they died. Disguised is gone. This fight is nothing but disaster. A triple kill over to FBI as Castle still standing, but the only one in Disguised colors to do so.
Oh my God.
Sniper secures the ace.
Is that everyone? Did we just take out everyone?
A bunch of Guardian Angels.
Shit.
Oh, no. The Otacon, false lives for 100 Thieves. Very successful use of their Otacon buffs.
That's huge,
nice,
right?
11,500 gold lead by 23 minutes.
Feels good, man.
Easy work for the Thieves.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what it is. Something definitely needs to change for Rocker.
This one, it was definitely only going to go one way. I mean, look at that. It's a level 9 versus a level 16.
Free Drake,
that is just not fair.
We love that. Is this the Water Drake?
It does.
Looks
like at least popping some of these buffs is kind of decent, but like, I mean, there's all these things like Castle's ultimate there. The Ambessa barely does not reach, and it wasn't able to pick off that one. So then eventually, at least they end some of those refreshes. But I mean, both of these teams today we're coming in, you know, off of their kind of back-to-back losses that they had received yesterday, and then even last week.
What the last part said.
Also coming in with him, so a lot of stuff here for them to try and clean up. And 100 Thieves looks like they came in a little angry.
Yeah, 100 Thieves definitely wanting
that's
to
a good one, Gold.
that win-loss record. You could see River forcing the Realm Warp out of Abadaga there.
Yeah, DSG seems like they're just getting spanked by everyone.
Jungler in a 1v1, that Rise is
something seems like it's not right.
Pushing win condition that you draft him for.
Now, not necessarily.
It's a little bit of a tough one.
Quid also has 10 stacks on his Dark Seal, so I'd like to see a Medjai's upgrade.
Yeah,
wouldn't you?
Get the book.
He's got like
why not?
the like bruisery build here, you know, with the Rod of Ages, with the Rift Maker, and it already has the safety of an arm guard. So like, you're so safe at upgrading that Medjai's. Like,
I mean, it seems like we've taken a ton of space here.
You're gonna lose any pages.
They've only taken one tower of ours. We've taken 6.
I agree.
We're up 11K.
That's the next item that I want to see in Quid's inventory. But
and 14
FBI
kills.
did go fishing there with the Chains of Corruption. You saw as they were trying to contest the enemy
Baron. That's the other
chickens,
thing. See, I forgot about the Baron.
Not quite finding the target as 100
There's so many so many names and shit I gotta remember. And I'm not even trying to remember the characters
thing is,
yet.
100 Thieves, they don't have anything left to take that's not in the enemy base. So Disguise just trying to turtle up and hold the line. Yeah, Baron would be the that's how you break through that line.
Drifty. That's what Gold was saying. Gold was saying that they have 2 X100C players.
Baron looking nice and juicy. They want to take more lives. They want to take more DSG lives. And so they are kind of
maybe they just don't have like the teamwork that they need or something. I don't know.
Ayla and FBI are just running interference, keeping XU away. The Sejuani Baron steal is kind of like the only last prayer for the dying here for Disguise, but Quid and FBI stepping up. XU wants to go in after the enemy Varus, but he ain't gonna find him.
Team fight here.
Back line, but so much damage already onto who he and Sniper is on a rampage as FBI
take down one.
Wall to get away from the Ambessa, but a beautiful shot from Scary Jerry shuts him down. Abadaga escapes with the Realm Warp, but Sniper is still waiting. Nice engage coming out from River, locking him up in the Cataclysm.
Nice.
Abadaga finally gonna fall. Sniper going unstoppable. It's another one dead on Disguise.
There we go.
It's still, though, one of the better trades they could have asked for. Yes, they still lose 2 in exchange for 1, but FBI had a bounty. Castle trying to take the tier 1 turret now, at least get something back. Quid stealing away the public execution. Nice sidestep there from Castle to make sure that he gets away, but Sniper is here to cut off his escape route. Jumps right back over him to guarantee there's no trade kill.
Yeah,
Abadage won that LCS for us.
DSG trying
really?
to scramble here, even though they're so far down. Do like
yeah, just the 8 teams qualify for a chance for COD.
Here. You know, they're not going
it's
down
the top 8.
They scrap it out here through the jungle. At least they were able to kill
that
FBI
middle
again,
pack right now, or I guess bottom of the pack
when
we're talking
so
champs wise.
Another little
it's getting pretty spicy.
But yeah, it's obviously
a lot of teams not really doing too much.
Get that shutdown is still going to be greatly in favor of 100 Thieves, who can just continually reset up around that Baron. They have so much mobility. They are ready to turn off of Baron and continually look for the picks when you come to contest that Baron.
We're smoking them in the kill department.
They don't actually take all that much damage from it either.
No.
And they can easily restart.
Yeah, Optic needs to lock in. They are on the verge of not making champs, which would be insane.
They spend their cash.
I think that would be the first time since CDL, like CDL era, that they wouldn't make champs, which would be just crazy to think about.
Defensively.
And fortunately for them as well, because the shutdown on FBI was from Scary Jerry's snipe, that means that you get the money on your Jhin. Scary Jerry now, with the Infinity Edge completed, he's got 3 items. Normally 3-item Jhin, you're like, okay, we're feeling pretty good. 3-item Jhin, that's strong. Problem is, you're staring down the barrel of a nearly full build Varus, so it's still a pretty rough situation. As 100 Thieves not wanting to start up the Baron again just yet. Instead,
I was gonna say, we still haven't gone for the Baron. It's been around for a while now.
As Huhi, the one in danger now. River with a smite to slow
River's
him
just
down.
Chasing
and now the
Huhi.
Nico trying to go in for a flash.
Okay.
Blossom looks to set it up for
River's
FBI
gonna get
to
traded
caught,
though.
but it ain't gonna work. River at least getting shut down by Abadaga as Castle goes back over the wall trying to stay alive. He disrupted the backline long enough so that they could at least get the kill on the enemy jungle.
That's actually positive for DSG. Yeah. That is a positive trade.
I was gonna say, that seems pretty unnecessary.
DSG patiently, they replace their vision, they play defensively through their own jungle, and it doesn't like move the needle a lot in the game, Flowers, but
I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but that
positive trade.
Yeah, it's
that
like
seemed
a very
unnecessary.
Small W, but it is a W.
Lowercase W, still W. Now, the problem is it did cost them 2 flashes, one of which
this is a big gold
in
difference.
the Nico in terms of being able to have
very big gold difference, it seems like.
Sniper in the enemy jungle trying to steal away that red buff, not going to happen as XU just smites it. Quid is in the other side of the enemy jungle. Looking around here, who's going to spy out that?
Because we haven't even tried to go for the Baron, really.
It's not even W anymore.
Oh,
those
I figured once we kind of took a bunch of space that maybe we would try and go for it.
They matter a lot.
Can't even get
Sorry,
the micro,
buddy.
Can't even get the micro W.
I'm sorry, man. It's just it's one of those, like, you shrink the font down to like the smallest.
We're doing the vision test. I can't even see it anymore.
Yeah. You're
need to stop looking for useless fights.
He's on the run.
Yeah, it seems like they're more worried about the team fights.
Trying to get away from this. Quid though is going to get stopped at least for a little bit by XU. Steals away the Sejuani.
What's the point of some of these fights? Like, why not get
their support, get him out of danger?
I mean, we did just get the Ocean Drake again.
Another Ocean Drake. So 100 Thieves now tied at 2 Drakes to 2. Honestly, credit to Disguised for stalling out things as long as they have. It feels like 100 Thieves have kind of hit a roadblock.
Okay, now we got to take out this Baron, right?
Very quickly, just
now we got to take this thing out.
What do you do when you hit a roadblock, Flowers?
Go through it.
Exactly. That'll start Baron. Just start up Baron.
Just drive through the thing. That looks like what 100 Thieves is about to try and do here and now. XU wants to get in there and look to contest it, but instead, Quid running interference. He goes into the back, trying to stop the Baron attempt as XU is likely going to get killed here. Nice Mega Gnar into the wall, comes out from Sniper. He's going godlike. The Baron's about to drop.
There we go.
They might get 1 kill back.
2 dead, and we got the Baron.
Trying to get away from it, but he is shut
Looks
down
like we
ultimately by Castle.
should get Castle as well. Yeah.
This should be the end of it as River continues to charge forward towards the Disguise carries, but at least they do enough damage now that he does not get to just run them down. It's 3 dead on Disguised for only the sniper kill back on 100 Thieves, and now they've got everything they need to keep this push
Drifty,
going.
I know the ads are
the roadblock.
brutal on Twitch, I can't lie.
four-wheel drive, they're going to destroy your base.
I have it set up to be like basically like the least amount of ads that I can run while still trying to get like a reasonable cut from it. But the Twitch ads they're bad, man. So I do apologize for that.
At least they're respawning now before any more damage happens to the base, but still 4 out of 5.
At least on YouTube you can skip them when ads come up, but yeah, unfortunately for Twitch, it's just not quite the case.
Probably the end of the game.
Yes, sir. All right, Disguised. How hard can you pray in this defense?
That is a 4,000 individual gold lead in the jungle role. That is not a common occurrence.
But Exu did just finish his second item.
All right.
The unending despair is complete.
That is an appropriate item thematically for the current state of the game for Disguised. This is just so tough to play.
Yeah, I agree with you, Drifty. From the Twitch side, like, because too, they incentivize you to run even more ads than what I do. Like I said, I'm running as low as I can while still trying to get like a decent cut from it. Just because I know, like, I'm a smaller streamer, like, odds are like I'm not going to get much out of the ads. So like I don't want it to be overbearing, but I also want to try and get something out of it, you know what I mean?
Sniper eating some damage here.
Are we about to close this out right here?
He's not going to fall just yet. One shot left in the chamber as Castle goes into the back line looking for FBI yet again, but they're just so far behind. I
can't even tell who's doing what at this point. There's so many names and health bars.
And 100 Thieves continues their push with the 2 Ocean Dragons in the pocket to keep them extra healthy. Castle now so low, has to go back to the fountain and heal back up again as 2 Baron-empowered cannon minions are about to destroy the first Nexus turret. One more volley and it drops. Now the final inhibitor is going to fall up there in the top lane, and 100 Thieves looking for the throat of Disguise. 33 minutes into the game, Exu charging forward after Quid, tries to lock him up and burst him down, but it's a level 18 Silas, misses the point.
Sorry, I'm locked in on this.
Castle,
okay, FBI gets a pick.
Towards FBI. Exu falls next. Abadaga's about to drop.
Nice, that should be it, right? That should be GG's.
And there it is, game over. 100 Thieves win it 28-6.
There we go, chat.
Quick work.
That was quick work.
Thieves.
I mean, we've been live for 40 minutes.
These guys came in with the objective.
We've been live for 40 minutes, so 10 minutes longer than yesterday when we lost. But hey, that's a quick win. I was getting a little concerned that we were going to miss a little bit of the Thieves match again, but the COD match, I should say. But now if we switch over, we still have a whole nother series to watch before we get to the Thieves COD.
For paid and gifted subs, plus get access to
GG's, chat.
LTA North Twitch emotes.
We love that.
Giga Flowers, that one's mine. Subscribe to the LTA today.
So now we're 2-2, I believe, on this split so far. We have what? I think it's 3 more matches after this. I think.
Thanks, Flowers. I got Sniper. We were just looking at the scoreboard, and
yeah, we're gonna end up having to transfer over here in a minute.
0 kills, 0 deaths, and the most assists possible. Hey, did you know that? Get over here. Yeah. While I was walking over, I wanted to ask you, how does this win feel? Because it was a fairly one-sided game.
It felt pretty good, considering I have like a lot of respect for Castle, and I think he's a good top laner. So it always feels good to like just beat people I think are good. So it felt very nice to win this one for sure.
Closing out the week at 2-2, but Ayla, the 0 kills, 0 deaths, most assists in NA history in 13 years of LCS and LTA. That's the most. The previous record was 21. You had 25 in that game.
I'm very surprising. I mean, I kind of stat padded, but I'm
kind of stat padded.
So I did hold on. I did notice that. Were you stat padding for any particular reason in that game? It felt like there were multiple opportunities to end before you actually ended.
Honestly, I just felt like we were a bit scared to like pull the trigger and just like start Baron. I was like saying in game, guys, like let's just do Baron and then end the game. But like nobody is really responding to me in specific, so I just decided to push bot. We just needed to start Baron and then end the game, but we were having a bit of fun as well, to be honest.
Yeah. Ayla, same thoughts or anything different?
Yeah, I mean, we just messed up by Baron rounds, but I mean, I guess it was a good thing.
Okay, yesterday against FlyQuest was almost the polar opposite of this game. A little bit closer,
we got
probably. But how do you
yesterday.
bounce back from a loss like that looking forward into next week?
I mean, life goes on. You just got to accept it, learn from your mistakes and what you can take out of the bad situations. So that's kind of how I saw it, and I'm glad we won today, you know?
Thank you very much, Sniper. And Ayla, any final thoughts now that you have this prestigious North American record of most assists with no kills and no deaths, or anything else you want to say?
Hopefully I set more records.
That's crazy.
Okay,
so he got no kills,
on the victory.
no deaths.
To break, let's take a look at our LTA
but finished with the most assists ever. That's crazy.
Okay.
If I come mid, I'm also coming. We can fight here, guys.
Yeah. Look there.
He's good to
I'm
look
looking
at.
better.
Sage ulted.
Don't
Nico
bury it.
push. Nico there.
It looks good, guys. I'm going Sage.
Kill Nico.
Sage no.
Nico.
Oh, it's Nico? Okay.
No place Sage.
I need to go back. Yeah.
We
no
can,
place
we
in.
can.
Yeah,
go back
Sage
up.
out.
All right. Well, nice. So yeah, Gold is right. We do have to switch over to YouTube. So everybody who's on chat or in chat and wants to watch the Call of Duty matches, just hop over to YouTube. It's Thieves Talk on there as well. We'll still be live there. I think there should be one more series before the Thieves COD match starts. But yeah, I appreciate everybody who tuned into the Twitch chat. We'll be live here more in coming weeks when we start getting more of the other Thieves esports. But for now, since it's mostly just been Call of Duty, we kind of got to go on YouTube since that's all we can really watch on, unfortunately. I would love to stay on Twitch with you guys, but just hop on over to YouTube. We should still be live for a while. But yeah, appreciate everybody in the Twitch chat if I don't see you over there. And I hope everybody in Twitch who I don't see has a good rest of their day. And hope to see you guys in the next Twitch stream as well. Peace out, guys. Okay, now we got to make sure that the Twitch stream ends. Okay, perfect. Now we are officially set to YouTube.
Alright, me and Abadage. 1v1?
We are officially only YouTube now.
Okay. Yeah, sounds good. Let's go. I got it.
We will switch over to COD.
Watch the prediction. I'm gonna predict him.
Okay. It does kind of suck that we have to just switch over to YouTube.
In a new time, so an opportunity to soar away.
Damn, we're already mid-series here.
Literally,
not mid-series, but
they're doing it just now. Gwyn, nice twos. Never nasty, got right into that one.
We here.
The third is not going to be there. 04 finds a way to get towards the backside, and that's where Slasher is next.
Yes, sir, Drifty.
Shots are in, keeps that part of the map safe and sound. Here come the next 3 members of Surge through lobby. Oh, and it's an old muzzle punch, but it doesn't work out. Neptune finds it. Down to the side.
I just need to change the YouTube title.
Gwyn's up next.
That way everybody knows we're switched over to COD here.
It's not quite over yet. But the Ravens are down and Surge are in.
Yeah, Surge are flooding this time as well, and they honestly don't even need to. They just won all the gunfights. Nasty from in time, 3, make it 4 spree, and now they're going for the spawn kills. So instead of a trade fest over on P2 or a rotation where Ravens end up being dominant, Surge bailed themselves out with the pressure in the gunny. And now on a rotation, it's really just Gwyn that's in between them to break this one down, but if not for the hero play, Surge should be the first on time.
Possibility for Gwyn to get something done. He's the man behind enemy lines in office right now, and okay, now he's red dot on that mini-map. Nasty with a long line of sight here. Should have coverage.
I don't have Nasty in right now. I had Rancor in, and he played really good in my my fantasy.
Easier for bad news, folks. 3 of them down.
I
So
mean,
Ravens back to the drawing board.
Heretics have looked pretty good, honestly.
A chunk of time to Surge.
Absolutely.
At least from what I got to see, they seem like they're looking pretty good.
Nearly always watching the pinches.
This series should be a pretty good one as well, I would think.
Top dark, and Surge lost the time for just a moment. 04 just using the opportunity to heal back up, reposition, and maybe just bait for your teammates. Can't quite seal the deal just yet. A final fight for the 10 seconds, and Abuza is gonna get it. And these battles, honestly, could go a long way. But when you're fighting for scrap, you got to be worried about the rotation to new. And by the looks of it, Carolina should be out on top of it. Neptune going crazy. He's in between the entire team, and he took 2 to the grave with them. Ravens, though, still get the initial time.
It really is crazy, man. Well, great stuff out of the Ravens to get that time. Nasty making sure that all of his boys are able to get to the point without any tags.
I've been trying to figure out like how I should change like my titles sometimes for the watch parties.
He's able to catch out the next few players. 0-4 as well. So Gwen and Slasher win their fights here on Rock. TJ finds the last man and a second or two to breathe. Here comes the next hit. Deej once again, guns at the ready.
Is this too quiet or is this like, is this perfect? Because I don't want it to be too loud.
As they try to pull back the lead. Ravens, great stuff.
Yeah, and you see TJ shooting the trophy as well. Honestly, on this hill, the trophy typically ends up MVP. The second the trophy is out of the mix, you see how much it backs down guys like Slasher. You saw the nade kills coming through there for Carolina.
Good. Okay, perfect.
All things considered, I mean, this is a fantastic P4. Ravens went into the hill down by about 30, and instead they walk away with a 10-point lead. So back and forth battle so far, but the money hills have been the key.
Yeah, one good money heal certainly changes everything. But a nice first set between two teams very adept at hardpoint. So far, another good P1 here out of the Carolina Royal Ravens. No one here from Surge able to make too much happen. Tej, look at this hop. That is going to be 3, nearly 4 down. Beautiful stuff. Ravens will push P1 further here.
So we got this series to get through before we get to the Thieves series, but this should be a good series to watch. Should definitely be better than yesterday's series that we had to watch between LAG and Boston. So that's the upside at least.
And Ravens able to flood. Slasher there to give you 2, and they might.
I saw somebody yesterday said that the Thieves are a team of Gwins, of 4 Gwins, since we play so good online.
Ravens completely on point.
People are something else, man.
I mean, the money hill we were thinking of was not P1, so good stuff, Ravens. That might be a major turning point here in the map. Now, a great attack towards the backside of the map. Spawns are up now for Surge. Here comes a square up. 4v4 over towards time. They're committing to the hill. They're not going for the back spawns. So fighting from the front. What a shot from TJ. Third man on the outside. There's Neptune. Waiting for the chow. His teammates are on time, and what a great break from the Ravens.
This is gorgeous. They just they seized the moment. They attacked, and TJ was flying. They basically made it so they isolated both Abuza in 0-4, I think it was, on time, and they just took a 4 versus 2, and Surge were way too late on the jump. Might be able to retake and get the final 20, but you were wanting that money hill if you're the Surge, and the fact that there is any degree of break for the Ravens, I mean, you're happy for it to walk away, and frankly, now they're just being annoying. They're putting so much pressure on this old time, and that's just going to make their rotation free and clear, but Ravens have done enough. No money hill at all, and looks like Carolina, nice and flowy.
Hey, flowy indeed. Luscious locks across these hard points with a solid lead. Let's go for a listen in.
Listen in.
I name our friends. And top bar. 2 out of fence on me. I'm looking at our fence. I'm locking the back. Could be you. I'm locking the back. Enter dead. Nice. I'm just staying pushed out, bro. Yeah. I'm trying myself out. I'm hard blocking. I'm pushed all the way out. I'm mid. I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna get you cross. One shot back. One's out of fence, guys. And one cross you. He's going deep back 10. You. Top line, one shot. I gotta get 10. Out of me. They're gonna spawn back. They're spawning back. Me, going out her. I'm going to 10. Upstairs, Abuza, one shot. One shot. No, 10 already. 10 already. Upstairs. He's weak 10. Weak 10. I have the map. Dinner on you. Popping. No one for machine. Okay. Nice one. I'm jumping dark. Top left. Top close. Top close. Zone. Hager Tom goes. No, I'm just here. Let's up. I'm gonna go deep. I'm gonna go deep. No, 2 open. 2 open. One was on me already. I'm gonna go deep as fuck. You guys should go together. I spawned in P2. I'm top flat on me. Nep. Let's do then. Top flat. One shot. Open. 2 open. Yo, 3 in top. All 3 in top. Alright, hold on. I have mid, bro. They're gonna chop me out probably. Wait, one spawn bar side. Yeah, one shot. On the rock, far dead. Rock 4. Okay. Top open. Open. 2. One, both side open. Hit both of them. Should be spawning. One might spawn well. Careful. One might spawn well.
Dude, this Ravens team is really interesting.
Good job.
I'm challenged. You guys gotta get mid. I'm challenged. One's going mid 100%.
Like, I mean, I guess so with the Surge, because Surge has been playing really well, and right now,
I mean, this is a
The Ravens are
perfectly calculated Hacienda game.
putting
The
in
Hellstorm to
work.
break down a hill was gotten off the hill time. I mean, has an extra one in back
Hardpoint
pocket,
is
but it was
Vancouver's
a
best game
money
mode, or at least it
P4
has
hill where
been.
Carolina
And
got that utility,
I mean, they
just
got
had these
smoked
little
by the
moments,
Thieves.
P2 break when they needed
And
it.
right
They
now,
seized that little 4v2
the Ravens
opportunity, and
are sticking it
little
to
things
them
obviously go a long way.
in their best game mode here. So
right now for Ravens.
very surprised.
Find a way to try to fight back and maybe just get
I mean, Fat and Bob is 24 and 18.
We'll see how they can handle the
The
deficit.
two vets of the team, 25 and 17, 24 and 18.
P1. Nasty the man on time, gone. TJ with the breaks, and now you're in. TJ on time. Shots in from Neptune. He gets away with his life, and no one on the time for now. So you've got yourself a few more moments to set up for the new hardpoint. Bad news, Ravens respawned over there. Good news, you got P1, but can you find anything on the approach towards new? Because this is it. Do or die, Surge in map 1.
And you don't really have
Yeah, they got to get a break here.
Oh,
that's
Nasty though slides in.
It's a good first blood at least. But TJ gets
through,
2.
But I think TJ picking up the 2-piece crushes all of your hope and momentum. And now it's going to be this much more difficult. You don't have time to waste. You're going to have to fly fast as hell to try to break this time.
Yeah, top swarms there from the guys of the Ravens. They're in time.
Yeah, they gotta go.
Still trying to make something through the side door now to Abuza. Now he can't get it done. The backline wide open. Neptune slides in. Can't get any more kills out of it. Now 2 players on time. Here we go.
Gotta
Final
go.
10. Surge trying to make the break through the back, and they're going to get it.
They
Bad
do get the break.
news. Here comes a Hellstorm.
Well, I mean, it's on an indoor hill. He does get one, but now he's just not really in the mix to go and get the break. So, you know, the Hellstorm's on
Gwen
P2.
gets another though. They got 2 hit inside door.
Making his Paltrow approach over
this
towards
might be
the Utah.
Jeej.
The Ravens, they simply have the
The
numbers.
04 does
They
get
simply
2.
have the trades.
Oh,
Now they
Slasher
just
gets
need
2
the
as
game.
well. He gets 3. Oh,
Folks, right there.
no.
Slasher puts a stamp on it. 30 and 20. Massive work.
Damn, dude. Slasher still got it, chat. Slasher still got it.
Absolutely.
There's no need for this guy to
Carolina
retire
Ravens
anytime
take
soon.
that one.
Yeah, I feel
He's
like the
still
Slasher
got it.
Hellstorm calling it in. That's just to let him know that you have it. Just say, hey guys, just so you know, I'm an
This
old
guy
man.
is shooting.
I got this against you. I've written Neptune when he was top plat.
Maybe people
I had a
aren't
lot
wrong
going
in
on.
saying that Optic should pick him up.
Something there, folks. Still,
Maybe they're not
isolate
wrong.
The players, you get to know where absolutely everyone is. You call them all out in lobby.
Pick up
Teammates
Slasher.
all over the place, and eventually you
Have
do get the break, but,
Dashy.
man, the
Although
small things went a
the
long
problem
way
is Slasher
there
is
for the
more of like
Ravens
the
on
main.
Hacienda.
He's more of like the
Fantastic
main
start for
AR.
campaign
I don't see him
against
playing like a
Vancouver, so
flex role.
stay on Hacienda for map number
And I
2.
feel like
Let's put
Dashy's not
across
going to want to
the
play a flex
stats.
role
The
either. I also
non-tradeds from Slasher.
they played together in
Corner one,
Modern
absolutely
Warfare 2019. And I don't think that
beautiful
worked
stuff.
out
And great
really
hill
well
time across
either.
the board as
So.
well.
Yeah, the P4 especially
I
from
don't know
TJ
what the
was
best
where he
move
was
for
able to
Optic
get the
is.
Hellstorm. That's where he went on a 5 spree.
I don't
and
know what the
Hellstorm
best move for
obviously
Optic is at this
massively
point
impactful
because
for breaking that secondary P4 rolling through.
for anybody who
I'd say that was one of the
watched the
higher
flank
impact moments of
last
the
night,
game,
Benjay
but
brought up a
first in
really good
rotation,
point.
Very back and forth battle. Could be a 10-point gap
And the fact
between
that
two.
like
it was on this P1 where the Ravens actually found the
after
extra
this
edge to build
season,
a lead. And that's just a moment where Surge,
both
after a spawn on
LAG
P2, have to get a good
and
hold, and Ravens just found the moment,
Falcons
flooded straight
are
through,
probably going to
simply
be in a position
overwhelmed
to
them. I
buy.
think TJ,
Like
we
they're
saw
going to
him
be
out
trying to
P2
buy
through the well,
the players that they
doesn't play for
want,
the back spawns,
and
almost ignores those players.
that's
He
going to
got a
make
couple
things
tags
more
in
competitive
and
for
just dipped
Optic
straight
probably than
into
it's ever
Zig,
been.
and I think
So
Surge is paying almost
it'll be
a
interesting
little
because
too,
there's not going to
like,
be a lot of free
structurally
agents that
sound and sort
you
of
know a
not
team
reading
like
the
Optic is
pressure
going
of
to
the
want.
moment.
I
They're
feel
playing
like
a long game when
you know
they
because
did not
as
have
long as the
time on
Thieves
their
roster
side,
stays
so
together, which I think it
just,
will, even if we don't
2-3
win this
good
year, I
moments
think
at
the
this
Thieves
level on a
roster
hard
stays
point,
together.
you'll set yourself up.
Interesting stuff.
FaZe, I don't see breaking apart, you know, especially since they've won 3 tournaments back to back to back over the last 2 years. And I could see them winning another tournament this year.
Gwyn, a lot of criticism for Gwyn.
I don't see them splitting up.
On the minimap, what kind of kills he's getting, but
I know
think that
people
was
have
a
mentioned
good
like
result for
Sib.
Johnson.
You could bring in
Solid
Sib,
stuff, trying to fill the gaps where they
but
can. It
I don't see how
helped
Sib
out
fixes that
P3
team.
To P1.
Honestly, I don't see how he
Therefore,
fixes
Surge,
that team.
2 measly seconds gained. Wow,
So I don't know.
great
I don't know what the
hard point
move
out,
is for
Carolina.
Optic at that point.
Stopping and being a weak team on P1 is a bit of an interesting thing, or maybe
They're
being a
they're
strong
definitely
team
in a
would be
bit
the
of
better
a
phrase.
predicament.
P1 is very
I
deep
feel
to
like
really set yourself
getting rid of
apart
Ghosty
to
was
end up
kind of
coming
like
away with that type of
the start
advantage.
of their
A wonderful
downfall
thing
at that
for the
point.
Flock
Obviously, they
team
ended up
and
winning
just
champs,
kicking
but
their
like
series off right. We've seen them
it
a few
was one of
times.
those
They
things that
definitely start slow, lose a map
like
one, but
picking up
Ravens,
Kenny
very consistent, very
was
professional,
good for
always
them.
able to
I
bounce
think that
back.
helped.
If you give him an
I think
advantage,
Kenny
they
is
go
a
into
big
an
reason they
S&D,
won
and
champs
this is as
last year.
comfortable as this team
And
is
now that
ever
he's
going
gone,
to
I think
feel.
they're going to
Love
be
him
back
too
to
if
where they
they
were
want.
before.
They sure do, bro. They sure do. We'll see if they can go
They dropped
the
Ghosty.
because I would quite like to watch both of these teams play a dealership S&D. Wouldn't that be crazy?
Dude, how does Miles get his
Absolutely
hair
wild.
like that?
Let's have a look at their road to the major, though, mate, real quick, because I think, again, we touched upon this a little bit with the Surge guys at the start. They're playing C9 on the 19th.
I wonder if he's like
Thieves,
trying to see how
that's
tall
who
he can get his
Carolina
hair
are playing. And
to
they've
go.
had a fair share of ups and downs, of course. FaZe give them the L, and right now we're dealing with Surge, but teams that are quote-unquote below them in the standings are getting taken to task. Surge is a brilliant case here to see how well they can play up against them, see if they can net those extra 10, and again, looking for that winner's bracket here at the major. How are you feeling about it?
We should definitely be
I
able to
would just
take
say,
down the
considering
Ravens.
that, like LAT are on a 13-win spree online. Ravens might not be excited about that one. So this is sort of like your neck-and-neck battle. Both of these teams
Bumps are
in each
in.
tournament have been floating
Let's
in
hit
the
that
top
2
four.
times.
Surge obviously eclipsing them with the second place. So Surge maybe looking like a stronger team, but this is who you want to beat if you want one of the best seeds going into the major. It's obviously a ferocious opponent they have to deal with after the fact, but it's just about establishing dominance, which Gwyn online, to no one's surprise, has done so. 1.4 KD in S&D.
To no one's surprise, he says. Win online, to no one's surprise, has played well.
You're amongst the best in the world. I think the season's at the end of the year, the highest like output of any player in S&D will give you like
That's the interesting with the Ravens is like Gwyn plays so well online and then struggles on LAN. But when he plays well, like their team is really good.
I'm sorry, 04 is the only man there. 04 was the only man there. Now there is nobody there except for Neptune, who immediately flies forward, and he's getting that.
Day one.
Tippity toes of Gwyn, the
a
day
dirty-
ones. It works out still.
Dirty
33.
angle.
I think we've made it to a point in the day where on Hacienda, people just forget how long their legs actually stick out while planting the bomb. So it's costed a few players, and now Ravens are going to have to sort of reposition, but it is a scattered mini-map.
Ooh.
A boost is going to fall. Reaction time from Neptune to get the trades in a 2v2.
2v2 though.
Ravens have no intel on Nasty, and
Take
Vivid
that
is
pole,
desperate
Vivid.
for some help.
Hey, dying for some help. Hey, you might just die for that help. Nasty gets it. Neptune now still in a battle. You've isolated Slash. You know where he's going to be. Here comes Nasty on the reposition. The Slasher. Oh my word. Has he cut this play right down the middle with a bomb in his backpack?
Oh, did he see him?
Yes, right on the rock. And you might have
He
an
didn't see
opportunity
him.
to plant this, but like awkward chips in the night, son of
He
a-
didn't see
That's
him.
right. There's 2 of them there. Vancouver Surge. 2 sweet
I'm
kills,
surprised
start things
somebody
off
on
for
his team
Neptune.
didn't see either.
Helps net the round.
And considering 04 got blooded in the first 10 seconds of the round, the fact that you bail yourself out that quickly, Surge, I'm going to be happy to take that one away. And sort of just better calls and better positioning. Nasty was the floater, the mystery man on the map. And he
Yeah,
ends
I
up
think
getting
Neptune's
involved for
pick
2,
was
so ends up in the
huge.
perfect position for the team. Constantly battling the sunlight.
Didn't even
in
have
and
to
out of
risk his
game,
life
you
to get
know?
the kill.
Do what you can. They're just trying
Get
to
it
back
traded
in the
out.
series. Some players perform with the lights in their eyes.
Yeah. Some
Damn.
do not.
They're calling out Zuma
Well, that's fine.
again.
Shades indoors.
They're calling out
folks.
Luigi.
Especially if you really need it. Fountain eats a frag, gets blown up, doesn't deal with anyone, but Slash's first blood certainly helps. The bomb has been discarded
04
for now
could
by the
blow
Surge
this
boys.
shit up.
Lovely discipline.
Yeah,
On a
huge play
second
from
as
04.
well. Can he get Teach? He's feeling it.
He just
He's not
throws
feeling
his
like
life
Teach.
away.
He just gets away with his life. Now Nasty.
And he just
1v2.
dives out.
Nutty round. Slasher for the first blood and an extra follow-up after the fact.
Let's go, Nasty.
We'll see
Let's
what
go,
Nasty
kid.
can cook up. I was looking at the clutch percentage stats amongst a few of the AR players that are often last alive, and Nasty doesn't have a ton of them. An opportunity here to make an impact.
He might get gifted a little bit of intel. Oh, again. Go for the reach out.
Damn.
Slasher there for it. Lovely work from the Ravens. I can't say I hated Nasty's chances there. He's frustrated with that loss, but a 1v2. He came very close to making that a 1v none.
Nasty's
Shots
such a
not
chill
good enough.
dude.
Slasher for the old 3K there.
He's such
in
a
that
chill
round,
guy.
Gave you the first blood. Had a nice
I'm not talking
follow-up
to
after
meme.
the mid-round adjustments rolled through, and in spite of 04 making a fantastic play, they quell the pressure. And I love how speedy TJ is in game. Gets that trade, gets out the well before he can get traded, and make sure you stay alive. It's like a figure skater, TJ.
Not just that, but also how quickly he regroups with his teammates to make sure that any sort of
Does
trade
anybody
scenario is
know
there
where
for
TJ
it.
got the nickname
What a
Fat Bob?
teammate.
Does anybody know where
More
that
now,
originated
eligible
from?
bachelor who
Because
doesn't
I've
have
heard
the bomb.
people
That's
call
gonna
him
be
that
Vivid back
a
up
lot,
and
but
back
I don't know
into
where
when Heckles
where
are
it
up, mate. He
stems
knows
from.
something's coming his way.
Wow.
And something wicked was on its way, but he's dealt with that. On
Yeah,
the other side of the map,
they just
Slash,
played
the
so
Island Man
passive.
has been eliminated, so
SC did get
all down
a
to the
kill
boys on the
though,
B-bomb
so he
site.
traded out.
Well, we're playing the game. Do you think Vancouver checks all these corners?
Check that. Nasty. He's
Wait,
down.
where
Over
did...
to Neptune. He's down.
Wait.
Last man left alive, a Boozer. A 1v3. Teach.
Where did Neptune go? Was he not right behind him?
Up. Let me hit the slide. Lovely pirouette to finish there. I don't know any.
Hold on, I want to check that. I want to check that out here.
But gee, it's all down to the boys on the B-bomb site.
Well,
Neptune, number 4,
game.
right?
Do you
Look.
think Vancouver checks all these corners?
Does damage. Then he goes to the other side.
Nasty. He's down.
Why does he go to the other side?
Check that. Nasty. He's down.
That's
Over to
crazy.
Neptune. He's down.
They would have had a free pick.
Let's see this triple axle.
Nice.
Not just the side. Either way, no great positioning. I think Slasher was getting really
They would have had a
aggressive
free
on the
pick right
outside of the map, but there was so
there.
much pressure on that side. He's able to call out, hey, there's 3. Let's just go this direction.
He should know Nasty's down there, right? Like,
sort of set themselves apart, and TJ just prowling in
the
that
second
prime territory to make the play. So that's classic.
the second he dips out.
04 Neptune sort of just runs straight into it. Just as we're running straight into it,
I don't know.
for the first blood, going for the first 2 in 04, and his scuba gear and everything dead in red. Carolina
Damn,
beat Ben.
that round was so fast.
That, I mean, the slightest little smirk from Gwyn. We're like, yeah.
Gwyn gets 3 on the round. Sorry, chat. I just had to look at that because that was crazy.
I got it. The perfect read. You got the numbers on every position.
I don't know if that's a hindsight call from me, but like, if you know Nasty's down there, they push that direction. Even if you don't know there's a second person there,
I mean, listen, you gotta
why
drink
not
more
chase
water
it?
Where you might die, but in game,
Because you'll have a pinch.
it'll just cost you. It's the worst feeling in the world.
Like you, at the very least, I mean, he doesn't know that the other guy's there.
The second Gwyn gets the first.
He doesn't know the other guy's there, so I do. I can't bring that into the equation, but like.
Yeah, and Gwyn's good.
At the very least, he could have gotten
He
that.
doesn't want to be in the receiving end of what they just
That kill from the guy planting the bomb. I feel like
towards the B-bomb site, but much slower. Nasty with the coverage upstairs. This is going to be very handy indeed. An extremely common spot up here. Doesn't make it any less effective. Here they come. Damage in a 1, 2. Oh, everyone's hurt. Here come the send in.
I mean, that was good damage from
Trey.
Nasty.
The kill team has arrived. It does look like Slasher's going to get away with his life.
Booz is finally on the board.
Run, Austin, run! Around the surge.
That's an elite play call as well. I mean, Nasty got all the space in the world. I think Gwyn spotted out 3 different players like in the round, but Raven still not effectively making the play call. And I think Nasty's probably screaming in the com, 4 here, they're all one shot. Teammates get active, and of course, that's just a setup for the trades. Abuza making the
Knowing
read
Nasty,
on
he
the
was
pinch
not screaming.
rolling
He
through
was
and
just
having the timing work out to catch him as
just
he mantles.
amplifying
That's the
his
perfection. So instincts there from Abuza.
his energy.
On point, a necessity.
100T Warzone announced.
Keeping it close, keeping it competitive indeed. Abuza's 1 kill so far on the map.
We
has
signed
been a handy
Paul
one
X.
indeed. So the 3-1 split once again for the Ravens. This time though, Vivid the Island Man. So an entirely different look, but an entirely flip-flop setup right now as
Blast.
we go inverse.
Gabe.
Neptune, the farman, out of the play right now for the Vancouver Surge, and a rapid attack here from
Real
the Carolina Royal
Skullface
Ravens.
and E-base.
They're in position to potentially stop this. A second too late.
I think
but
I've
get the kill
only heard of
regardless. Here we go.
Blast
Keep in mind,
and
right
Gabe.
now, Neptune is completely out of the picture. So
I don't think I've heard of the other
Abuza,
two.
Nasty and Neptune will remain out of the picture.
Yeah, Slasher wrote the book on the Island play. You read that
They
one.
say
And now
they say
to Abuza.
EWC on the thing, so I don't know if this is like a like if it's just gonna be for EWC or if this is gonna be something that the Thieves keep for a while.
Like 3 hit the B bomb site and just like take control of Rock. They won the square up last go round. Vancouver Surge wanted nothing to do with it.
So is this
And then if you
considered
dominate
like an
the rock ball,
LAT
that just gives you the access
team?
points to the top hallways. You
Or
make
is
the
it
read on
considered a 100
Neptune,
Thieves
going
team?
for the late pinch, and everything after that is perfect. Just swarming around that bomb site, in the post plant. Gwyn, I think, is up to maybe 3 first bloods in this game as well. So he is
Because they posted it on LAT as well.
First bloods, not always. I mean, in the last 2 days of play here in the COD League, we've seen first bloods not necessarily be a deciding factor in who wins the round outright, but make the most of it. Continue to keep these stats on edge, folks. Tej is in, and he's going to be a sneaky beaver on his approach towards the backside of office. This is already
Maybe during
rather
the break we
devastating,
could
folks.
watch the
stun check.
the
Ain't no way he gets the second man
Twitter
as well.
clip
Gwyn finds a kill on the back end, and
for
now
it,
Boozer's alone.
for the announcement.
What a round from the Ravens.
Yeah, TJ just said Neptune who? Never heard of him. Don't know. Not familiar with his game. We get a test of
1v3 from Abuza for the bread.
Players in the league. A 1v3 though is a very
Good
tall
shots.
task, but that is a beautiful start. Gwyn challenged that range is a decision.
And look how smooth and very basic this gameplay is. He's checking every possible angle. There's nothing terribly flashy about it, but it is clean. Teach.
Oh, yeah.
Damn, son. I mean,
Just
we're
run
doing
at him.
everything seemingly right, except for finishing the kill in a TJ. What a 1v1 that man has. And now, map point.
Well, for
Ravens.
EWC, I know there'll be like 100 Thieves.
Where Abuza is a little too smart for his own good. Ready for the instant reach out, but unfortunate for him, TJ just out here giving hands to everybody. Freebie kill on Nasty, shooting in the back, and then just, I mean, this is just
The clip is just Nate saying he wants the best teams and everything.
Neptune wishes he could get that one back.
I mean, we do want the best teams and everything.
Moment there again. That's a Jackal on Jackal fight. And
Very,
TJ,
very true.
he had the crushing power there. Absolutely locked. Those jaws did not miss. Force spree for Tej.
I still wish we had
Going
more
into this
content,
potentially
but
final round
that's
for the
just me.
Ravens. And nobody home at the B bomb site, so Surge have got a plant here.
I would trust TJ with the one ring to rule them all, for sure.
That might have been a stick. It was.
Damn,
Nasty gets
okay.
a slasher in explosive fashion. Oh, wow.
Damn, Abuza.
Okie dokie,
Shit.
Abuza. A nice 3 kills for him on the
Laser
round.
beams.
As the Belgian baddie absolutely runs.
I've been missing the Courage and Nate Shot Show podcast.
It's a perfect round as well. We're talking about the simplicity in his
Sure, we'll
gameplay.
get the
Well,
announcement
I mean,
for
his
Street
2-piece
Fighter and
doesn't get
TFT
easier than
soon.
that.
Yeah, I
First
think so
Blood,
too.
was,
I mean,
pretty
they did.
similar capacity.
They did all of them on the same
So
day
Abuza was the
last time,
most
so
fun
we
name
might
in
get
the
them all
league
today. To
say.
be honest,
Started off 1-5. Well, he's had a very nice comeback. Now it's 7-7. So it's a
I don't know
first
though. They
half
might spread it
second
out.
half map kind of player, and
They might spread it
right now
out
he's
a
looking
little
to
bit.
finish. Still trying to crawl out of a very deep hole though. Ravens have been on point in the attacking rounds and going back to the same setup. I think this might be for Vivid to make contact and maybe back down.
I've definitely
and
been
see if he
missing
can
like the
bait in a
100
pinch, but
Thieves
Surge not
podcast
going this
though.
direction.
Like
But this is the exact same setup.
every
for
time I
Ravens we
want to
saw
watch
few
like
rounds
a
before, and it
podcast,
was
I have
Gwyn
to
that
watch
found
like
first
all the
blood on
different
Surge
optic ones,
that overcommitted.
And again, a slow,
which is fine.
steady
I
push
like
out
the
towards
optic
B-bomb
ones,
site.
but it's also like we used to have this
Are we
with the
going to check
Thieves.
this out? All right, here we go. First contact made. Slash is going to get away with his life. He's tagged up, though. Vivid finds
Vivid
himself
gets
too.
two.
That's going to be a free bomb plant if they want it, but right now, such an awkward situation to be in for Surge.
Is it 5v3?
Standoff battle at the top
Or
of
a
the map.
5-3,
Yeah, TJ just
but
wins it.
now it's a
The mystery
3v1,
man behind
so-
enemy lines. This has been
Damn.
a dominant
Good shots from
hacienda,
Nep.
but with shots like that, maybe Neptune can bail you out.
Yeah, now you get an aims to play with as well.
And he's got an AR.
Great position right now for the Ravens. This 2v1 is very doable. Vivid goes back to Boathouse, a spot we've not seen in a while. Neptune has got to peel him. Here comes TJ. Shoulders from top office. Nearly impossible to deal with. Vivid covers his close angle.
Damn. Dude, he
The
just dealt
shots
so
were
much damage to
superb.
both of them.
But the setup was even sweeter.
He
The
just dealt so
Ravens
much damage
take
to
the
both of
search
them.
and destroy as well and go 2-0 up in the
Is
series.
this about to be a
On top of
3-0?
business as well. This feels
I
almost
thought
like
this was going to be a
sweep.
game
Top of
5.
the gameplay. Every single tool in the arsenal for the Carolina
Damn.
Ravens getting utilized.
I thought this was going to be a game 5. All right. Let's
about the most with 100 Thieves.
I just want to watch this. I just want to check it out at least.
My biggest focus that I care about the most with 100
Sorry, it was like
is
really
having
peaking.
the best teams in the world competing across multiple titles.
From first strike to their first title of the partnership era, 100 Thieves are your mid-season champions.
Ready, dead, Sniper gets the kill, 3-man ulti from Blabber ain't gonna be enough to do anything, Berserker and Jojo are already down, 100 Thieves will not be stopped.
Shots over the top, not gonna happen. Scrap for the win, and the super team built to win championships finally secures
Yeah,
it
here we
here
go.
Here we go.
Let's go, gentlemen. Oh my God. Thank God, brother. The only thing that I think I can control really well is having the best players across each team in the games that we care about to win as much as possible.
Okay, so it's basically like a EWC trailer, kind of.
It's the same way I kind of feel about FaZe right now. Honestly, the two teams that were just in the final like haven't really been that impressive.
Yeah, this has been really flat from the side of Vancouver Surge. We've had a couple of moments, I feel like, from Neptune.
Well, I mean,
I didn't see a whole lot from 04.
I do love that we're getting more esports. I would love.
So it just feels like a
I
flat
would
Vancouver
love a
Surge
Rocket
right
League
now.
team.
I feel like every like
at some
stage
point.
qualifiers had a theme. Like well, for me, okay. When I think of like the stage 1 qualifier, it was map 5s. We had 1 billion map 5s. So I think at stage 2, it was like
all 3 O's.
3 O's, right? This
Yeah,
one's sort of
Gold.
been,
I've
like,
never,
the upsets,
I've never watched
okay,
anything
this
like
wouldn't be as big of an upset.
TFT.
We've
I don't
had a
know
lot of
anything about
upsets, I feel
TFT
like.
at all.
So why not another one? Even though this isn't a big one, like just maybe that's going to be the theme. And it
But
is a
I mean,
lot
if
of,
we
like, that
get
whole everyone's
Rocket
fighting for the
League,
top
I
eight,
mean,
the
we'll
teams,
get
you know,
we'll get
improving, the team
Octane
change.
watch
Or maybe
parties for Rocket League. We'll get Scrap watch parties for Rocket League probably,
We
like
gave
when he's
Maven a
not
sock
competing.
puppet, but we gave Allie an iPad. Let's take a look at some drawing.
I know, another game we gotta learn.
iPad, baby. I think I was like just before it. Unimportant.
What does it do if I hit my finger?
Nothing. It does nothing.
I mean, even
so
if with Warzone, like
play.
at least I have an
This is a
idea of
little
how
bit
it
of
works.
a double whammy. This is one.
And Street
this is an
Fighter.
example of a team being
Like I don't know,
all on the same
like
page.
I don't
And
know what
second,
characters
this is
in
what
Street
veteran
Fighter are
split
meta, but I
decision-making
have an
does to
idea
our
of like
reaction
some
time.
of the
Let's go back to
characters because I
minimap, and I'll
played
explain
Street
the
Fighter
situation.
like
This
when
is
I was
round 3
younger,
for
but I
the
played like
early,
Street
but
Fighter
this kinda
2
turns
on
this
like
map
my
on its head.
PSP.
So
So
Carolina's doing kind
that's
of a
kind of
2-1-1
that's
split
kind of
right
the
now, and
extent
their
of my
idea is
knowledge
number
when it
6
comes
and
to
number
Street
8,
Fighter.
They have been sitting here for the first like 20 seconds.
I just
of this
can't
round.
do
The
I can't do
idea
fighter
is that
games.
either
I'm
5 or
trash at
7
fighter games.
Are one going to find a pick of somebody trying to get behind and hit the flank, or make noise over towards the A side to relieve this pressure and make them force over to A to allow a free bomb plant over to the top side.
I feel like there's
Now,
too much
it plays out
memorization
perfectly
in
on the
fighting
side of
games
Carolina. So we'll get out
to
of the
remember
minimap,
like
and we're
the
going to play
inputs.
on this, and Gwen's going to get the first blood, which then immediately tells
In COD,
the two
there's
players
no
on the top
like
side, we can
there's no
fly
inputs.
to
It's
this
I press a
B
button
site.
and something
now,
happens.
This is where the split decision playmaking coming in, because you pause. TJ, he's watching this front side. Vivid is kind of alone in this situation because he's this lone bomb planner, and nobody is watching this mid hallway door. So obviously, should any of the
Is it crazy?
Neptune players, any of the Surge players,
Chat, is there anybody in the
this side
is there
door,
anybody in the
that is a
YouTube
free
chat
kill on
right
a
now?
Vivid in this bomb plant.
Is there anybody here that knows what TFT is
Because in
or
the split
watches TFT?
decision-making and the veteran that is Vivid, he's gonna go for this bomb plant. Now number 4,
'Cause
that's
I don't-
gonna be Neptune.
I don't know.
He
I've
flies
heard about
side
it,
where he should get this
but I don't
free
know anything
kill.
about it.
But something, Spidey senses a leg, something gets caught. Vivid hops off of this plant and forces the chase. And now in this time period, he's then able to succumb to his teammate TJ, who turns for this pressure. Neptune has no idea that they are there, and not only that, he wins an insane gunfight down low. That I'm sorry, I should have came out of the mini-map. So
Nah, look at it from the
but
mini-map.
It was an unreal round from the side of Carolina Royal Ravens.
I was distracted.
TFT is a great game.
Split second decision
Damn,
making.
Jersey, you know about all the games.
Decision making, and I was picturing someone's brain.
You know about all the
like,
games.
splitting in two.
Which do I do?
I mean, technically, that's what it is.
It
technically,
works.
he could have just committed to the bomb plant, or he could have popped off.
I thought you were trying to say split
It's
second
like
decision
chess?
making. I was like picturing like two brains, and they were like battling for
Fill in
which
the
brain was
blank.
gonna win.
Yeah.
no, it worked. I mean, it worked. I mean, I knew what you were saying. I just I
Can
was
you do
trying
that
to-
one more time, Maven? Can someone draw a red nose on him?
Dude, I still have my pizza.
I got Rudolph vibes, bro. All right.
I saw my frozen
Huh.
pizza burn, dude.
He's a chef, ladies.
I might have
He
to check
is
that
a
one
chef
out.
And single. Let's take a look here at what we have moving
Hi, you're
forward.
single mom.
We've got Major 4 in Texas. Bring them out to meet Maven live. DreamHack.com/Dallas/CDL. We'll be there at the end of May 23rd to 25th.
What was that
It's gonna
show?
be a blast. DreamHack, always a fun time.
What was the show Zinni did? 1 versus 40.
20 versus 1?
20 versus 1. About me and 20 single moms.
Oh, hell yeah.
Why do they gotta be single, Clint? Let's go over to Miles and
What do you mean
Chance.
by that? Wait a minute.
They don't have to be single in my eyes.
Get him out of
do
there.
have to be
Get him
single.
out. Get us out of here. Get us out of here. Get him out of here. Get that box out of here. Let's get
Characters
back
have
into the game,
synergies
folks.
that give them bonus stats.
Control.
Oh,
Although
okay.
Clint versus 20 single mums would be something.
Yeah, I might have to
Josh,
like
how we
try to
feeling about
tune
this one?
into it
I
and
just
get an
feel like
idea of what
just
it
because
is
there's a goalie
before
doesn't mean you can't
that rolls
score,
around.
Just because the Ravens are up 2-0 doesn't mean Surge can't make this comeback. Of course, Control, not the place Carolina want to be.
Ravens
that
are
is a
last
lot
in
of last
every
places.
stat
And, like,
for stage 3
It's not
Control.
just the fact that they're last place. The stats are like,
Ooh.
what's the? I don't want to get fired.
That's
not good.
That's
They're
brutal.
Not good. They're really bad. Yes, absolutely.
In a world where we're pining for single mothers for Maven, these are the deadbeat dads of the Control. But I'm telling you, look how hydrated Teej is. Size of that thing. Good God Almighty. I'm gonna get that man a sponsorship. It's not been great against Minnesota. It was too, but everyone else has been ding, absolutely spitting on them. They did win against Vegas, but let's be real. Okay, folks, here we go. Chance to stay alive for Vancouver Surge, and you could not have been given a better opportunity. Will you take it, though? That is the question. Skyline hard point off this, and of course, if we can get to the dealership, but I just can't see it happening. Unless Vancouver Surge can do the unthinkable and the full reverse sweep against a tremendous opponent. Here we go in the Control.
Really just soaking in the water, the rain, the ambiance of the map.
Let's see. Do Surge get a map win here, or?
I think all the space is everything that Carolina ever wanted. They
Not
just
a great
got all
start.
3 kills, now have 3 bodies on the B zone. It'll take 15 seconds to capture it.
15 and counting halfway through.
This is why you stack the
move on.
point.
Nasty and Neptune from
This
Spawner
is
boots
why
from
you
top. Let's
stack
get
the
it going,
point,
boys.
chat.
You gotta
Look
get
at how
one with the
far they've
kills,
gotten.
and that is nearly what a save.
They don't fully cap it,
Outrageous. Vancouver
but
Surge, congratulations.
they almost got
You
the
saved
entire
zone
thing
for now.
because they stacked
Slash is
it.
going to keep you on your toes as you're most likely going towards A. That's right, another 3-man stack. Good goodness, chance. Good God
Obviously,
Almighty.
they did have
Dare
3
I
dead,
say it,
so
Carolina Royal Ravens completely aware of how to capture these zones.
I mean,
yeah, you stand on it. Objective masterminds right now. They're
Slasher
on
is
Slasher, by the way,
7-0.
7-0. Low
Are we
key Slasher
serious?
recently, he's been one of the best respawn players in the game. Which I don't know what
Look at
year
that.
it is. I mean, I do.
You're gonna get the
I don't like the
dude.
present. It's weird times, but I'm very happy for Slasher.
Oh, dude, 2 minutes of rock and roll, 24 lives.
This guy
Carolina Royal
Slasher.
Ravens, statistically the worst
He's
team
on one.
when it comes to Control.
Oh, big win
looking
from Fat
so
Bob.
goddamn good right now. Wow, Vivian.
Nasty got the
Keep
trade,
it
though.
Going. Well, last 2 members of Surge, they're going to try and take what they
Big
can.
Slasher inbound. I mean,
hopefully catch a Ravens player on
he's
the
still
fly
got it,
towards that
so
B zone, because right now,
at this point, who
the gameplay is
knows?
great.
I just
Lovely
don't
awareness
see
on the
him and
bruiser as
Dashy working well
That was
together.
the advice from Brian Saint for the attacking rounds where they're 0-for-6 with a .75 KD.
I don't see
Just
Slasher
stand
moving
on
to
it.
like
Just
flex.
stand on it together. It'll put the pressure on the other team. They'll have to run at you. Vivid, by the
I
way,
feel like
continues
Slasher
to
is
be,
meant to
a
be
presence on
the
map. Picked up 2 before he falls, and now all of
the
Surge
main AR, and I don't
total
know if
up around
Dashy's
the
gonna want to run a
zone.
flex.
This is not an ideal setup on defense. This is, I mean, you might get broken.
Yeah, you get 3 down here or 4 down, the round is over.
I
so
think
good
like
luck,
the
lads.
biggest problem with Dashy is that like he's a main AR, but he's not like an IGL main AR. And so like talent-wise, he's insane, no doubt about it.
What a 2-piece! That is
Yeah,
saved
big
the moment
big
for
2-piece
now,
from
but
Nasty.
12 to 9, a minute to go.
So like in the comms, he's
That
just
is
not
a distance on the
he's
map.
not
The
as much of like the
setup
leader.
basically, if that one wave
And I feel like
doesn't
that's
convert, they
typically
lose
what
the
you
round,
expect
but
from your
Nasty
main ARs,
holds strong,
like to be
and
the
now guys
leaders.
with, you know, presence on the map, Nasty behind enemy lines.
Because you're
0-4
kind of like
behind
the
enemy
back
lines.
line.
It's going to be a lot mixier to actually convert. Slasher
Damn.
applying the pressure, but Neptune can't believe he only has 3 kills with a shot like that.
Yeah, but the POV's that good. I mean, come on. 0-4 to Spawn. You might have turned it all around, lads. You've managed to hold back the Ravens as best you can. We're not out of the woods yet, though. 6 to 8. Ravens still leading. 5 to 7. 30 seconds on the
5v7
clock,
here.
though. We've got to get going.
Big kills from
Still playing
Nasty.
hide and seek, by the way. He has not moved from that ledge. Meanwhile, Nasty making
Dude,
moves
Nasty
and
is making
reads around the
plays
map,
right
and all
now.
of a sudden, a 5v5. Okay, maybe the advice to stand on the point wasn't good enough. We
he saw the
forgot
shadow.
step number 1 of ways to get there, and TJ.
Dude, Nasty is
I think the
making
headset on Nasty
plays.
just works out too well. They're gonna choke this.
Yeah, this is absolutely chokeable. No one's close. Can't even get on it. No one's close. Hit the ladder. 0.9.
Oh my god, they
Wow,
threw that
comeback.
round,
Vancouver
bro.
Surge. That was a 2-minute defensive round.
Ravens got a 3-0.
Such an early
Yeah, I
capture.
want to see LAT too,
Think
but
of how close it came to being over the B zone. They had to
I mean,
win
I
one set of
I love my
gunfights. They
boy
did.
Nasty,
They turned
so
that
watching
into
him
a
turn up
wonderful
is nice.
cascade.
I
Excellent
do
work
have him on my
defensively there
bench
by
right now,
Vancouver.
though.
I mean, 10-kill round
I couldn't play him over Dan.
Very deserved
And
best
Dan had a
player.
really good series yesterday, so I'm kind of
It
glad.
was when he got the 2 piece on the point after his teammates had
Couldn't
fallen.
play him over Dan, and
Did
Rancor
they just put him next
went
to the
off.
window?
So,
Because no one
I mean,
else,
if I have
that's what I'm talking
3
about, a
ARs
little
that are
bit of the
playing
glare,
really
but
well,
it's like
and
Nasty's
one of them has to sit on a week,
directly into the sun, and everybody
it is
else
what it
just
is.
fine.
This is a Ray question.
480 pieces.
This is absolutely a Ray question. He'll answer it. You know what he's like. 3-1 split here for the boys of Vancouver on the attack. Again, Carolina Royal Ravens, wonderful.
I mean, Nasty's got the gunny, dude. I can't lie.
Round. Unable to close out, but
watching Nasty play in this game makes me like wish I would have watched or would have been able to watch Nasty play like in a game like BO4, where he would have gotten to play with the ICR and that thing would have had no recoil.
Yeah, I mean, my personal theory is if Neptune the previous round is 3-9 or 3-10 wherever he was,
that ICR did not move.
When he gets going,
you put that double grip on.
So double capture on for Surge coming through on the A zone. Neptune's still behind enemy lines, and that third tick about to fall. They're going to have to fly out to try to make this happen, but Neptune's going to start shooting players in the back. Or Abusa's just going to get it uncontested for Carolina Ravens. Nobody even home.
Well, good news, they are at least home over towards B. Tej was in the middle of the boat there, trying to take gunfights against 2 players making their way out of spawn, and he gets taken care of. So now, Nep, a little unfortunate. Bangs
best way to explain TFT is chess plus League of Legends.
And spawn 12 and 8. He's
well, shit, I still don't fully understand League of Legends yet.
Towards that B zone, lads.
Vaguely turtle setup for Carolina.
It's going to be 4v4. Is it not normally 4v4?
Lockdown down low. So he's got the computers, and okay,
is it 5v5 normally?
Towards P1. So on the defensive end, you get a nice spread across the map. Try to funnel in these Surge players through the right side or down low, but Vivid overwhelmed. The trades are only rolling through from up top, and I mean, Gwyn, one gunfight to win because he's got 2 players in front of him. Needs to get at least one of these.
Well, Vivid's helping out as well, straight off for spawn, trying to make amends for the life he lost earlier. Gwyn, good shot.
You did get one.
For the trade.
That's fine.
Not there yet.
Ooh,
nice awareness on the next player. So it's not really the trade. You've still got a player there on B, and now the capture starts.
Oh yeah, Neptune, or sorry, not Neptune, Vivid decides to kill the wrong guy. Lets 04 run away, and now you just get the pressure on the zone. So interesting decision. Still got an
I'm not really sure why
there's an extra tick of progress
he left
rolling through.
04, the guy who's closest to your point.
04 making it look easy. Does get traded out, but Neptune, keep in mind, was 3-10 before the round started. He's loving him.
3-10. Oh, dude, he's frying.
Oh, my word, you are not wrong.
He's frying now.
The point. Trying to provide some offensive defense. And now we got it going. Second segment long gone. The Ravens starting to get plucked from the sky. Just over a minute to play here.
Ooh,
Gwyn with a
good
big
win
one.
from Gwyn.
The bailout you certainly needed. Drains the segment as well. 50 seconds to go.
Dude, that
I
angle.
Maybe a moment where Neptune could just focus on the
That's a
zone
crazy
a little bit
angle.
more. Again, standing on it together. The power of friendship.
No, it's usually free-for-all. A lobby of 8 players.
Not over yet. A couple more kills and you fight your way
You
forward.
get 10 HP and each loss takes that HP from them. Last guy standing gets more points.
And he's done it. You
Oh.
sneaky devil. Will you check the inside of the tower? My ass, you
In
do.
an
No
Apex
lives
like
left,
finals
Vancouver.
format.
No lives left for Ravens.
Interesting.
4v4.
Yeah,
Round of
that's
SMG,
gonna
27 seconds.
that's gonna take some getting used to for sure.
First blood slasher.
Definitely gonna be a learning curve for that one.
20 seconds. 3 down. Lost man 04. Goodness. The Ravens.
All right.
They
Well, Carolina
pull it
closes out the round.
And they stay alive on their defensive round, but whew,
They do
what
close
a
out the
battle
round.
That was.
Yeah, so I was just laughing because Abusa, when he lost that gunfight, the way he reacted, he might hate Canada more than he hates pancakes.
Yeah, Drifty, we'll definitely need you in chat for those matches.
Yep, a deep cut
We'll
for
definitely
the,
need you
for
in
those
chat
who
for
don't
those.
know, but a good one.
That's the extent of my cultural knowledge about the
I will say though,
Well played. Absolute
when is
fire. Well
does
played,
anybody know
Ravens
when
as well.
EWC is supposed to be?
Couple of lives separate them, and a stressful round of control comes to a close. Well,
Because
it's
I know
already one of
last
the
year it
best
was summer.
Control games they've played in the last
I just
5
don't remember
matches.
like when.
I mean, got a
over the
round
summer
win at the
it
very
was.
least. So keep this up, lads. You never know. A dub may be on the cards. This is for the 3-0 as well for the Ravens. They would want that. A lot of love towards A defensively here from the
Because
Surge
I'll
boys.
be,
Top mid.
I'm doing a cruise with my family
Jackal
during the summer.
That's crazy. I mean, that's how I know
So,
Neptune and 04 just build different.
hopefully
Square up
EWC
and
is
stuff like
not
that
during
with
that
the,
time, so I can actually watch party
and make it
everything.
happen. And Carolina Ravens are thoroughly tucked into the depths of their
But
spawn.
there's
I
going to
mean, they
be
got this SAM
at
site
least 2
spawn rolling
weekends
through.
of matches
unideal.
probably that I'm going to miss.
That's bad news. It does tell you where these players
If
are gonna
not
be,
more,
but at the same
because
time,
my
you've
brother
got games on the
graduates high
top.
school like right before that.
See you, Teej. 04, locking down low. Well done. We've got a little bit of space to play with here, but Net from spawn causing issues, breaking legs.
July 16.
Players there on A zone. Reinforcements are there, though, for the Ravens to get out of this one. Try to keep this capture going. And if not for Gwyn being that front line, there'd be more members of Searcher on top of it as well. Oh, no.
This might just be playground time, though. Neptune behind enemy lines. He's got 2, now make it 3 players in spawn. He just gets to toy with.
Yep. Oh, and they're going to challenge one by one. Please no. Please no. Oh, they're going to slide over towards Heli. What a move. Is anyone reading that? Yes, finally. Slasher gets eyes on. Final 15 seconds here. Surge are about to take the lead. Can the Ravens get anywhere near this one? Their first attacking round was good. Their second, at least they've got a segment.
Well, with 13 seconds left on the game clock, have
Fuck,
to convert this
might
one. You
be-
make all the reads, though. No flanks rolling through.
We
Now
might be
Slasher's
gone
got
for
that
that.
side of the map covered, so it's all guns forward for the capture.
We might be
It
going
was
for
nearly a
that.
3-man stack, if not for that Halo gunfire now. The pressure, Teej
I
is
can't,
down.
Gold.
Gotta
It's
stay
been in the
alive.
works for like
Vivid,
2
the
years.
last man up. Coverage from Slasher. There's a window as he reloads, and Vivid stays alive. Beautiful shots. Vivid gets the 2-piece, and they get A.
And straight over to B.
And it's for
Slasher's
it's
on it,
like
keeping the pressure going. You got Vivid
it's supposed to
maybe
be
with the
like
potential to help you out
kind
in
of
a
like
sense. He's
for my
playing a little
brother's
bit of a late
graduation,
pinch,
like a
and
celebration
he's
for his
doing massive. It's able
graduation
to get
kind of
through.
thing.
Slasher's positioning though means he only has to win that gunfight. He doesn't. Abuza got his revenge.
Hey, good news, they take her up nasty in the flank for a second. Neptune fills that role immediately. Good shots. Teej v Nep. Another 2-piece there from Neptune. He stays alive. Now to push that front line forward, baby. 12-9 in the life count.
So we might end up.
Go halfway.
I don't know though, because I don't know the exact dates.
We're not here for
I don't know the exact dates.
We're here for the domination. This is going to be back to
But like I said, I'll definitely be missing something.
Slow starter in round number 1.
I'll definitely be missing
and now
something.
He already has the most kills in the lobby.
And that's the final lives now left for the Ravens. Doink. Teej fights out.
Because I'll be at
Abuza
home
steps up
like
instantly.
in the middle of June for my brother's graduation, for my dad's birthday. Then I'll be back.
What shots there into Gwyn.
But then it's like I think like a week or 2 after that
take the lead.
that we go on the
Gwyn
cruise.
can do it all.
So
He's not.
I'll
He's
try
not,
to still
folks.
like
This is a great round from Surge.
tweet and
He's
stuff
still
like
lost the
that.
A
I'll
zone.
try to watch everything and
Segment
do
battle
updates
still
that way at
continues
least.
for the
But
Ravens right now. I mean, defense.
unfortunately,
final
I
round
think
is on the
we're
cards.
gonna miss out on
But Vancouver, can you close it out here?
the watch parties.
I mean, decent odds with the way the control game has been panning out for Carolina. And Abuza ended up racking up the best play in this one. Just another look at him killing Slasher. That seems to be a thematic battle we have in this series, and where he evolves, Vivid just left out for fodder. But either way, I mean, just a slamming. Get the spawn trap going, you drain the lives so quickly. There was a moment of opportunity for Carolina, but having to capture 2 different zones on the same push.
I'm also
is
concerned that
very
the
rare
Thieves are going to
feat.
do like internships
Backing up
again.
a little bit against the wall. Obviously, they have a cushion in the series, but
And
our first series of
I'm
the day was
hoping
a,
like if
the
they do
tone-setter.
that I'm actually able to get
Carolina
it. But
not
the problem
excited
is
to give away any momentum.
then I'll have to figure out a situation with all that as well.
Hot mid wide open now.
I don't know.
Neptune on the attack towards
We'll
B,
see.
gives his boys
I mean, I
a
haven't.
couple of things to
I've
think
applied
about.
to their
Gives them
internship
some
like
options.
several times,
Tries
and
to strip those options away.
I've never even
Vivid
heard
helps out,
back.
lovely
So
stuff. Over to A we go. Potential for a 2-man stack.
I don't know.
Narcy's going to be up there in the windows.
I'm always optimistic when I apply, but
Down low. 3 different levels, 3 different sort of vertical fields of play being utilized in that moment. A hell of a free cam, but it works out. Nasty camping the zip line with the knife. Maybe should have camped a little bit harder because TJ's taking the exact same route. And it has only been a solo capture. That takes 45
Surge is taking A here.
with just 1 player on it, which is so
big
much
wins
for
from
Carolina
Gwyn and
players to
Teej.
work with, and they've got nearly everybody wiped off the map. Nasty last man standing.
Yeah, I
but
appreciate you,
he's not in a
Gritty.
great spot over towards helicopter. Got to get back.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, he's the sort of position he's going to be able to get damage on the players, but unlikely he gets a kill at this level. Speed of
Damn.
kills.
Neptune for 2.
You love to see it. Second segment gone at A. Third on its way out. 2-man stack. That's what I'm talking about, boys and girls. A zone
should be A.
gone. Here we go. All
Minute
B.
minute 50 to work with here.
Ravens, all 4 players are going to be down low, rolling towards grass, and
Neptune's got that 30 bomb.
Isolated. Go back to your spawn, which, by the way, Nasty is inside of. So Carolina already with a number disadvantage, and Slasher might end up getting spawn killed. Nasty is playing for him, but Slasher's taking routes over towards P1, but it's just more free kills for Nasty. 2 in the feed.
This is looking like it should be a Surge.
Yeah, why not? Start getting the capture going.
Dub here.
You know where the players are going to be coming from spawn-wise? Not a lot of trophies in play here, though, so this is going to be an explosive and concussive experience for the Surge boys here on the zone. Doesn't matter, though. Abuza finds 2 top mid. Oh, dear.
Yeah, big kills from the Abuza there.
Carolina Royal Ravens defensively. This was your Balamo, and you are not there, lads. Last 2 off of spawn. Vivid and Tej. Over the top you go, boys. The whistle was blown, and that
looks like we're going game 4, chat. We got to wait at least one more map before we get the LA Thieves, boys.
It was a team. Oh, I forgot we're doing that now. So tough. God, these guys are so tough. Look at them. Down 0-2. So tough. Look at them now.
So tough. Yeah. It was a TOUGH, though, for the Ravens.
Yes.
Sorry. It's so hard.
The one that I understand.
Yeah. No, you were right. 2-1. A Surge are alive and kicking going into the hard point.
Attacking the Queen City.
I wish I had like a setup back home, so that way when I go back home, I could still do like the watch parties, or I could still stream and stuff.
But yeah, why not?
14 assists out of TJ, which honestly, kind of looking at it, just means he probably wasn't finishing.
I used to just have to take all my shit with me. I would drive back home, which is like a
very
11-hour drive,
kills, I believe it was 2 or 3,
and I would take my PC, both my monitors, my camera,
on point on offense,
my mic,
16 kills on the attacking rounds,
like everything.
Apart, but one of the easier maps, maybe an expected one for Vancouver Surge to be able
so
to
I thought about
if
I end up getting enough
just the fact that Slasher starts off 7-0,
honor from the 100 Thieves stuff, I might try and get that PC and then have one at home at my dad's house there, and then have one here, so that way anytime I do go home, I can still do like the watch parties and things like that if it's during the season.
However, that first attacking round was so impressive, man. I mean,
which would be fire. So that way we don't miss out on anything.
They came so close. I just want a little bit more out of the Ravens there in the mode. Such a capable team, such a wonderful squad to watch when they are working well, but controlled still ain't it, folks.
I hate when I get like in the rhythm of watch partying and doing all this stuff, and then like I go home for something, or like I go on vacation and then I get like out of the groove.
Great gaming controller from Vancouver Surge. Going into the hard point, mate, I feel like we're getting a little bit of a potential turnaround. I didn't think dealership was going to be on the menu, how Hacienda went, but now that we're going to a Skyline, anything's possible. Truly, anything is possible, folks. Skyline on its way. Charles, how are we feeling about the momentum shift right now for the Vancouver Surge squad?
Are we going to get another reverse sweep? Are we going to get 2 reverse sweeps on the day?
Across the board are pretty hot. Obviously, we saw guys like Nasty using the AR to full effect, also pulling out the Jackal quite a bit on a few of the maps, and obviously Skyline. You need that flex capability. This is something like Minnesota are great on. Unlike the P1s, you'll see time to time, they'll have 4 ARs out for one hill and then 4 SMGs, it feels like, for the next. So it's, Hardpoint is a ridiculous game mode. Like, every single life that you're spawning in, you're having to make maybe 40 different decisions per map. You get a split second to make all of them, and it includes what one of 4 routes.
Is the PC good, like from the 100 Thieves stuff?
Trying to fill in? What do I need?
I would think it is, because I think it's like a sponsored, like a sponsorship PC.
Skyline is like peak level insanity of trying to track all the information.
So I don't know. When you go on the website, it doesn't really have the specs or anything, so I don't know how good it might be, but it says it's a gaming PC, so I would assume that it's pretty good.
Into map number 4, Slasher, honestly, been one of the standout Skyline.
The PC that I have though is a NZXT. I got it like
1.5 and 1.3. This is simply from
right after COVID, I think.
Skyline.
And
you would expect a squad of the Ravens.
Mine is still going
right
strong.
To absolutely keep things going, and I think Skyline for them should.
We're able to stream on here.
It's
and,
a little bit stressful though. I think you lose a single map
edit videos and all that kind of stuff. So like
that reverse sweep is
all that stuff is good. Gaming is good. I don't get like the best like frames and stuff like that, but
coming out a little
part of that could be I don't know what I'm doing with my PC, so I don't. Maybe I don't have it optimized all the way.
At the moment, when it comes to Surge, the longer the series goes on, the little that becomes reality. But I think now.
I would hope that the PC would be pretty good because you have to get a lot of
Surge. They're just doing the
lot of stuff.
Like Hacienda is just like laying them down, and now that they got them all, they're ready to go.
You see the light from the PC and you instantly think it's good.
I love it.
I mean, I would, like I said, I would think so from
here we go, folks. In the
from the Thieves, like, because my guess is it's some type of sponsorship that they have, and whenever somebody gets enough honor or whatever, you're able to get the PC. I don't know if it doesn't say that it's a raffle like the chain is. But the last time I checked, the chain on their website doesn't say that it's a raffle either.
The opening breaks is so solid here on Skyline.
You're trying to get enough honor to get a jersey. Yeah, hopefully that shouldn't be too much. Hopefully that shouldn't be too much honor. Are you gonna get a custom one, or are you gonna get like a signed one, or what were you thinking?
You got the right side pushed out, you might fall, and well, the white side of the map.
Because they also have like discount codes. You can use honor to get like 20% off or something like that.
Another 3 down the feed
as well, which is something I thought about doing.
Wins the gunfight on time, so similar to the Hacienda, a P1 for Carolina that starts off well. And they have the rotation.
Which team would you want?
This is just good fundies being played right now by the Ravens.
Do you want like
now,
the COD team?
Fly off the white steps and die for no reason.
We'll come up with a good name for it.
How much honor do you have, Drifty?
Still finding these sweet kills.
Because I'm like,
I
was talking to Destiny about it yesterday. I'm like just under 3K. Like I'm almost up to 3K.
That's really what it looks like. Gwyn looking for 3. Can't get it. Nice shots from 04. That's a small opening and a decent break. Can you soak the 30 now?
Yeah, it's a nice little snap moment from 04.
I haven't been doing like as many of the daily like rewards. I feel like
sure you keep things
I could probably do more of those.
Right back in the game, and by the looks of it, they are absolutely going to
LAT
get it.
Jersey, League, or Apex.
As good as the rotation was for Carolina, 04 snaps. Now he's on a 5, and he might fall.
See, I kind of want to get a custom one.
And we will be tied up going into new. Or Neptune.
Obviously, I would want to get a signed one as well, but I really want to get a custom.
He wants a trophy to help him out a little bit because the concussions are rolling. He's getting tattered and tagged up.
2450.
Doesn't matter.
Okay.
Still finds the kills.
Oh, lovely coverage. So
yeah, it takes a while to get like a lot of the honor.
Next man up, Tej. Nep's on a spree, looking to get the
you kind of got to be on top of it.
This man is dancing. The trophies haven't shown up to the party yet, but it won't matter. Sliding out. Nep 1, Nep 2, Neptune.
Block the spawns? Anybody block the spawns? Run out grass? No, we're cool. All right, get more kills, Neptune. Let's go.
Here we go. He's got himself awesome as well. Vivid. Toasted. This is flow state, folks.
Never mind, because they're trying to flip.
It may come to an end. His boys have found themselves 20 seconds going here in P3, and it's all yours. Vancouver Surge. It's an iron grip across time.
Ooh, almost got 3.
Not necessarily going to get the spawns for new, but at this point in time, you can call on the Hellstorm and flush those players out of the power.
I mean, this map being more of a bang out, it makes sense that Surge is kind of playing pretty well right now.
Dude, maybe the Brock Lee comparison, was there validity to this? Like, everybody's snapping. Even Nasty seems like he is playing with some serious pace. You went from 1-6 from 04, now he's 10-11, so he's made the comeback, and they just slaughtered them on a P3. And based on the way
wanted to get the bundles to get even more honor, but it's not happening yet. Yeah.
All full 8 kills right now for Vancouver Surge. These are all references, bro. Absolutely got you, bro. Don't worry about it. I need you to scream Konoha Senpu at some point in this matchup.
Which bundle? Like the Thieves bundle?
For the Surge lads. And they are in. Bathroom is all theirs. Soaking away in the tub. Nasty with a pistol. Right up close. Get me to dealership. Nep on the back line. It's all working out now.
I mean,
it's looking like we might go game 5 here.
Vivid is 4-13. You are a set of rotations in, and quick math, they're being outslayed by maybe 15 kills. And
this ain't ideal for the Ravens.
They're going to get outslayed by 40 at this stage.
Not looking good for them.
Disgusting, man. Absolutely disgusting stuff. You know what? Let's just give the folks what they want. It's now listening with Vancouver Surge.
I'm gonna get on the ground.
They're getting hyped up.
I need Tom. I need the cross on time, guys. Nice, we can push, guys. Back round. One shot back round. I'm leaving these 5, bro. Let's go. Back round. Under white, Reese. Yeah, one is bar, one white flat. Big fucking break here. Come on. Yeah, go left fast. He's already out.
Uh-oh, Nasty's getting turned, bro. Damn, bro, they're working well right now.
He's not playing piano.
Oh, I thought he was gonna get 3.
They're both behind on time. I think twice on time, guys. They're both behind B1. Nice. One more back right. I cannot cheat.
Oh my god, Byron's just chowing. He's just chowing, man. Oh, dude, he's 22-7. This would have been insane for my team.
My god, dude, that's flow state. Nasty, by the way, on the P2, he called game.
Both, but preferably the LAT. Yeah, I get you.
Like, they needed the P2 break, or else Carolina could get back in the mix. And Nasty completely breaks it down with perfect plays.
Yeah, who's up for 3?
And the dude is shooting 24-9, nearly 2 minutes in the hill. And Neptune said...
Yeah, this is a crazy stat line that would have been fantastic for my fantasy team, but unfortunately we aren't getting that, and we're getting the biggest inspirational buffer
this has
I've
been
ever seen.
a ridiculous blender of a skyline. And now you're just looking to close out. Carolina, a team that certainly can fight, very professional. Don't let anything get away from you. And Ibuza, well, at least takes one to the grave before he falls. But Nasty overwhelms. And they actually don't have the spawns. So Carolina, a small opportunity here on P4.
Yeah, they got to actually make something of it, though. Tej, topside covered.
Before just looked like he glitched out there. I don't know if it was just the broadcast.
An opening now. Ibuza finds one downstairs. The backside is still open. Anyone's game at this point in time. And that's it. Surge are in. Surge break. Surge spawns.
This is just, I mean, good night.
This is BTA for sure.
Minnesota in the mix, setting the tone for the game 5.
Dude, Nasty is just frying. Oh my god.
Because Nasty owns the kill feed, and he
Nasty's
has
getting
owned the
3,
Ravens
bro?
on this map.
This guy is just on one right now.
Minute 45 to go. There was jokes to be made, but all good, yeah.
He's doing it all, mate. Really doing it all. Not over
He really is doing everything.
It's an ugly one.
30 and 12 with almost 2 minutes in the hill.
Back over to P1.
Come on, man.
Here come the streaks.
This guy is crazy.
An opportunity now to break this game right here and now. Nasty going a little fancy with it. Trying to catch the player up by P1, and sadly he does get a teammate as well. So you get over the 100-point mark, you get out of the 100-point club, Ravens. Is it going to matter too much, though? Slash at a time, traded immediately. Vivid holds you back, trades again, nobody home, and still an open hard.
I mean, Vancouver is just getting all the trades, man.
A Slaughter Surge will close out at some point, maybe on this hill. Miles, you touched on this maybe a week or two ago of like the Hellstorm meta, and now when players are calling in, they're instantly going for the curves. We were watching Vivid try to shoot it out of the sky, but Nasty is dancing with it as he
they just smoked him right there. That was crazy.
Adjusting to the meta.
Are we getting another reverse sweep? Are we getting back-to-back reverse sweeps today?
Maybe the fastest we have seen all year.
Oh my goodness.
Well,
I mean, Nasty was on one right there.
When the control closed
he was on one right there, chat.
It is a very real thought. Vancouver Surge, 2 disgusting maps back to back. Go to dealership.
I'm happy for my guy Nasty.
Figure out who's got the best strats on this map in its early state, in its infant form here in the COD League. Ravens, they have been shot down.
32 and 14, 26 non-traded.
Good luck, boys.
Almost 4K damage with almost 2 minutes in the hill, bro.
And get right involved.
Oh my gosh, his stats are off the charts.
I mean, that is one of the shorter game flows you're ever gonna see. Moral victory. You didn't get 100-point clubs, but there's not
All
so
right,
much
chat.
to take away
I
from
had to
that.
pee. I honestly
there for
thought the Ravens were gonna close this one out, so I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back.
We're talking about the best strats. Vancouver may have been the trendsetters on it. One of the first, if not the first teams we watch have success on it. Certainly, they are going to be wheeling and dealing. We'll make more car references for sure.
Plenty more car references, folks. In the meantime, we're going to get a tune up and service and check the pressure as we get ready to dive into this Game 5. Don't go too far. A very, very quick break on the other side of it. Game 5, Ravens taking on Surge for the series.
The Arcade Wiz Tracer Pack is available now. Hit the map in retro glory with the Star Player Operator, pixel-inspired emblems, and more.
The Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty League.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. Spot. Try for a different spot. Oh, no! Laugh it up, Chuckleberry Finn! I bet you're having a great time!
Oh my god. Oh my god! The paternity test is in. I am the father.
No way. They're doing the CDL song. No way. Are we about to get started? Yeah. Are we about to get started?
The 2025 Carolina Royal Ravens Team Pack is available now. Each pack includes home and away operators, as well as this calling card for the barbecue after the smoke show. Next time you boot up, suit up at the in-game shop. Well, folks, Surge are a runaway train right now, and they've gone right off the tracks, right into dealership Game 5. Nobody thought this was coming except for the casters, and basically everyone watching after that control went so badly for the Ravens. Charles, how are we feeling about dealership? How are we feeling about our teams?
I don't know how I feel about Dealership yet. I'm very happy that it's in the rotation. I like the maps that we sort of got away from. I think is a beautiful thing. So looking forward to playing it again. I think we've seen a few different strats. It's not as much of a bang out as I was necessarily expecting it to be, but certainly there are still some rounds that are a bang out. But ultimately, the map 5s, Carolina, they live for it. They've been here, S&D, bread and butter, veterans of the scene. They don't get nervous under pressure. And Vancouver Surge, not too shabby, but a 2-loss spree in the record, not quite there. So Vancouver Surge, this is a moment. You want to be the best, you got to beat the best. And in game 5s, that's been Carolina.
Absolutely. Well, first rank overall. Not that you want to be the first rank in game 5s. You'd much rather be getting this done in 3 or 4, but whatever, mate. A moment of composure right now for the Ravens to recount themselves. For the Vancouver Surge boys, crack a couple of jokes. See if you can't find that flow that got you here so well. 104, one of the great search and destroy players we have right now in the league, absolutely spitting across the board to the boys, getting that game plan in position.
He's been a great hybrid, I think would be fair to say. We're like S&D guy in the off seasons, like always putting in that grind, but now he's got the dual threat. Respawns, he's been on point. He's developed and grown as a player, and I mean, Carolina just need to restart their engines, right? On point the first 2 maps. The control always going to be sort of a thorn in their side. Got to flip that switch and get the ignition going.
Yeah,
that is a massive water bottle. Wow.
I've seen it.
I've been waiting. Yeah.
Even first time it was pretty impressive. He's glugging that thing, man. Teach is going to hit the can after this and let rip. Over to Dealership we go, folks. 10-4 in map 2. Tej was decisive in the victory way back when on Hacienda. But Dealership is a different beast. This is a small map, fast lanes. Let's see who can shift it into 3rd first. Because that's like the sort of sweet spot where you get cruise in, you don't have too much RPM. Is this if you drive stick, shift?
Well, right now,
let's go.
This is the last map of the last series before the Thieves match. So
this is a spread map play for picks.
Once the Thieves match starts, probably like
so there are
hour and a half, 2 hours max.
On this map. We have to be very careful before we make a decision.
You also do not need to stun that door open these days, Nasty. You can shoot it and save your stun for the inside of that room.
Nasty, did you see what he did on map 4?
Yeah, I get
disgusting. Arguably the greatest red-headed COD player in the league right now. But
yeah, yeah.
I'm going to call it when I see it. Neptune is checking it, getting it. No way.
All right, we're back, chat.
Wins that fight 3v3 with a
sorry about that.
A.
And this is full commitment on this spot as well. And because the car's exploded, I don't think he'll actually be spotted. You have to fully overextend to kill him. So I like this setup. I like it less when you chow.
Yeah, chow's out.
Yeah, he did chow with Dick and Dirt.
Just about 20 to rock and roll here.
It's kind of crazy. How are you chowing with Dick and Dirt?
You get damage in.
Nasty for the bread.
Do you have to get into this? Yeah, maybe it's a 1v1. Dips out. The guessing game begins, and Slasher guesses right, but he doesn't have the time.
Does he have time?
Yes,
he does.
He does by 0.5 of a second.
It might even be less than that. Oh wow!
I know what you're thinking, Miles.
Right on the dot.
But he's rotated his tires.
Right on the dot. Miles.
He can hit
Miles
that
knows.
go button when he needs to. Straight to it. Knows exactly how much time he had on it. Nice little buzzer beater there for the round 1.
What to 60 in 3 seconds it took him to get over there. And a wicked first round.
Yeah, Drifty. I saw your chat. I just didn't get to read it out, but we better start losing 2-0. I mean, if this does end up being a reverse sweep, it seems like that's going to be the trend. But yesterday it was all 3-1s, wasn't it, besides the Thieves? So, I mean, maybe it doesn't affect us that way.
The closest you could get to a red card without it actually being a red card, and he does
I
not
do
get
think
the
the Toronto match, or our match, will go the distance
as well,
because Toronto's been looking pretty good. Obviously, it'll kind of depend on internet at this point. It seems like.
But Trophy saves a boozer, saves those cars as well. And Tej in a position to hopefully get a kill here. His barrel is not poking out, so he's completely covered in this position. I think he's able to just throw a shoulder backwards and get the bomb planted as well, but. We're not getting it down. We are not planting that thing. We're going for the kills, and I don't hate it.
This is an interesting play here from Tej.
Slash is dead.
Everybody's just re-wrapping one another.
Hi,
dude.
What do you mean he's in there?
How did that just happen?
Sick round. staying on board with TJ, indecisive certainly cost them there, but Vancouver Surge, given a relatively free one, a lack of information certainly there from the Ravens hurt them.
Yeah, a very small window where if TJ
gonna
can
go
just
round
somehow
11?
like instinctually tell
We
that
think this
he
goes
might
round
shoot a few
11,
players
chat?
in the back and just hit that timing, maybe there's an opportunity, but ultimately Vancouver get the first blood, group up together, isolate a couple gunfights, and you're good to go. And TJ, again, just found himself in between all four players. Guaranteed trades in that capacity. In a first blood battle that, again, sometimes individuals wish they could get them back. And the same old default setup. Nasty gonna stun open the door. Get forward prowl over toward the A site. Neptune's responsibility over toward the B
The
site.
mini-map makes this map look way bigger than what it
Zone.
actually is.
And 04 revenge from the grave. That Quinn wins the gunfight against Nasty. Bunch of isolated gunfights and explosions.
Like, it doesn't feel like it's
2v3
to scale.
Surge are left in. And the
It
B
seems
site
larger
is wide
than
open.
it actually plays.
Ravens are happy to give up the bomb plant and just play for the retakes. They'll let Gwyn pinch and
Get that rock down,
TJ
kid.
and Vivid probably going to group up together. See if a guy like Neptune or Abuza can make the big play and find the big two.
The B-bomb site can be a little more trade heavy, so this is not an ideal place to be for Vancouver Surge. Neptune is hoping for one to fly past him. Fingers crossed.
Oh, what a check from Vivid.
So perfect. Vivid, though, checks the second man.
What a check from
Great
Vivid.
shots from Abuza. Can't get away with his life, and that is that. Ravens.
That would have been huge for Neptune if he
Not
would have
so
got
much
both.
luck as it was due diligence.
That was a
done
great
by
read from
Vivid.
Neptune, though.
Great
Or
job on the
Vivid.
retake.
Yeah, listen, perfect play. In my mind, at least from Neptune for the trigger discipline. Unfortunate for him, the third eye Raven. You saw that one 2,000 years ago.
Yeah, that's tough because, I mean, it's the right play.
It's
the right play from Neptune.
I'm accustomed to making. And I
Doing
really
great.
don't know if I'm getting them right, so I trust you.
I don't care. You're out your comfort
Yeah,
zone, and everyone deserves to be outside their comfort zone. That's where the best ish
No.
happens, folks. That's why dealership's a fun map. Go on it, folks. Let's go. Round 4.
I do
Or
have
3. I don't know. I can't remember. I'm excited.
I'm going to get a B hit at some point, an aggressive one. Is this it? Ravens, are you doing the thing? Thank you, TJ. I appreciate you. You know what? We'll get 3 kills this round.
It has been written. 3 players in the middle of the map. TJ with quads of steel, able to leap like this
I'm thinking tonight I
consecutively.
might have
Vivid
one of
with the
those
stun.
drinky drinks, though.
He just still hopping. Kangaroo Haley now makes his way forward. Neptune's going to slow peek this.
See?
Spotted out.
And it's
Party
on
time.
my Friday, too.
Surge move forward to position themselves.
On my Friday,
This
too.
could well be the fight. It could spell doom. There's a lot of names
Yeah.
still in play here, but no
Yeah.
trades yet, no kills
We'll
yet.
let loose.
Bit of a
We'll get
standoff.
active.
Carolina, I was going to say, they're here for the square.
Or-
This feels like a terrible spot.
or
I would want to get out of that.
Not get
The
very
second 2
active.
SMG players are cornered up in that regard. You're just
Yeah, lack
waiting to get
thereof.
overwhelmed, and, well, it delivers. First blood rolls through. It'll be a 4v3 for the retake. Gwyndo on the island play. He has an opportunity to make the big play, but the pinches often get red. Slasher, though, getting the intel.
Oh, massive intel. Unfortunate, Abuza's still in position behind him. Gwyn, I can only get one out of that life now. It all comes down to Tej. You started this round off with a plant, and now you find yourself in a real tough position. Too many angles to worry about. Too many places to check, and Surge overwhelm them. Squared up 2-2.
Did you end up drinking the
You
whole
know,
thing?
if I've learned anything about the
Oh.
RC cars from watching the pros play this year, maybe just don't call them in. Like, they get so many more team kills than actual
Yeah.
kills.
Yeah.
If I've learned anything about watching the pros on dealership, trigger discipline might not be
probably.
the path to victory. 2 different situations where, you know, I purely hindsight, and I could just be completely wrong, but shooting the gun maybe being a bit of a better opportunity. So the idea
All
is
right.
there, execution not quite.
Let's see
Still some time on
let's
that
see
when
where
it comes
we're
to
at
dealership.
here.
Still new-ish in the CDL map pool.
2-2.
Heavy stack towards A this time round. There's
Tied
only
ball
that many
game
members
here.
of Ravens here on defense. Clear the cars out as best you can. Trophies are in play. Deej up close. Cleaned up. A red dot on the minimap for a fraction of a second.
Boozer
and
gets
Boozer
that
was there
first
for it.
blood.
TJ has beef with buttons, just as Gwyn has beef with vents. But another first blood for Vancouver. I think the 4th that they have gotten on this map so far.
Everyone needs a nemesis.
Is Gwyn gonna push through this here? It's looking like he's starting
Slasher
to.
once again, the bastion of the A's bomb site.
Probably waiting for a little more of a commit. Oh, that timing though. Neptune had just turned there.
Shots in for the front. Now we go forward. Now Surge attack. Now Surge drown the Ravens. And Vivid on the retreat. He is entirely surrounded here.
That's a flawless round for them.
No looking back.
I mean, we might be seeing that reverse sweep.
It's very tight, but
we might be seeing that reverse sweep, chat.
Perfectly fine. And just incredibly patient. When you get the first blood, TJ clearly just looking for an exit.
Kind of crazy.
Opening the garage door, but
I mean, I didn't expect the first series to be a reverse sweep. I genuinely, like when we started watching the league match, I thought I saw that Rocker closed out that third map. I thought they ended up winning 3-0 straight up. So when Gold came into chat and was like, they got reverse swept.
6-3, 5-3 for Neptune and Boozer.
I was lost.
Right now for 0-4. Makes it a 5. Strictly
And he
business
gets
in
a
the office
stun.
now comes to a close. 2 members left for the Ravens, and they are on life support. This is going to be back-to-back rounds where Surge have just taken
This is a big
control.
round. Big round to go up 4-2 here.
That room while the bomb is still in it. Oh, there we go. Slasher, last man.
They're getting played.
Damn.
Oh, they're just getting played.
I mean,
spread the map, played for
if
picks.
you
They
think
lean
about
towards
it,
the A site the first go around,
the
lean towards the B
maps
site.
were
Second
definitely
go
in
around,
favor of
getting shut
Vancouver
down
towards the
both
second
times.
half
They
of this
say,
series
"Screw it, we'll play this
because
try to square up in the middle of the
they
map."
showed
They
Ravens
just bumped into
are the worst in the
Neptune,
league in
8-3.
every stat for
And that is
control.
a feels bad moment
And
when
then
you
you
try to
have
make the aggressive call and get
the
slammed.
fastest pace
That sits on the back
hardpoint
of your
map
mind, and
in the game,
you're left trying to figure out what to do.
which
Ravens being
is
stunned
definitely
so
going to
far
play
reverse
in
sweep.
Vancouver's
they've
favor.
got a team like
And
this
then you
should
have
be able
a
to pull it out, should be able to find
fast-paced
something
bang
here,
out of an S&D,
You've lost a
which
couple of rough
again
ones, 5
is
to
going to
1
play
in open
into
duels. So Surge,
Vancouver's
strike
favor.
early, strike hot, don't let go. Trophies at play. Shoulders for days from 0-4, waiting for the perfect opportunity, and the Rahala gunfire, and somehow fire superiority. Surge have won this bomb site for a moment. And we're gearing up for the hit now.
With the rotation, I mean, number 4 Neptune, he's been playing very distant, waiting on a pinch, but if there's space to be
I feel like
taken,
A is
the
kind of
bombs
tough
started
to
working
hold
way out,
defensively, no?
Nasty Nabuza might make a bit
Like,
more
you're in
noise,
some
but the
weird
call's over towards
spots.
B. The Ravens have left that site empty. Gwyn trying to make a
Oh,
play,
big win from
and Gwyn
Nasty.
gets caught. Another
big win
first
from
blood
him.
for Vancouver.
6 now. On plan of B.
You have
might
any
know it's
nades
on,
to
but
throw
here come the
over?
Ravens. Fast counter-attack, can they get things going? I'm not sure how much is left to throw at that trophy system, so now it's all Jackals and Aims. Here we go. Neptune's
Oh,
flank.
what a wrap.
Might have decided
What
to
a wrap from Neptune.
No, Slasher down. Tej 1v4 for match point.
1v4 for the bread. No can do.
That's what I'm talking about.
Shit. It's looking like that reverse sweepage. Back to
Vancouver
back.
already have a few reps on this map.
Back
Let
to
alone the
back
time they've
is
been putting into scrims, and every single
crazy.
play call has been perfect. I mean, this is 6-1 in the first blood fight. And Neptune, I mean, he just has their number. 6 spree, 10 kills
see
that
here,
he was
though.
able to get already at double digits. And he
Let's
is
see, can they
not
bring it to
done.
5-3?
He is not slowed down.
That would be
touch in
that's a
the
soft
comms. You're
5-3,
coming
right?
like that,
If
again,
Vancouver
you're
was
feeling
already
it.
at 5, does that become a soft
For
5-3?
RC,
Because a
there's
hard
couple of annoying
5-3 is
routes
you're
you can
already
take on this
at
map. There's a few
3,
little vents that
and
are
then they
open
get to
outside
5,
the ones that
right?
people fit through that only the
Or do
RC
I have
car
that?
does.
Do
Those
I
are
have
where
that
Vivid is now.
backwards?
So 0-4 playing it slow. Real good angle.
Damn, I didn't even realize Neptune's 10 and 4.
Space got that side of the map safe, so now the boys have to worry about 8. That's the reposition right now. Tej with his shoulders. Gwyn waiting for the pounce.
Good nade.
I'm not sure it's going to amount to too much. You've got to get something going here. Ravens
that's a good
have opted
counter
for it.
nade.
There's a nade for their troubles.
Oh, Gwyn
Damaging
stays
to
up.
Gwyn as well.
Neptune gets Slasher,
Neptune on the
though.
first blood.
Yeah,
The kitchen is
Jeej.
now clear.
Bro,
The
they
victory
actually just got
is
reverse
absolutely
swept.
within reach. Vivid
Oh,
can't stay alive.
no, 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 no.
TJ
Okay.
only forces the inevitable a few moments further.
Bro.
As Vancouver surge.
They
The
actually got
sweep
reverse
complete.
swept. Oh, we called that
Boys go
shit,
their way
chat.
as the Ravens.
That's
Stunned,
crazy.
mildly furious.
That's crazy.
the way Neptune was coming, it was almost like he wanted to
Slasher's
play
out of there,
rounds,
bro.
like,
He doesn't even want to deal with this
that
shit.
Was your
He's going.
#1 Game 5
He's
team in the
he's out.
game.
He put on an
Apart
inspirational
in
performance
Neptune.
today.
I mean,
He's
he had a bit of a slow start
he's
to the
heated for
series,
sure.
but a monstrous turnaround. I mean, he's kicked things up. The second round of control from that.
I mean, I thought
it
was gonna go the distance. I didn't think it was gonna go the distance like that.
There for Vancouver. You get
I
the
thought this
like
was
the game
gonna be
5
a
grit.
good
You just got nearly
series.
every single first blood on the map.
Was
as
not expecting
well.
the reverse sweep
Taking
though.
Carolina
Vivid
to
1
task
and
Search
7.
Destroy is a beautiful sight. Vancouver Surge. They have locked up winners bracket come major
It's not
time.
great.
And, I mean, they are still looking like
That is not
one of the
great.
strongest contenders we have in the league. They have not missed a single beat.
Absolutely, man. Absolutely. Aside from the Hacienda, the rest of the
Hey,
series
we're
was
moving on to this
3-1.
Thieves match though.
6-2 there in game 5.
We are moving on to that Thieves match,
Surge, GG's for them, 10
which
points.
I
winners
am
bracket, you name it.
more
It's
than
all
ready.
theirs. That's all from me and Chance for today.
I am
It's
more
back
than
to the
ready
desk.
for this Thieves match.
Close out this Maven Sunday, one more match.
Thanks, fam. I thought we were going to go to another
Hopefully
round 10,
ours is
round
not a
11.
reverse sweep
This
unless
time.
we are the one
Vancouver
doing the
Surge
reverse sweeping.
Complete the reverse sweep, the second of the day. There's something special here after a full moon in Columbus.
No, I mean, I don't think it was like the craziest prediction by a stretch, but I told you.
Yeah.
I mean, I thought this was going game 5. I set up after the map 2, just knowing how solid they've been in the map 3, and then, yeah, you get a good
Alright.
old-fashioned Neptune takeover as we get to the map 5.
A good old-fashioned.
Dude, he's disgusting, and, you know, he hasn't maybe been as prolific at times since when he first came in, not having those 40 bombs like as many in the same moments, but he's
the consistency's higher than anyone else I can think of right
yeah,
now.
no, he's still insane. I just feel like sometimes maybe he hasn't been taken over as much, but he hasn't needed to. Like his teammates have stepped up. Like Nasty is out at a 40, those type of games. So it's a fun team. It is.
For me, outside of Vancouver Surge, I'm happy to see dealership kind of working out for them. That's kind of my biggest thing is I think that they gain a lot from the map pool change. And also, I mean, you allow a Game 5 Vancouver Surge. They are top 3 when it comes to converting those first bloods. They get 7 in this Game 5. So for Vancouver Surge, for them, it's just about tightening up some of these series. They came out kind of flat to start it, but I said it. Vancouver Surge just has a higher, I hate to make it about kills, but pop-off potential is higher for the side of Vancouver Surge. We get these really good maps out of Gwen sometimes. We get these really good maps out of TJ, but for the Vancouver Surge side of things, the ceiling is just a lot higher, I think, versus Carolina and Royal Bay.
I don't want to say it, but it might be a Rambo Ray difference. Rambo, after being down 0-2, gets
Rambo
his
Ray
crew rallied
difference.
back. They win 3 straight, and they are going to take the win, as you both called.
Well,
done.
it's a couple of things when it goes like that, especially with their Team A, Team B. They lost, Vancouver lost their pick in the map.
All right,
That makes
I'm
it
gonna throw
interesting.
my
But if you're
jersey
able
on
to,
real
start
quick,
to
and
pull
I'm
off the
gonna
reverse
grab
sweep,
a
you get to your
snack.
search and destroy at the end of the series. So they get to their map, they win it 6-2 with confidence. I've actually been talking to Ray a lot lately.
Yeah?
And not about
golf?
About PGA.
Yeah.
The PGA game.
I thought so.
No, he's been helping me.
Rory might fold, but Vancouver did not. Let's take a look at your scuff play of the game, due in part to performances like this. It's Neptune 30 bomb. This is like a birdie in Call of Duty, right?
Yeah. How many golf references can we do?
That means.
How many golf references do we do? I've been trying to talk to Allie to bring we got the match on, we got the Masters on
We
the
have
other
the top
TV.
spin on that shot.
Oh God, we've all got golf on the brain and cod on the brain as well. But no,
Puts them in the water.
You definitely have no idea.
What a stroke.
No, it's funny because Chris said to me to start today, he's like, I don't really watch golf. I find it boring. Now he's so into it today. It's amazing.
I'm so into Neptune drop.
Yes, thank you,
Allie. Thank you, Allie.
Thank you, Al.
This guy's unreal. This
Right.
guy's unreal.
All right, so Neptune, seriously, though, is living up to all of the hype. He's done it since he came into the league, and since he's done it, so 9th place to a top 4. They now pass the Royal Ravens with that win on our overall season standings. Vancouver Surge, we can now officially say, not just in the power rankings, a top 4 team.
Yeah, they are. And both have got a cushion, right? You got that gap between 6. I don't think you have anything to worry about when it comes to champs. It's just trying to continue to work on the map pool. I think all teams, especially with. It's all teams have different things they're working on, but some teams you have a team change, right? You have a lot to work on, all sorts of stuff. For the teams like your Carolina, your Vancouver, it's we have 2 new search maps coming in, just kind of figuring those out and trying to get stuff going before we get to the next major. This is gonna be a fun end of the year. I'm pumped, man. There's a lot of fun teams
You
to
know what
watch.
else is gonna be fun?
What?
Interview with Nasty.
Wait, I didn't hear that in my ear. I didn't get anything, dude.
How was that Maven monologue in your ear?
I didn't get the interview.
Right. It's great.
Good stuff. No, it was so fun to watch you in the second half of this series. After starting down 0-2, what did you guys talk about during halftime? Was this simply maps for you guys in the second half, or was it a mindset change?
Definitely a mindset. We came in, that was honestly the sloppiest, slowest, terrible COD we played map 1, honestly. Okay. We came in like, it didn't feel like we were there to win. There was no energy. So we set after map 2, start chatting these guys, get some energy going, and then the rest was history, really.
Lobby high 1.32 KD in the reverse sweep, my guy. Well done.
I think, listen, I know, Joe, Merck's been a big fan of you for a long time, but, I know for me this year what clicked was that, after Major 2, the series versus FaZe, where you just fried them. And you've had series like this, where you just absolutely take over. Does something click for you in those series? Is it a map thing? What happens when you're dropping these 1-3s?
Honestly, I think the game's just in front of us the whole time. We play pretty good, COD when we're on our job. If you ignore map 1, I feel like our pace is pretty good, and we're very good at keeping the game ahead of us. So it's pretty easy. There's an AR just to stand there and shoot people. I don't know.
That's one thing kind of about this title. You can mostly kind of keep stuff in front of you. We're not
just bang the hell, bro.
Swimming underwater and coming up behind people. You can
apart from protocol.
Yeah, okay, true. Apart from proto.
I hate those zips, bro.
Noted. Nasty, I'm glad you said that when we opened it, because I remember we got on the desk after map 2 and it was this is just a flat Vancouver surge. This is not what we were expecting at all.
That boy Nasty.
Congratulations on the reverse sweep. I want to pick your brain about Rambo Ray. I feel like we don't talk about the coach too much behind the scenes. What has that dynamic been like for him and y'all on the team?
Ray's a beast. I mean, he was the one that came in saying we need to start playing a win after that map 2. He cares a lot, and honestly, he brought the passion to us that match, because we came out flat as hell.
Let's go. It wasn't Rambo, Ray. You
Shout out Rambo Ray.
It's I've been doing this for 20 years. Nasty, congrats on the win. Vancouver with this jumps the Royal Ravens on our overall season standings. You're officially a top 4 team.
Has Puckett actually been doing this for 20 years?
That's Byron, a 1.32 in the reverse sweep, leads the lobby, and he leads Vancouver Surge to the dub. But we still have another match to go. Maven's fired up for this one because his favorite friends from the LA Thieves are in action against Toronto Ultra, who took him off the podium down in Texas. The Thieves get revenge.
Like this.
We got to get our get back today, chat. We need to get our get back. It's not quite the same get back, but at least we can say we beat them.
With the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
The Esports World Cup is an official partner
Also,
of the Call of Duty
I lost
League.
2 subs today, man. What the heck? Why are people just dipping out like that? We were at 679 today. Now we're at 677, I think. Or at least I think we were at 679. Yeah, we were. All right, Chad, I want to know what your guys' predictions are for this series. What are we thinking? Because I think this one goes the distance. I don't know if it's a reverse sweep situation again, but I feel like Toronto Ultra has been pretty good. I think it does depend a little bit on, connectivity, their connection and stuff, knowing that they recently forfeited a match because of it. So I think as long as their connection is decent, I could see this going to a game 5. I'm hoping at worst we close it out in a game 4. We could look at the maps and modes again as well. Let's pull those up.
Can you
here.
even believe this place?
So we got Double Hossie, we got Volt, Skyline, and then Dealership to close it out. We looked pretty good on Dealership, so I do feel fairly comfortable if we do make it to that game 5, but obviously we're hoping we don't get there. I think the respawns should be pretty competitive. I still like our Hacienda, especially if Ghosty comes out shooting like he did yesterday. I think that'll be huge. I think Scrap has done a better job of playing well on Hasi compared to that first time we saw him get that 619. Then we got Hasi into Search and Destroy, which I think the Thieves have just looked good on Search in general, and I think they feel pretty comfortable on Hacienda. So I would like to see us get a win in that one for sure. Vault Control, I mean, we look good in Control as well. So that should be pretty interesting. Skyline, I think, probably favors Ultra a little bit more because it's just so bang outy and so chaotic. But yeah, I'm thinking we can go the distance here. I'm hoping though that we close it out. We close it out sooner than that. This time we take everything. I think what I'm going to start doing for the rest of this major is every time the Thieves wear their black jersey, I'm going to wear the white jersey. Every time they wear their white jersey, I'm going to wear the black jersey. And we'll see if that works. Because the last couple times I've been wearing whatever the players have been wearing, and at the tournament seem to not go in our favor. So I think I'm gonna try something different. Anytime we lose, that's always when I'm like, okay, now I can try something else. I'm too superstitious. There we go. My OCD wants me centered in the camera. That also means I could center my webcam a little more. That's pretty good.
Are you ready for a rematch? These two teams faced off just 3 weeks ago back at Major 2. Maven
just under the desk
found a picture of himself with hair. That's where
Maven with hair.
We have Toronto Ultra taking on LA Thieves, and last time Toronto Ultra.
Dude, anytime Maven's on the desk, it's just kind of chaotic.
But it was this squad that went
every
on
time
a tear through the losers bracket to take a spot on the podium. They finished with bronze at Major 2. And the expectations are maybe they can do it again.
Maybe, but they're just in such a weird spot right now. You know, you want to talk about they could have got this huge win versus Atlanta FaZe. Now they're in a position where they could be one of the only teams to beat LA Thieves and
I was surprised they beat FaZe.
But then they get handed an 0-3 loss to the Boston Breach. And because their hard point is a hit or miss right now, they're the worst roto and hold team in the league, but they're #1 in breaking. But they lose Skyline by 100+ points to Boston Breach, and that was their best map. They were 8-1 heading into it. So they don't really have a map.
Wait, they lost on the Skyline to Boston?
And they essentially have to add Rewind or Dealership to their Search and Destroy. Because Control's kind of out of the conversation.
And that was their best map?
They're on a 3-loss streak, and they're either getting slammed or slamming team. So it's a hit or a miss.
Big Joe Deceives was the
hit or
takeover
miss.
player
I
on
guess
land.
they never
Recently,
miss, huh?
though, it's been a team effort. Everyone contributing, especially Beans. Let's talk about their opposition, though, because online, there's no one better than LA Thieves right now. The squad is on a 12-match win streak. 86% of their maps, they have walked away with dubs.
Ali just said on the stream, she said like that Ultra is like hit or miss. And I said,
do they get a clean win, though, of a day of reverse sweeps? Are they considered the favorites against a squad that just 3-0?
Yes, I just don't know if it's going to be via forfeit or via good old-fashioned 3-0. I mean, they've seemed untouchable online. They obviously have the advantage here across all game modes, basically all maps. Like they
I literally looked. I had 8 viewers, and then I saw the 8 drop to 7.
You know, we're supposed to talk
they were
about
like,
these.
nah, fuck that.
I really am, because you know, you heard of these comments kind of about like players will sometimes use
I'm sorry. I'm sorry,
issues as an excuse, and I'll focus on getting better. And
I'm sorry, I just put you through
last
that.
week and what's been going on with all the different servers and stuff. I'm sure there's some truth to all sides of this thing, and there are some frustrating moments. But the fact is, they're at a time
Dan
where
is
they
locked
have to focus,
in,
they have
bro.
to buckle down, they have to try to improve, and I mean. It's an online league. It's not going to be perfect. There are going to be frustrations. You have to try and battle through it. And I hope we see a strong Toronto day. I do, because it's about the mental game for me with them.
I'm going LA Thieves.
I am also going LA Thieves.
And Maven?
I'm going Thieves.
La, 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 la. Let's go to Ship
LA Thieves.
It's just Maven Sundays. It just does this. The desk just is just out of there. They're checked more than Bryson DeChambeau. Here we go. We're jumping on into this series. Hacienda to get us kicked off, though, Jay. I think the biggest thing is, like, I don't know about you. I'm looking at that Boston series with Toronto.
I mean, Joe, if Joe comes out frying, that's the biggest concern.
You know, whatever.
Because
these guys have been.
This guy plays different,
and a lot of it has
he
been
plays
because
different
of Beans playing
against
super
us.
well.
I feel like.
Oh yeah, the one series they played versus Atlanta, it goes
Bumps
all the
are
way
in.
distance in the game number 5, and you're able to take
Two
it away. Even
times.
with Atlanta testing a couple maps. So
Chad, if you haven't 2 times the stream, I strongly suggest doing so that way you're caught up as well.
We are able to watch LAT play. They're just disrespecting the hell out of people. So if you're Ultra, I think the best way to beat this squad is to always just punch them in the mouth in the opening HP, make them uncomfortable from the beginning of the series. Yeah, I love that call. And I think in particular, no better place maybe to do that than you're on the Hacienda hard point on that. To be fair, LA has played a ton, but just 7-5 on it.
Also, if you haven't already, be sure to like the stream.
Long ago,
Push the stream out to more Thieves fans
not to mention
like us.
Hacienda overall, they still beat
We can
teams
get
on
more
average
people
about
hanging out for the
45
watch
points. So
parties.
even though they're just 7-5 on the map, it's
It
not
lets
a
me
bad
know
one
that you
for-
guys enjoy the
for them.
content.
There's no such thing as a bad respawn for them. So, like you mentioned, I think
Let's
for
get
Toronto,
this
you
bread.
gotta just come out, punch them in the mouth. Here we go. Ultra Thieves, let's get it on.
Yeah, starting on the preferred side
Oh,
too, and they
piss.
also find every single
Oh,
kill off
piss. We're
off
four
the
dead.
start. So perfect break off for Ultra, soaking up a lot of time here at the P1, but getting too aggressive is going to be Joe Deceives. I don't know if he's going to be able to at least give the calm to his teammates.
Okay.
One's going to spawn out towards Spiral, but you gave
Oh,
LA
piss.
Thieves a lifeline, and they might have just took advantage of it, at least for now, because the spawns flip.
Yeah, really good stuff from inside.
At least we
I
have
think just again,
spawns,
playing Overwatch,
but
trying to let his
we
SMGs
tend to struggle.
make whatever routes they want
Okay,
to
there we
break
go,
off, but this
Dan.
could be set down for Ghosty in his second life, 3 in a row. Able to see inside at range. It says, I'll chow that. And inside says, not so
Ooh.
fast. So 23 points for Toronto, but the flip of the map coming through over to P2. Spawns are still in for Thieves and a chance for them to get things cooking.
We're gonna have to
Those
lock in
kills
this
going
P2
down.
here.
Before that new hill pops, what is it going to do to the Thieves on the spawn? Both of those players are going
Big
to
kill.
be out. So now Envoy and Ghosty have their hands full. A big one-on-one through the front side of the HP. But now that you touch it, you get the insight.
Oh,
or at least you get the Kleenex who's going to contest
Did he
it.
just get
Now
stuck?
you're
Oh,
in
he
through the
didn't.
front side and all of Ultra flooding.
Yeah, Beans is actually challenging
Fuck,
on the backside
man.
driveway as well. So really good hit here from Toronto. It was a really just
was a big
mixy
break.
set of spawns. Like you mentioned, 2 for Thieves spawn out, but so does another member for Toronto. So it's kind of a conga line of members running over to the hard point, and Ultra just make the most of it. So now 45-10. Talk about just coming out and punching the squad in the mouth. We're getting that right here with still 25 to fight for on P2.
Yeah, and LA Thieves, no, we can't give up this time. We have to try to contest this, but now that decision might be made for them. You do have one player, actually 2 are going to spawn out towards the backside, but that's because Beans is already early off the rotation. They're not going to try to contest this. They don't want to get into that bloodbath gunfight over towards driveway.
Okay.
So they're just going to cut their losses.
Big kill
and
on
find
New.
a player
We
off
gotta
the roto
soak this
towards
time
New.
here.
Now you can set up here at P3, but you need some time.
Ultra just got way too
Absolutely
much
do,
time
and
for free.
As Hydra tries to escalate the setup a little bit further up towards Fire Hall, he is shut down and now coming off of a really kind of awkward respawn where he's got to be responsible for offense, especially now that Joe Deceives is making his play through. Scrap able to find one. Hydra does make good in this position for another, so Thieves will hold for the first 15, but the next hit already on the way.
Oh, big double right there from Beans. Just finessing
that was a
between
big
2
two.
players on the side of LAT, and now that leads to the break there.
Okay.
Because you pull the focus towards offense. Now, you're just hoping that you can hold down this time or at least play
Dude,
takeaway
we're just
versus
getting
LA.
broke
But
so
Joe Deceives already
easily.
strikes for 2. Now you have the numbers advantage. Just got to trade it out, and all this time will
What
be
the
yours.
hell?
This is really solid. I mean, when you talk about, like you mentioned, kind of playing from the backside of this hard point, this has been really good from Toronto. You put some pressure up towards office. Your third hit allows you a chance to
Dilla's
get
already
past it.
hitting New.
You can find a little bit of time. So the gap will be around 50 points. Rotating over to P4. Ultra will have the numbers
Dilla's
initially.
gonna get shot in the
Envoy
back,
trying
probably.
to stay tucked in, finds the first, but can't create anything more, and Ultra will get the
We
initial
do have a
hit
pinch
rock.
coming here, though.
Hey, they're playing at a whole different level right now. They usually don't put a lot of focus on their rotations. That's 2 of the money hills so far in this first half. They have just been the team initially to start it off, but LAT, I thought that they were going to have the numbers to break their way on in, but Joe Deceives absolutely rip scrap off of the head glitch.
Wow.
Now you give the head space over to Toronto Ultra. They got all the power positions, and now they can just continue to flood.
Yeah, I love that little route right there from inside as well, just kind of cutting through Fountain and not going up top to Rock Hall, but instead playing on the pinch bottom
We
bar.
gotta lock in,
Creates
man.
an opportunity for
They've
Ultra
gotten a
to
lot of
really
fucking
dominate
time
the
here.
backside of this hill, but not to be discounted are the Thieves, dealing with the pinch and now finding a full
Not out of it
kills
yet.
and more
I mean,
beyond that. Bean's able to produce onto one trade. Joe deceives good timing on the pinch for another, but the scrap time looks good for Thieves, and that puts them right back into this game.
Yeah,
good bit of scrap time here.
Players starting to go on some streaks. You got a slow start.
The second rotation
slow start at 7 and 10
will be huge.
Yeah, it's kind of insane to say, but we just expect a lot more from the Phenom. You're down by almost 50. You need to contest a little bit better around this P1 area. 2 kills already go your way. We're still playing keep away though, trying to contest from these top hallways.
Damn it,
and
Kleenex.
Finding 3 is only going to
I
continue.
need you to go off for my fantasy team, but it sucks that you're kicking our ass.
Not to be. So Thieves will hold on to the right side of the minimap, but still lots of time to fight for over P1. And with Insight being in the hill, it does force the attention of Thieves onto the Fountain Hardpoint itself. Hydra really starting to get things together now, 4 in a row. Should be free for number 5. And now he's got himself an opportunity to kind of group up with his teammates and move back across the map again, but Insight shuts that down in just like that. 20 seconds on P1, but Ultra still holding out over towards the P2 side of the map.
Yeah, Thieves don't play as safe as you would expect them to try to secure those P2 spawns. You get aggressive through secret, you flip the spawns on its head, and now
Ultra's teamwork is kind of on point right now.
Run away with this game because they have the rotation over towards New, but just need a couple kills.
We got to get some kills to go our way here.
2 in favor of Ultra. You keep it mixy, but Ultra have more bodies.
Oh, that timing, man.
Yeah, Beans re-wrapping back from that well side of fences. Does catch out Scrap, and that stalls out any potential early pinch from Thieves in through Spiral. And now he's the one responsible on this next overextended play.
We cannot let them get all this time again.
Whoa, shots are Beans nearly able to lock on the Hydra. Not the case. Thieves will get the break around the back. Now it just comes down to can also hold from inside the hills and jump into a Toronto. Listen in.
Okay. Nice.
No worries, boys. Shoot over me, shoot over me.
I have it stuck here.
He's Zig right now.
Held out.
Nice. What the fuck? Back right,
John Lambo, people. Left side Lambo. I fell down, bro. I fell down.
Okay. This is a good time here. Is that Hydra? Paco's already on the route here.
What's up, talk to me.
They saw him though.
Dead. No one rock. They're all hitting through. I have an extra, okay?
I went top close, top close. Top close, I'm one shot. Wall bang me. You're good.
Dead plat.
One could have spawned back.
That's a big 2 from Dill. Okay.
110 was one shot. Our time now. Keep playing kills, keep playing enemy out. Yellow fence. 10 in time, last 2, off spawn.
Okay.
Spawn deep well. Yeah.
We're kind of just getting like the scrap right now. Even with that, it's like dirty scrap time. We're not getting anything like super comfortably.
Front. He's playing old. Scrap playing old.
I'll look for Ghosty.
Yeah, okay.
Just slide.
I spawned well, bro.
Stand off for pinch, okay? Pinch dead. Nice.
I'm going well, okay.
Another one. Last guy.
It should spawn bow. Could be wrong.
Big rotation.
We have another pinch here. This could be a big kill from Hydra. The team kill, bro.
One shot, bro. More close time.
So we
okay.
One con.
Good trade. Good trade.
They have no charge.
I have to go mid as well.
Hey, there you are, Romano. Good to see ya.
Give me a sec.
He's top right. He's in the open window. He's top in the open window. Close right now. Gone con, I think.
Well, Jay,
Such
I think
a
we've seen
cheese
this story
contest
once
spot.
or twice before. The hard point starts to get mixy, starts to get a little messy, spawns start to get a little chaotic, and wouldn't you figure Thieves the team to benefit from that now just down about 15 points.
Yeah, it's insane because to start off this
Hands on a
initial
5.
P4, Toronto Ultra had everyone off the rotation. They found the initial 2 kills, but too many kills unfortunately came back to bite them. Because Hydra was able to be blessed to spawn over towards driveway, set up a free pinch, and even when the team it was still able to out-trade Ultra over towards the rock kill. So they're right back in this
How did
game,
Hydra
down
get
12,
out of
going
that?
to the third set of HPs, and if for LAT, let's just focus a lot more on those P2 spawns.
Ghosty made some huge plays on the point.
Just from Hydra's perspective, you have
Hydra's starting to get active.
3 different Ultra members screaming to get the trade, and he slips out, finds another kill, and in that moment, LA, dominant over the top of the windows, will now feel some security sitting inside a fountain as they take their first lead here in the game.
And after Ultra, you cannot allow this game to get away from you. You started off this first set of rotations basically up by 80. Thieves have just been able to rally their way back on in.
Subs are blessed, brother.
Major part of it, but just allowed them
Subs
to
are
so
blessed.
much time here at P1 is not going to be good. Thankfully, you're finding the kills. You're able to get them out. You still stabilize.
Yeah, let's hit that row. Let's hit that row here.
Potentially rotating through the front side is going to get caught on a one-on-one, and Jodeci
he just doesn't have the gun for the job.
Ghosty down low through secret. Had a teammate working with him. Hydra.
Dude, these P2s are kind of kicking our ass.
Nearby. So Inside gets that shut down, locks down spawns for now as we open up P2. Lead swap once again coming through as Toronto
big kill on
now
Beans.
Have the superiority positions around the second hard point. CleanX shutting down Zig. How much can Insight do
Just
from
not
the
getting
backside
any of the other
driveway?
kills.
Envoy trying to find the trade, but he's lost him. Now looking for help. Insight off the regen, still finessing on the backside.
Big two-piece from Dill.
Envoy finds two. That's going to move the spawns around, but Ultra still very planted inside the hard point.
Yeah, it's so difficult to break it from driveway. You have every single player there, though, if you are the Thieves, so you're just able to overwhelm them with your numbers. The break comes in at about 30 seconds remaining. Potential to be up by 4 to 5 seconds if you soak up all this time, but Inside finding a double. Now it's a 2v2 through the front. You get taken down, and Ultra still making this mixy.
Reinforcements though come through. Thieves able to secure the scrap.
Yeah, this shit has been crazy mixy.
Tally the mini-map. Ultra down on the bottom left, set up and ready to go for fences, plus a couple of exit eliminations, slowing down this rotation for Thieves until Hydra may have created some space to work through up top towards Fireplace.
Yeah, now you got to work this OE. You got to work around the back lines, and you will
hoping for 2 hard points and a win for a banger series. Yeah, I mean, I love watching the Thieves play hard point.
But
this shit's making me anxious, bro.
Trying for it, but back 10 position.
Big kills though.
Thieves inside up top.
This is great time.
He's gonna wait for his teammates to try to find some sort of
success. We're not getting it.
Thieves provides Insight now part of the play, and now Ghosty completely isolated inside the hard point. All he can find is the trophy system on the ground. Big moment here for Ultra. Could still technically win on this hard point, so the Thieves have to go and they have to.
Yeah, we got it. We gotta go.
Yeah,
dude, Dan with another team kill.
Someone's instantly gonna think about that rotation over towards New, and now Toronto Ultra can no longer win here. If you're Hydra, screw this junk time. I know it's cool to fight it, but we can have the numbers off the roto, and then you die, and your teammates are falling.
How are we dying? We're there first. How are we dying, bro?
CleanX gets the trade, and there's not going to be anyone else nearby. Woo, fireworks here in map number 1, but Toronto doing exactly
what the fuck, man? We just started so slow. Those P2s, we got railed on those P2s.
And the lead just too much to surmount for LA.
That's greatly played right there from Ultra, at least on the first half.
Our P2s just were not good, straight up.
The Thieves starting to play the comeback. You were making sure you were doing.
That's like the one hard point that we seem to always struggle on. I don't know what it is, but we cannot handle P2s. It seems like on any map.
Initially to start off with the time. And that truly was the story of the game. Just Ultra being a lot better off the rotations. They are 9th overall on this map compared to the 12 teams that we have in the CDL. They usually hate to rotate in HP in general. But a couple rotations make your job a whole lot easier. You get your players say up. Obviously, you got a couple SMGs who bail you out of certain situations. CleanX had multi-kill after multi-kill. 24 non-traded, 3K damage. And if you're the Thieves, that was real sloppy, man. You usually do not see them play like that, flipping spawns when they're unnecessary, just running around to try to play kills to potentially get the gun. He needs a little bit more warmed up. That needs to be better from the Thieves, and I expect that to be better.
Yeah, I think the VOD review there is let's just focus on that second set of hills, because really the first set you do a really solid job of, again, doing exactly what you need to. Winning out on P1, finding rotation to 2. You can test really nicely from the front at 3. 4 is, 50-50. But then when we get to that second set of hills, you kind of even heard it in the comms and you called it out like Beans and said like, oh, I just lost the 1v1 on Old. That was at P2 and the rest of his team was already over to New. And I think in the middle of that P3 to P4 rotation, kind of the same situation starts to occur where a little bit lost maybe on direction in terms of what Toronto want to do. And that's where Thieves will punish you for making kind of some decisive mistakes in terms of where are we going? What are we hitting?
Yeah, not a great start to the series.
Spawns? And that's how the game gets tight. But Ultra, I have to say, in that final P3 to P4, looked really solid, really clean. That's exactly what you wanted to see from this Ultra team who continues to be really good and hard.
At least it was competitive, though. I mean, when we played played them on LAN, it wasn't even competitive.
Able to hold down the first wave, maybe
So,
second wave scattered.
despite the fact that we didn't play great,
the third wave, there's only one player still trying to contest
we kept
you
it competitive.
so you know it's a 3v3 off the roto, and your teammate on old wins that old.
I think the upside is there were just a couple mistakes that were made that I think they'll be able to kind of pick up on and fix.
And LA Thieves, just a lot of mistakes there in that opening HP. Now need to bounce back and the search and destroy. And thankfully for them, it's Hacienda, which I think is their best S&D. So you're good if you're LA.
Yeah, Toronto, I mean, it's one of those situations that, again, looking at the numbers, they're always going to be one-sided because you're playing up against Thieves. I mean, just to kind of put it in perspective, they've now lost Hacienda 6 times out of the 16 total hard points that they've lost. So again, it's just like, put that into perspective. These guys don't lose all that often. But for Toronto, that's exactly what you want to do. Put yourself in a position to come out, win the opening hard point, set up this series to go a little bit longer.
I think that opening break really put them on the back foot.
It's been 3-0,
but
3-0, 3-0.
Like I said, I mean, they kept it competitive, and
yeah,
you know, like what Scrap had said after the major is we never have really been down. Like we've never been having to like fight from behind, and I think that's the upside of like a series like this is we were down and we were starting to bring it back. There were mistakes that were made that will need to be fixed, like if you intend on winning. But that's good reps at least. And I would much rather lose those types of reps in online matches than have that happen on LAN. So
every single mode.
Hydra #1 rank in slaying rating, HP KD, S&D KD, S&D kills per round.
Hitting the right time. I wonder if he's still
in stage 3
right now.
We love Paco over
probably
here.
At like 90. But in that map #1, he was about 50. So
yeah, Romano. Toronto lost to Boston because they forfeited.
Also, just to kind of put in perspective, you know, when it comes to talking
they forfeited their series against Boston.
You are set up pretty nicely to be in the upper bracket for Major 3, in particular Thieves.
I think that's the only one, though.
The rest of their schedule
if I'm not mistaken.
LAG and then Carolina. So based on the damage that they've done to this point,
all right, let's hit that 2 times again.
A spot in the upper bracket to make it done based on how the standings are starting to shake out.
Shouldn't be too far behind here, but
it makes also with that.
We did get a little bit of a buffer.
Keep in mind that Miami's actually currently at the top.
They're disgusting
with Vancouver. So weird to see that's kind of come through, but yeah, we'll see if.
Yeah, Romano, I think Toronto picking up Joe and Beans has been huge for them.
Trying to add some more SD maps to the map set for you because obviously losing Skyline, losing maps like Vault, those played a big part of how the vetoes are going to go. So now we got to get more mixing on some other SD maps, and already striking for the first blood is CleanX. Got the man advantage, got the post plant.
CleanX is probably going to be able to get another one here as well.
Yeah, and CleanX could just hold this position. There's really nothing else he has to do besides just scale.
Unless we check it. No, we don't check it.
Which he does, and that should pretty much guarantee the round. Hydra with an AR in hand has Beans, who can see the outer side of his profile. No worries there, as First Blood turns into a round win for Toronto.
Yeah, just get that first kill. They are 11th overall on this map at finding an opening duel, so turning it around obviously is gonna assist you on these rounds going forward, but once that first kill goes down, CleanX takes so much space.
I mean, I did say I think this is the one series for the Thieves this split that's going to be the toughest for them. So
we can't go back to our spawn. We're going to waste a lot of time.
Not really surprised
and then if we try to push through, we're simply going to be outnumbered on that aspect as well. Toronto Ultra, perfect on the opening offense. They go up 1-0.
Small game.
We're already having issues.
You can see, obviously, the player's going to take a little bit of a mental break here at the moment. You know, Jack, I just wanted to kind of put into perspective where we are overall for these teams, because, you know, obviously the storyline around Thieves is this team is built to win. Have to have a championship, I think, otherwise the season will feel a bit like a disappointment. You can talk about minor too if you want to, but regardless of that, Thieves are built to win a world championship, let alone major championships. And again, I think there's a level of
Ghosty's walking away.
Sometimes they don't know what to do when they're playing from behind. So do you get any inspiration for playing weaker maps just to hopefully be able to talk through those things again? Because at the moment, everything's been super comfortable for Thieves.
Are we shocked?
Yeah, I think you just got to face some adversity. And already it's this series being down 0-1. You haven't been down 0-1 since you were at the major. So You just need to be battle tested. I feel like when you have such a star-studded lineup the way that they do, you just expect it to win. But the last time that these two teams matched
getting
up
cheesed,
was
apparently.
on lane, was for top 3 placing, and Toronto Ultra walked all over them on
Don't show me this shit. I saw it in person. I don't want to see it
their very
again.
first protocol control loss.
Don't show me this. I had to watch it live and in person, man.
This is going to be like just one of those matchups where if you're Toronto, you know that this is one of the top dogs. We just have to consistently stay strong in the response to contest with them. But if you're LA, I think it's good to lose a match here too, because then it's like a wake-up call. That's the biggest thing. You need wake-up calls sometimes when you're that good.
Yeah, I mean, how often do we hear it? Whether it be, you know, guests that
We
pop
getting
on
back
the
into
things
it
like
here?
the flank or in post-game interviews, or you know, other specials that we put together, where the people that are surrounding around these teams, like, we don't want to go flawless in groups. It just seems to be some sort of a curse to come through perfect, and then all of a sudden
There is a curse of being flawless
things don't come true again
in the qualifiers,
but while
man.
we're waiting for the map to restart here in the Search and Destroy, how about the addition of Super? And you know, it's a story that I feel like obviously has been talked about quite a bit, but this is a guy that we've been watching at Challengers for so long, and I think the thing that's really curious about the story of Super,
I mean,
especially when it comes to compared to
That's
playing with
crazy.
the other Spanish rosters before
That's
they
crazy,
got back to
dude.
the Pro League, was no one wanted to play with him because they thought he was just playing for kills. Seems to still be working out okay. He's got a 1.6 KD in the Search and Destroy, and he's obviously done the same thing when it comes to the respawn.
Yeah, also you drop a 16 versus Optic. That's always a good W. Boosts your stats a little bit, but nah, just a big shout out.
Somebody
to
get
Super,
Josh
man.
in there to
Obviously,
fix
ever
it.
Since he's entered the lineup,
Somebody get
my
Josh
games
over
look
there.
completely
Have him
different.
start
They look a lot more
fiddling with
consistent. Whenever we
chords.
talked about the Heretics, it was about
Get him
Rencore. It
to
was
start
about Real. If Meadows
doing
can be
something. I
consistent,
remember when
sometimes
they
he's
had
on and
their
off, and
their
Lucky was
delay
just
for
lackluster sometimes. But bringing in a
I think
guy
it was
who
like
can
the
consistently
Storms
put up those
in
numbers
LA
every single
last
mode,
year.
now you got 3 guys
They
who can
posted
slay with
that
the best of
picture
them,
of
and
Josh
realistically just relying on
like
Meadows
up
can
on the
be
ladder
still
trying to get
consistent.
shit to
And
work or
recently in their
whatever.
matchups, he's been unbelievable.
He's
got
to know a thing or two by now to get everything figured out. Okay, we're
Going into
good.
the major, you got to be
We're
feeling
locked.
good, but all right, we're back,
We're back.
in. Thieves still down 0-1 on the offense.
All right, lock in here, friends. Ultra looking to just set things up for a bit of aggression here. Look at the route that you're starting to see from
Kleenex gets first blood.
Kleenex, yeah, he just pops up on the mantle. Hydra doesn't expect that at all. Insight throws a shoulder. Shots through the shutters are not going to land, and now Kleenex is still making a mess
What?
of this.
Are we going to trade him?
Damage, and he's able to get out with his life.
Bro.
Oh, Toby is feeling himself. When he is in this mode, he is basically unstoppable. Numbers still
not ready
in
for
favor
eight.
of Ultra.
Bro,
Kleenex not slowing down, playing for the Yays, trying to find it, but Ghosty's able to take care of him. 1v2 now for Ghosty.
Yeah, a little bit of trouble here, though, for Ghosty, as it looks like Ultra may allow him to plant and then just play for the pinch on this B site. They know he's got no exit available, and now with that little shoulder check, information will be confirmed for Ultra that he is playing around the B site. But as they're repositioning, Ghosty's actually slipped the net here. Ultra looking for the chase down, and instead, Dan's going to get the plant here at A.
Yeah, they cleared early to space already at B, so now you're thinking about that rotation over towards A. It's going to be a little bit late to the party, so now Ghosty is able to get on out.
Kind of like this
40
from
seconds
Dan
to
here.
work with. You got a lot of space to clear on out if you're Ultra, and Ghosty, it's all about the timings here.
He slips top window, checks the bomb, no one home. We reset things for at least 8 more seconds. Here comes the second check. Shoulder, he sees the pull. This is trouble, but he does have a frag to play with. Semtex stuns, nades all being tossed. None of it gonna land though. Ghosty's still fully healthy. Finds the diffuser, and now it's just down to 1.
Check it, check
be
it.
An issue for Ghosty.
Nice,
Pops up,
Dan.
finds the kill in a 1v2 for Ghosty.
Oh man, it's a 1v3.
That's a big round
there for
out of Dan.
Ghosty. Able to shut down Kleenex, get out
Huge
of dodge
round.
while he recovers the bomb and play the mind games to get the bomb down on the opposite side.
You're damn right, Gold.
I think if you're Ultra, you can't take that much time to wrap through your spawn. Like, you're sitting at open door.
You're
We
damn
both have
right.
SMGs. Let's just cut the map in half.
For any members in chat, you can spam that wide Ghosty emote.
They were just banking on Ghosty, playing over towards office, potentially over towards 10. Once they're not able to spot him, Ghosty loves that top secret hallway. He's able to pull off a 1v3 to tie the game.
That's unbelievable. Just initially to shut down what looked to be just flat out a round-winning play from Kleenex. The route he hits through Fountain is bold, to put it plainly. And now you've got a double setup here for Thieves.
We're
trying to
just
play over
not
towards
even
Rock Hall.
looking right
That's
side?
brilliant. Not only because you get the first blood here if you're Ultra, but most importantly,
don't even
Insight
get to
pulls the attention of
trade
both
either.
Thieves members.
What the fuck is
And
happening?
RC is out. That's destroyed. No worries there. They know Hydra's playing close. That stun actually does not land. But Still, the confirmation is there. You know, this will not be enough to stop for the plant 2v4.
And now Hydra's trying to make up some ground here from the front side of the site. Mostly trying to back him up, but 4v2 all rock control in favor of Ultra. Someone needs to get World Star to stand a chance here.
Yeah. And you still have Insight playing in a clutch spot over towards Lambo. Here comes the check. First is good. Follow-up is there.
Okay. That first pick was huge.
But as he pops up to try to check for information, Insight comes back forward from that clutch position.
I don't know what's going on right now.
And the 4v2 will not be foiled this time around.
Yeah, that's 3 straight rounds where Ultra found that opening first blood. Obviously, the round previous you allowed Ghost in 1v3. We just throw that one out the window, but just taking the space away that's given on the side of the Thieves. No one contesting through top hallway. You catch both SMGs lacking over towards Rock. You strike for the first blood, effective on the trade. And then you just instantly get the bomb down because while that bomb is getting planted, Ghost
seems like we just are having like miscommunications or something. Like I don't know. I don't know what it is. I mean, both Scrap and Dill are 0-3 though.
To secure that round, LA Thieves go back on the attack where Envoy is sort of having a slow start. He's the guy that like manipulates everything on this map. He needs to turn it around.
Well, opening tags from Kleenex are in, almost snaps up in towards Connector. Team kill is forced by the damage that had been tallied. And with a late trade from
Danny has
Insight,
team
we'll get an
killed
early
so
2v2.
much already this series.
And now you just slow down the game if you're Toronto. Being still taking a lot of space
I
over
love
towards
him,
A,
but
but
my
some bad
goodness.
timing might come into play there.
My goodness,
Put
man.
down some shots if you're LA. Try to keep them at bay, but
I
Toronto
don't think they're ready for this Insight flank either.
I don't think.
Maybe.
Insight
I mean, Hydra.
sees all of Hydra, but doesn't make a difference. He gets a second chance at it. And now another 1v2 for Dan Ghosty. Knowing that Insight's playing on the backside of fences, this is really the only call he can make, is to make the rotation to B, but to get the early plant, again, gives him a lifeline here.
100% because no one's able to spot him on the exit. So now if you were Insight, how do you decide to play this? You're going to cut through the mid-map, leave Lambo side open. Ghosty doesn't really have an angle to check this defuse, so it's all about the timing again for him.
But he does have both weapons to play with. Here comes the initial check. Timing onto Insight is decent, but the gunny from Insight is better. 4 in a row for Jamie Craven. And Toronto.
Oh, man. I don't know what the hell's going on right now.
We should be up 4-0.
Oh, 100%. If a 1v3 doesn't happen, yes, we should be up 4-0. But that's a round where the Thieves are going to want that one back. That time you strike for the first blood, but the team kill onto Envoy is what sets you back.
Yeah, it's tough, man.
Unfortunate.
I mean, I guess that one's not really Dan's fault for the team kill.
Going. It also doesn't help when your teammates aren't giving you anything.
Dill slid in front of him
in the back.
Yeah, it's still one of those things that the damage that had been done early on that defensive play. Just
we had the first blood, dude. That's so,
to put it plainly.
So annoying.
Yeah. But a 1-7 combined start for Scrap and Envoy is very rare for Thieves, especially considering where they have found a lot of their success in Search, like you mentioned. Mostly
please, Dill, give me something here.
Trophies, shots coming through.
Nice.
Timing on this from Envoy.
There we go. That's what I like to see.
Put us into an early 4v2 for LA.
I guess the stuns didn't connect. They had no info that he was pushed out towards the outer fence.
Nice. There we go. That's a good round right there.
Easy round there for the Thieves.
That's a good round right there. We got to tip it.
Just putting out shots over Envoy. He goes uncontested. Able to put them immediately into numbers advantage and 5-2 on the round to close it out. So there you go, Envoy. Something to work upon.
Yeah,
gotta tip it.
You're right. I felt like all the Toronto nades were tossed over towards wall there, not really out towards fences. So Envoy stays tucked and covered. No information gained for Toronto, and the timing of the hit is beautiful with the support of his teammates from around that backside at 10, and of course over towards patio stairs. So big round there for LA. Now back to the attack. 3-1 split off. Lots of focus towards A coming through.
We needed that round.
Oh, that hurts.
The attacking side is where they find a lot of success.
Still gets the first blood again.
Already Envoy continuously finding kills off of that previous round. Finds that first blood, but the numbers advantage.
There we go.
Back in favor of LA. Scrap finds a double. Now it's Insight left in a 1v3.
Yeah, the timing of some of these routes that we've seen for both teams have been astonishing, to put it plainly. Insight, pistol win, gives him a chance to get out of dodge, reset the 1v2.
Didn't love that.
But with Hydra hitting a route that gets him all the way through and behind patio, Insight's got a lot to worry about. This nade could be perfectly timed, damages in, slides forward, finds the kill, but help was on the way. And the Thieves
got a little scary
with the numbers.
Yeah, too many players alive still from the Thieves. Insight almost pulls off a miraculous 1v3 there, but Crossfire set up. Don't worry, I'll watch your front. I got your back. Scrap there to strike. Finds 3 on the round as well. So a slow start from Envoy, a slow start from Scrap. They were 1-7 combined 2 rounds ago.
Yeah.
Now they're 7-8, starting to turn it around.
Funny how that happens.
Just got to get some momentum on our side.
Good timing,
get the ball rolling.
Wins, turns into success, as it often has throughout this stage and the stage before. Joe Deceives just 1-5.
I mean, CleanX and Insight are having themselves a map right now. 7-4, 7-5.
Gonna get some quick contact here up at Fireplace by the look of it. Or are we? No follow-up check here from either team. Hydra's tucked in towards Fireplace, but Joe just hops the window and is gonna immediately go for the plant.
Oh, yeah, that's easy. All right, no one's contesting towards top secret. No one puts that towards our defense. Let's just drop down and get the bomb down. Now the Thieves looking for a retake. In the 4v4 scenario, Scrap strikes for the first.
Still some work to be done here, though, for this retake, in particular, this play through connector.
Nice.
Joe gets one before
dropping. Still.
Though from Envoy's perfect. And now it's just on to Insight. Catches one, napping on the floor, but Envoy's already out for the defuse. Insight has to check. He sees it. Does he have an angle at it? No, not gonna happen. Stucking for the defuse or the
Another good round.
They're starting to really put them together now.
Another good round.
What's that? 3 rounds in a row there for LA. Another first.
They'll just had to get the thumbs warmed up.
And Envoy
in this SMD.
To find 2. Great trade on the first, but the snap onto Beans good enough there. Retake perfect from LA to take the advantage here in the search and destroy. And now you have to try to match that tone if you're Ultra. In the early rounds, it was CleanX just running up the middle of the map, finding a lot of success in the first blood. He's been getting taken care of early into these rounds. You need him to activate again.
A little bit of a different look
Boy
here
has
for
an
LA.
RC here.
I was like, this is a similar defensive setup that we had seen the round that CleanX hopped up through Fountain, but that's not happening this time. It's just both SMGs.
Hydra's got a ton of space on A here. I don't know
Everyone stays alive, but
if he's going to activate or not.
Number 2 in red, Hydra's already making a play through A, and if he can just stay in this
he's
position, this should be a very
spawn.
easy rotation back for an A plant.
Yeah, I would love for him to just stay pushed out towards 10 because now you know an RC car is getting called in right next to you.
Huge.
So let me find the free first blood onto CleanX.
Yeah.
That's so tough. And the entire time all of Ultra is stacking over towards B, the plays on the opposite side bomb down.
Yeah, this is almost an impossible situation for Ultra. You cannot.
The RC is still up though.
Through your spawn, you have to try to
sounds
hit
like we took it out.
Either top window or connector.
Another big win from Hydra.
Hydra's position as he wins another.
Nice.
Seat up top. Easy work for Scrap.
Nice.
Just down to Inside, who gets a really strong.
Another good round.
2 players, but not really much of a chance.
Hydra made a huge play to wrap in the back there.
That you sit there scratching your head if you're
Get that freebie on CleanX.
That's just a beautiful play call as well there from LA. You send one player over towards Rock, invest your studs, your nades, pull the focus on that side for Ultra, but then both the airs contesting through top open. That literally is 3 players to account for, and all of Ultra put all their.
I don't think Envoy used his RC yet either.
Even had CleanX invested RC to potentially shut down that B push, but the entire time the play is developing on the other side.
Imagine Envoy calls in the RC and he throws his controller to Scrap. They just swap.
RC car, and then just breaks him down to close out that round. Game point for LA.
Yep. What a turnaround from Envoy. From 0-3 to 6-4.
Oh, Scrap has a car of his own. Okay.
Scrap in the RC. We got a little bit of a derby going on over towards the A side. RC's passing one another. Scrap trying to see how far that RC from Toronto is going to move. And Insight will just kind of hold this to watch over towards Connector and kind of keep control of back fences. And here comes the rotation from the Ultra offense.
Okay, if we take out their RC.
Nice. RC you probably want to work this immediately, but Hydra's able to strike for the first. CleanX responds though with 2, and now he's just trying to get out.
Though.
Yeah, the thing is, Hydra sees this jump out window, so I was gonna say maybe he just finds timing to find the bomb planter, but Envoy doesn't pinch that correctly timing wise. And just like that, it's Toronto with the numbers. Hydra gets a look at the member over towards the backside of fences. He knows that Insight's watching over his bomb planter. Stun check over to Connector lands, and Hydra's gonna just finesse and reset this.
Oh, and this is a big one-on-one. Got the French Phenom going up against the Tissue. Both of them tend to be issues at times, but we're just dueling it out, waiting it out.
Both of them are just
the advantage with these shoulder
checks. This is crazy.
Timing and wins.
Damn,
the
man.
fight.
I mean, that's just a good play from CleanX.
as Kleenex just doesn't bother to re-rep, doesn't bother to play for window, trusts his true sense of holding the corner and his ability to snap up if needed, and it works out perfectly for him.
Yeah, that's truly like your best chance of winning a one-on-one versus Paco. It's just like playing a corner and allowing him to run to you. Because anytime that he catches you mid-sprint, he's most likely going to put himself in the advantage in that gunfight. So Kleenex said, screw that.
The Masters are going to a playoff hole. Who's in between? Is it Rory and DeChambeau?
So we asked for Toby to get activated, and he gives it there.
Yep.
Force an extra round.
Now he's got an RC car to work with as well here in round 10.
Rory and Justin Rose. Oh, I don't know what that
door
is.
and a look over towards the opposite windows. Kleenex, he wants to battle. Hit markers are out, but everyone stays alive. 4v4.
What's the positioning here of Hydra? How aggressive do Ultra decide to play it?
Another RC going.
All sorts of things around him, and now he
big kill from Hydra.
With a nade in hand, knocked down to 50 HP. It does not matter. Able to get out with your life, and now the play.
And we're gonna get bombed down.
Side again.
And the fact of the matter is, in a 4v3, you can trust that your teammates are going to be able to hold the post plant while Hydra just continues to be a rogue agent on the map. And you can see what
got some more intel as well.
You've got members looking on the flank. You've got members looking over towards Fountain. They can't commit to this retake because they don't know where Hydra is.
No idea. They have to try to locate him. You know he's trying to set up for a pinch play.
Joe takes out Hydra.
25 seconds. He's still
nice.
Go.
But
that was a big kill from Dill. Nice.
Thieves not gonna land, and as he tries to challenge, he's taken down. So
that's a great bounce back map there.
Again, I'm sure
started off slow again, but boys were able to rally back.
1v3, a true on 1v2 for Ghosty.
That 1v2 was huge, man. Dan is like that. Dan is like that. He's got the ice in his veins.
Coming down to the fact that Hydra is just a mystery on the map.
Dude, that guy's way too hard to account for. Like, the one time you see him at Spiral Steps, all of a sudden he's top plat. You're just like, how the hell did he get there so fast?
For real.
Doesn't make sense sometimes, but Hydra's doing Hydra things. 9 non-traded kills. He was the X factor, at least to start the game, but everyone started to come alive after Ghosty's 1v3. Envoy had his moments. Scrap found success in multiple first bloods. And that was truly the deciding factor once we got into the middle half of this game. Ultra were finding super quick first bloods early into this S&D. After that, LA Thieves started to slow the game down, started to manipulate the game plan a little bit, and just catch Ultra off guard.
Yeah, they started working really well together.
Search and destroy. Tie the series
You're right,
up at
Romano.
1, and we're probably going to go to
they
another
started
game
rolling.
Here, Alan.
It feels like we very well may, with a vault control coming up and then a skyline hard point at least, as we send things back to the desk to break things down.
No 3-0s to close out the day. That is a guarantee on a day that's been full of game 5s.
No reverse sweep.
True.
Either.
Impossible.
Yeah.
Let's break down game 2 because
it is impossible for the reverse sweep.
At the end, shutting the door on Toronto to close it out 1-1. Allie, what are we looking at?
Honestly, I'm just more impressed that Toronto Ultra kept it as close as it was because we got nothing out of Beans and Joe in the first half of this map. But I do have to look at LA Thieves and just Hydra is unreal. You talk about how he just kept getting lost. The same thing happened in map 1. It was just unfortunate they weren't able to close out. There was just so many times where he would take over staircase and then he'd run down a bunker and there was just no chase. There was just nothing you could do about it. He was unshutdownable. And then from the side of LA Thieves, like they're the best S&D team in the game right now. And you're allowing them to clutch 1v3s and 1v2s. On top of that, it's only natural that you're going to fall short in this map number 2.
Yeah, I mean, I joked, like, I think it was after Major 1. Like, Joe's like, we're talking about how they get better at Search and Destroy. Hydra has to get back being like a top 3 Search and Destroy player. Like, he has the ability to do it. The guy is so talented. Yes, did his brain shut off a little bit at the end of map 1.
Envoy started to turn up too. He had a slow start, but he brought it back.
Win that fight, but he hits old hard point.
Dan with 9 and Hydra with 10 in that map.
With a double-digit kill performance, he has been so good in Surge. Well, really good overall, but little mental lapse at the end of game 1 make up for it here.
As Al mentioned, we've got Vault and Skyline locked in. But before that, let's take a look at what went down in game
Skyline will be
1.
mixy.
Al, what did you see?
I saw
Skyline will
one
definitely
of the
be
best holds
mixy.
that everybody should take notes from at the P2 of Hacienda. So we can get right into it up in our little tablet action. So what's even funny
Unshutdownable.
What's even
Don't remind me about the P2s. Don't remind me about the P2s.
Is the fact
We
that
struggled.
did not have early rotation when it came to this.
Next
P2.
map
And
is
this
Vault.
the reason they win the game.
Vault
This was a
control,
1-0
Romano.
game, and we go all the way back to the first P2 where we just had a series, right, where we're looking at the side door and we're like, guys, are we forgetting the side door exists? Well, Toronto Ultra, in fact, does not forget that it exists. So we're going to play this through first. They get an Unreal break through the front side of this. CleanX finds 2. Beans is going to clean up the last, all the way up in the back, and they're going to have spawns. So the important part is what they
we could close out the control. We look pretty good on that.
So we're going to pause right here. There is not an angle unwatched, and teams in the league that struggle at Hacienda and P2 need to take notes. You have your player in the hill. This guy's going to be sitting on Lambo. He's going to watch your front. He has so much room between him and front. He's going to be able to make that calm if there is too much pressure coming from the front side of this hill. True. And what does that do? That leaves this player who, right now, he's not turned around. I promise he turns around. He's dedicated to side steps. Even if he doesn't get the kill side steps, you have another player helping with hallway and this back cross, and you have the player anchoring spawns as watching the deep from fences. This is the perfect P2 setup, and when I hit play, you're going to watch LA Thieves fall for it multiple times. Toronto Ultra soaks up all 30 of this remaining seconds of this hill because there is nothing LA Thieves can do about this. Like, they have to dedicate pushing out one player, and LA unfortunately was way too spread out and allows Toronto Ultra to run away with a huge lead.
Toronto Ultra starts strong, steals game 1, but it's LA Thieves that answer back in a game 2. So now we're going into a game 3 with it all knotted up. What are we feeling about this, Maven?
We're going game 5.
Yeah.
You mean just map 3?
But who wins map 3?
Thieves win map 3.
Thieves?
And then you think Toronto takes 4, and then we go 5?
Thieves win in 5.
Rally Cat?
That's true.
That's kind of what I was thinking too, low-key. I mean, obviously, I'm hoping the Thieves. I'm hoping the Thieves win both maps, but I figured if it does go game 5, I think we win the control, and then Ultra wins the Skyline.
We don't engage that behavior.
Just because
right?
it's
That's
so mixy.
We don't want that, all right? You got to treat them
So
like young
mixy,
puppies.
and Ultra is good at Skyline.
Put them in the corner, put their nose in it. Hey, speaking of putting your nose in things,
but they did lose to Boston on it the other day.
Challengers Elite,
so
the end of the season is coming up here very shortly, as there is no stage 4, just stage 3, and that means we are in the playoffs. And some of the Elite KD leaderboards, I think there's some familiar names to be sure. Dylan Rex has been unbelievable in North America, but a newer guy in the block, Julian, has been unreal and really taken the EU stage by storm.
Yeah, I had a little bit of time to sit there and watch Julian in his matchups on the EU side, and it didn't matter what weapon he had in his hand, SMG or AR, he was just putting down shots. But other names that obviously stick out on that list is Afro. I don't know how he hasn't gotten his call up back to the lead, because Team Notorious on one end for the EU side.
Yeah, apparently Afro has been
for the NA side, potentially have a chance to win 3 times in a row. I don't know if it's ever been done, but these guys have been dominant in challengers.
Don't think it has. Eric Boom also in the mix in terms of another name that we know. The other one that you can kind of go back and look in that leaderboard.
Apparently Afro has been
on
one in challengers.
Never really been talked about. You might know him as Big
Get him
Head
back in the
day.
league.
He's been great.
I mean, I played some ranked with him one
have been
time.
Happening this weekend.
I mean,
and the St. Clair
Saints
just make it to land as a top 4 positioning, as
he's
well
just
as with Northwood Blue, Oklahoma Christian, and Fisher College. Some of the guys
you don't realize how
that have
good
been
pros
in the
are,
elites
I feel like, until you
play
see
for
it in
all 4
person.
of those teams.
Like our game
So
plan,
if you're
our game plan
a college
was
student, you want to play college COD,
Afro, go get kills in their spawn.
But it's
just go make it
that,
chaotic.
I think the biggest thing is just
and it was
tune in
like
on Wednesdays and Thursdays.
you can't
We have a
stop
lot of
them.
fun,
You
and
can't
this
shut them
playoffs
down.
Has been electric thus far. Like
it's
Jay
crazy.
mentioned.
It really
Both
is.
the EU, Team Notorious trying to go for
how
the
good
three-peat.
professional players
Brooklyn,
are.
on the North American side, trying to go for the 3-peat. And well, for a little bit, Brooklyn. I've said it once. I'll say it again. I don't know if it's Rafi. I don't know if it's Coach Ricky Atura. I don't know if it's Joker. But that support staff continues to find champion rosters.
You legit need to see the aim in
apart by the
person
CDL,
to kind of understand how good they really are.
It's insane to look at that
or like even just in the game, like even if you're not seeing their aim specifically, but seeing like the kill feed just like light up that way. It's like, dude,
everyone that's come into that building, everyone that has played,
and then obviously you're listening. Like if you're listening to him calm or just talk, like
because he's the only one
he doesn't even care. He's not even locked in. He's just like he's just playing.
We will get into
you know,
on Wednesday and Thursday.
like for me, if I'm trying to get to like diamond or crim, like I gotta be locked in. He can just turn on his PC and warm up against these guys. It's
great search
wild.
after going down
it's
early
actually
in a couple
wild.
rounds. But now for Ultra, tall task ahead because you're going up against the best control team in the game. And when I sat there and like
I would love to play against the Thieves just to see like how different they would be.
Besides one,
you know, like how insane it really is to try and beat these guys. It would be interesting to see too if they could 250 to 0 somebody.
These guys, you're gonna stand a good chance.
Unreal
stuff. Am I homies with Afro? No, I'm not really like homies with Afro, but
a career year. I don't want to say it too soon. But this very well could be a career year. When we look at this
that was the season
in control
last year. I got to kind of like talk to a lot of the pros and
show us that being dominant in map 3.
I don't know.
Being dominent
I talked to Double A lot, like the producer for all the LAT stuff. And the one time I was gaming with him, and Afro was part of the squad.
At a 1-1 map count.
It's all about the break off here. If you are ultra aggressive as hell in the middle of the map, Joe said, screw the nade. We're just gonna eat it, but unfortunately you eat it and you're weak in HP.
Did they change that jump up to catwalk? Because it seems like people hit that like pretty consistently now, and they don't have to do that dolphin dive.
Steve's working on a route shutdown. Scrap avidly picks that up, and that will put a full-on respawn reset here to Toronto, spawning behind P2. This is going to be a very difficult next 30 seconds or so for Ultra to work out of. Next opens the door right into the waiting arms of Hydra, and that will shut down that play. And begs the question, what else is in store here for Toronto? Because at the moment, it just feels like individuals trying to feel things out, including Insight, who has found a kill and put himself up into top art.
Yeah, but that setup right there from the gauge is so
the timing.
Perfect. Everything cut off. You already had a player push out towards ammo. Someone watching the OE, someone watching the vault push through.
2 dead.
The only one who got through was Insight, but gets nothing done over towards top art. Now with 30 seconds left, you need to win some gunfights through the middle of the map, but Hydra already striking.
Yeah,
nice. Hydra shooting right now.
5 in a row. 24
Hydra shooting right now.
17. Momentary pause on the B zone, with Beans just finding a way to get himself onto a point, but yikes. This has been as deadly as you could possibly imagine in terms of an opening round. Ultra struggling to even get out of spawn, let alone see a zone.
Yeah, you just gotta kill these guys. This is so hard to kill them.
Oh my gosh.
They are finessing their lives to perfection. Players who have pushed out towards power spots are just not allowing those free deaths to happen. And now Ultra end round number 1 without a single segment, potentially with the final push coming in.
Nice.
Yeah,
that's a great opening round.
Nothing.
That is a great opening round.
Dominate in the slaying, dominate in the map control, and now have the heavy advantage. Bless you, Hydra. You just went crazy that round 1.
Look, I think there's a thing too.
Let's hit that 2 times since we didn't do it at the start of this map.
But how quickly LA are able to manipulate Toronto spawns to force them behind B2, it's unbelievable. It really is. Like, we've seen really good breakoffs on both defenses, without question. But to be able to force Ultra into the worst possible situation in the first 15, 20 seconds, that's the definition of clinical, my guy.
Yeah, that's why they're smiling. They said, wow, that was way too easy. We go 2 for 2 initially to start in the gunfights, but then we find the final 2.
Let's see how we do on this offense.
Control, and now they're instantly forced to work their overextension. And for teams
really good defensive hold, but obviously defense tends to be a little easier.
And see how many actual team pushes Ultra had after that break off was lost.
There we go, first 2.
And they might lose another break off here.
Yeah, they maybe had one team look after the initial break off, and they may only have one here, like you mentioned. Only a single death in this offensive break off for Thieves. 4 for 1 that exchange. And Scrap, who just repositions the top gold, makes sure that the pinch stays safe. So 2 ticks are done. Thieves know the next hit has
we're already
to come
about
from
to get
the front.
3 ticks.
They clean that up, and you're going to get 2 minutes and 15 seconds and 28 flipping lives to try to get the B zone.
And they're already here.
Yeah, that's a lot of time to work with.
So if you're Ultra, you got to iron up, clutch up in these gunfights. You go 2 for 2 in the split, but Beans from top bar is the safety net. Shuts down that first approach there. Great shot.
6 HP.
Long distance.
Oh, dude.
6 HP. He's able to shut down that push, and now he's got to reset.
That is
all right.
Immediate cause.
We can't get caught in the blender here though, because
his whole team coming
that'll make things really difficult.
No routes to hit except for the previously captured A zone, but Beans continuing to light him up from a distance allows the SFGs for Ultra to play aggressively forward and make sure that a little bit of time gets taken off the clock. And on top of that, good efficiency in the kill feed. They're down just 1 life after essentially only finding 2 kills in the first 45 seconds.
Yeah, and that stalled out a lot of time there for LA. Now all tied up in lives. Beans, your turn to Reposition over towards top ammo. He is on 4 in a row.
There we go.
Now you're banking on your team as a clutch up through the spawn. Thankfully, Joe Deceives is able to find one. You're still making it 2v2 for the fight.
Still have a minute to work with here.
You have a player going on a pinch and envoy. He's going to break them.
Yeah, they know he's here, though. Yeah, I was about to say, Ultra had one member spawn Art, and then Kleenex, or probably Joe Deceives, spawned all the way back towards P4, so they knew someone was hitting that route.
3 dead again,
they
though.
pick it up perfectly. And now you're dealing with a 4-life advantage, and that clock that was at 2:15 is down to under a minute.
2 dead.
Thieves are going to waste time just clearing out your base. Thankfully, both those kills go your way without anyone dropping. Now
Joe's kind of snuck through, though.
That gap. The timing might work out
he doesn't get anything.
Not able to clean up a kill, though. So now
Kleenex gets the trades, though.
You just got to win gunfights to the front of your LA.
Kleenex just holding on to this palm tree best he possibly can. Nade tags and Scrap finishes it off.
10v10.
This is very typical
30 seconds.
for Thieves. Being able to find one breakthrough, trying to find one way to get onto the zone. Kills from Envoy decent, but numbers still also here for the Ultra.
Nice.
Up top, Ghosty, big win. First tick done, second now being accrued as it's a double stack that's on the point.
Yeah, but Kleenex through the double doors is able to find a double. Joe Deceives. Now you
kind of started tweaking there a little bit.
The point. 25 seconds to go. Thieves have no more respawns. Hydra a little overcommitted on the gunfight, but you had
I think we
the
kind of started tweaking.
Because now it's a 2v7. Secure 4 segments, but Toronto going to be able to tie the game.
Looking good for it. Yep,
I mean, that heady's insane.
Not enough.
That heady is
there if you're Thieves, but
way too hard
so typical for them. Things
get a
start to
pick
fall
off
apart, and you start to think, oh, this is going to be comfortable for whoever they're playing up against on the defense. And then all of a sudden, one set of kills come through. Oh, the middle of the map starts to open up. One gunfight win up top.
Good ticks, though.
And they put a major threat.
Not a bad offensive round.
Actually find another tick, so it's decent news.
I'll put this up 4 ticks.
Yeah, you have 4 segments done. Obviously, you want to try to secure that round if you could, but the ARs on the side of Ultra saved them time after time.
Definitely not a bad offensive round by any means.
Holding down that art position, finding multi-kill after multi-kill, can never allow Thieves to fully set up a proper team push there.
I think with how much time we had, it would have been nice to just take the round in general, but things can swing so quickly.
Well, this is going to be full flood into the front. And well,
3 dead.
I think the kill feed speaks for us. Another 4-for-1 exchange.
Let's get him in that blendy.
Defensively, and again, just
get him in that absolute blender.
They know they've got a couple of split spawns. Envoy tries to find the timing to collect onto the player towards backside P2, but Scrap and Ghosty, the ARs, pick up on it, and the Thieves once again in position defensively.
Good
shots. At least you're gonna have a better time though if you're Ultra now to work out of your spawn, because you don't have to worry about the SMGs taking space away from you. But now they're already off the respawn. They're also finding the trades whenever they need to. The kill feed is consistently a pinstripe. Still 45 seconds down by 5 lives. Still don't have a segment.
Damn.
We need to get something going, and that double might be the opening.
Yeah, Hydra has to find himself a corner to work out of. That will be more than fine as he gets down 2 and now can play off the pinch. As soon as he gets back to full HP, timing there, not great as Joe Deceives gets the read. Envoy turn, but no burn. And Ultra will pause the clock at 30 seconds, forcing the ARs for Thieves to try to get some work done.
Yeah, they just want to look for an opening kill. They at least find one, but Ghosty gets stuck. Beans takes down Scrap. So
you do get 1 tick here
to earn some segments, because both LA players, at least their SMGs, are working on this OE. Second segment is going to be guaranteed. They might still approach this because now they have the numbers.
Yeah, Envoy around the back, able to help clear out the point.
3 dead.
Following up with that last player to find is Beans, and he's on the B zone. 23 seconds to play. And as Joe
Another
falls,
good win
this
from
is going to be
Hydra.
a reduced numbered hit for Toronto trying to finish this 3rd tick at A.
And if you're inside, just pause the game clock.
Yeah, you have to.
Give your teammates opportunities to work their way through the middle of the map. You can win a gunfight even better. But he gains info onto Envoy, who simply runs out of ammo. Eventually does get shot in the back, but all that decoy allows your teammates to open up to safe point.
Oh, good position here from Scrap. Just trying to tally where this Ultra offense is. Finds himself one. Gets this down to a 2v2 over the top of the A zone. Hydra.
Nice. Good win from Hydra. Oh, and he stuck in.
Off some of the progress on this 3rd tick. And the stick,
what
like
a
you
stick.
mentioned, comes through. Last 3 seconds. Scrap pre-fires down the front door. No worries there.
Nice.
Beans can't get there to touch.
Another good defensive round for the Thieves.
Every single time, man, the Thieves get a perfect break off. They stall a lot of time. You basically have a minute. Always when you're spawning on your attacks, their break-offs are basically perfect.
Yeah.
At least if you're Ultra, you secured a couple seconds there. Basically going to guarantee you offense if you do go to round number 5. You're still down by 2. Yep. But at least you had a little bit better of a performance there, yeah.
I mean, yeah, that is some silver linings for sure from UJ. And there is the final post-mortem stick out of Hydra as Kleenex was starting to get to work. And honestly, if that stick doesn't come through, Toronto get the extra 60 seconds, and that life count was a slim margin. So, okay. Not often we get to see a retrospective stick that saves a round, but we got it there. Hydra kind of missed on this diving board route before. This time, not going to bother with it. Just try to play her out. Inside seen this, though, as this is all designs for Thieves to try to hit B first.
100%, because the ARs are already taking a lot of space away. Hydra is forcing their attention towards the OE, and now you already have a lot of space in towards Art. Ghosty, unfortunately, the timing doesn't work out in his favor. So Toronto able to shut down that initial push, but just drawing them on that side of the map opens up A.
Still some players they need to find, though. In particular, Insight on the long flank, as Joe is actually able to find 2 from the front. So that should make Insight's flank guaranteed, and so it is. Hydra looking for a route. Kleenex gets a read on it, though. So Hydra will just have to get to work just trying to play his life and see how much of a distraction he can be for
Hydra can be a nuisance here.
Though, just disregard him. Like, screw Hydra. Let him roam into our spawn. Let's just push up and spawn kill everybody else. But Beans is able to find that kill, so no worries. Let's just slay our way through the front, but the 2 initial kills
nice.
don't go
Good wins from Ghosty.
3 initial kills don't go their way.
Good wins from
LA
Dan.
Thieves are going to stack this point.
Yeah, in Hydra hitting a bit of a route over towards B Street, he's going to get the read that Beans has pushed forward. So if you're Thieves, you know what to be conscious of as you try to finalize this A zone. And Scrap, nice timing on this route, but caught with the knife out. Kleenex able to best him. Ghosty hanging on, looking for the contest. Hydra working with him. The SMG's doing a nice job.
Nice, give me that,
Ghosty,
Dan.
3 in a row.
Nice.
The extra 60 seconds and the 4th elimination in a row. With a life lead, here come Thieves, trying to make their way quickly to B.
Yeah, they're already on the point. Joe Deceives at least able to contest from double doors, finds 1 kill, so you got to put the focus on that side. If you are LA, but a minute and 35,
good
Ultra baked on this setup last go around, but this time the AR gets ripped out of the top part, so Scrap's going to take space.
Insight, though, catching 2. Leaves Scrap essentially fighting for his life from inside the zone. Not what you want, especially with Joe Deceives quick to challenge. Envoy trying to keep some sort of a route available if they want to use vault stairs. And his Insight is taken down on this pinch play. We have a 13 playing up against 12 with a minute 10 on the clock. And Envoy, tough route here, shut down as Ultra can keep their focus forward.
Now only a minute left. You just got to continue to hold. Your ARs continue to find success through B Street. Now the SMGs are causing you a little bit of a problem. Hydra
getting a little too active. Hydra's getting a little too active.
9v11. He's with this opportunity here again, ripping them out of top part. You can stack it.
Oh, Joe
again,
gets
it's
2
business
though.
as usual in certain ways for Thieves. They do secure that first tick before they eventually get wiped. But the big issue now is working through a 3-life deficit in this last 40 seconds with Toronto deep up in your spawn.
Yeah, it all starts by taking care of Joe Deceives. Ghosty's not going to get the timing there, and now time continues to dwindle on down. Because you know right now, Joe is their safety net. Still have some map control as well over towards
Envoy struggling a little bit this map.
No more respawns. Kleenex finds a double.
Kleenex is going crazy, though. I didn't even realize 30 and 24.
He has been unreal.
And I don't know about you, Jay, but, you know, I kind of remember thinking this and maybe even saying this on air when we're talking about Toronto. Like, if Kleenex is having a good series, this team is easily a top 3 squad in the CDL. It's hard to beat when really
Rory won.
Inside. If either of those 2 guys start to pop, have good series, this is a difficult team to beat. And we're seeing that kind of in full fruition here as we're going to get to a 5th round into control. The only issue is Toronto has to be on offense.
Yeah, they're definitely on offense. And realistically, if I'm Ultra, I'm putting my controller down for the first 5 to 10 seconds. Like, I'd just rather sit and spawn, let them take space away, and then I'll play for a kill. Because that all-out bombardment through bottom mid double doors.
Sometimes I wonder why teams don't do that for, like, breakoffs.
But if I know it,
like, just delay the timing.
So hopefully this is a different break off here.
Yeah.
He started crying, then you started crying, now you're all crying.
Both times they've tried to get through these front doors, it has not gone well. That trophy system is destroyed immediately. Still getting onto the point for a moment is Ultra, but just without the level of security and comfort that you want as provided by that trophy system.
Get in them cheeks, Dill.
Ultra just getting stuck. One player gets through, the others don't. And again, it's a 1-for-4 exchange, and Thieves are forcing spawns to P2.
Huge.
It's just, it's so good, it's annoying.
And now let's look at
I
this.
think we're ready for 6 though.
Thieves aren't perfect on it, so Ultra have a couple players who were able to slip the net, but not if you are Beans. You're just waiting for your teammates to assist you off the respawn. You know that you're trapped over towards water. You know that LA Thieves have ammo control, but 2 kills go your way. Now you just need to get on A.
Yeah. Good follow-up there from Joe Deceives. Creates some issues now for Thieves on the defense. Long route from Envoy, going unchecked until Kleenex gets a bit of a reaction to it. Joe Deceives trying to do the same thing by pushing over towards this front door. Tough gunfights on the way. Back and forth we go.
Nice.
From down low, shut
Big
down.
wins.
That second progress does not get completed.
Big wins.
And Thieves are working on pretty much full depletion here on top of that.
Man, 40 seconds left to go. Ultra, no, we can't wrap back. We can't go through double doors. We have to take care of our spawn. Thankfully, Envoy gifts them one for free, and they also find the second. So now what is the decision if you are Toronto? Are we going to work in there? Are we going to try to contest over at the very difficult point at B? The second segment is going to be locked, but Hydra, again, the safety net, looking for the time.
Finds one, somehow gets some
Still
ground
gets
to work
2.
with. The Zombie
Nice.
pushes up with Ghosty
Great
at the
teamwork
same
there.
time.
Great teamwork.
Oh, the spark that turns into a fire for LA. And now all of a sudden you're down to 15 seconds and there's just not any routes available. Gosh. Anytime you see the word control come up in a series, Thieves team is the last team I want to see on the other side. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, please, man, because on one end, I'm pretty sure it was Boston before.
Dude, our teamwork and control is really, really good.
Talking of every single control. On the opposite side for LA, they're basically
That was a great control map.
Because of how good they are in this mode and how great they
You
are
hated the COD match,
where you are going to attack.
so you muted it since S&D?
Everybody that's struggling in control, just watch this one, man. I'm telling you, like the way that they play it is absolute perfection. Hydra's the last one standing there, right? He's sitting towards Top Cat. He knows
you had it. I was like,
he's allowing a segment or two to get away
why'd you get so
because
upset?
he's waiting for his teammates to get back.
We lost one map.
Once we take some line control, okay, time for me to jump out.
We only lost
this
one
a little
map.
chaotic, and if I find an opening kill, my teammates are going to be able to flood their way back on in and trade out the rest. That has been the recipe for success. Every single time we watch Thieves in control, SMG set the tone.
Ghosty 34 and 25, Hydra 34 and 25 as well.
He's also finessing
We
as
love
well.
it.
LA Thieves are just way too much to handle in this mode.
Dan had
This is
Dan had
terrifying
4K damage too.
Okay. Like,
Dude,
just- all
Dan
you can
on
say is just business as usual
control
for Thieves
is
out of
so
control.
good. He's so good.
Yeah, Ultra stand tall defensively, and there are a couple of opportunities.
I don't know
but
what it is about control,
no,
but
I mean,
that's
again,
just
it's
that's like
night and day difference
his
to how Thieves
confident
play
game
defense.
mode, I
It
guess,
really
or
is.
his most comfortable game
perfect
mode.
breakoffs, leading to perfect holds, leading to perfect.
Even last
manipulation of
year, I feel like
spawns.
that was kind of his best game mode. He
That's
was
gotta be so
top
annoying
in the
to play
league
against. It really has
last
to be
year
so annoying.
for
I don't know
control
what else to say,
stats,
Jay.
if I
mean,
remember
legitimately,
correctly.
It's just the gameplay really does speak for itself.
Yeah, I just think if you're Ultra though, like we got to go back, do our homeworks on different breakoffs. Like we can't send 3 people in through the middle map on your offenses, knowing that those nades are coming in for over the top. They have the power positions on the defenses, and then when you're not finding that as a kill, you blow forward at every single time. So maybe a different approach. Try to attack through Cat, find different angles. Everything through the middle of the map was all through LADs. Now they're up 2-1 in this series. They're going into a Skyline hardpoint, where if you're Ultra, you're happy as hell to see this one. It's been your best hardpoint so far on the season. You rely a lot on your breaks, and hopefully that's going to work out because LAT, they are the best at rotating on the map, but their setups are usually easily broken into.
And I think there's still a level again of like you have to.
Yeah,
throw
this
some sort of
Skyline
a
HP is
caveat.
going to be
Like,
big.
Yeah, it's great news for Toronto, but there aren't many hard points that are bad news for Thieves. So there is a level of if you're Ultra, you need to start this map and the same foot, the same page that you had for Hacienda. Come out, win some good time on P1, get the rotation onto 2, put yourself in the advantage, and force this Thieves team to have to react. That's the one thing that they haven't really ever had to do, so they may not know how to go about doing that. I'm sure they do, but still, you have to start off hot. This is what I'm trying to say.
Oh yeah, if you can take down Thieves with 2 hard points, that's what Boston did at the major to take care of them, and obviously you did it in that opening map. But the map 1, there was a lot of differences when you talk about what Kleenex was able to do and Ghosty on the opposing end. They're soaking up a lot of the hill time. But the fact that Kleenex was influencing spawns, finding multi-kill after multi-kill, he was the deciding factor So why they walked away with that map number 1. He had his moments there in the control as well, even in the search and destroy. He's having a really good individual series, but now your team needs you on a map like Skyline because you gotta set the tone.
Yeah, you really do. You see Kleenex in the firing range, just getting himself prepped up and ready. Insight doing the same, while Joe and Beans are having a bit of a wiggle. That's all I can say that is. It's not dancing. It's just a little shimmy out of JD. He's trying to get the boys going too. Like he's like spitting lyrics like, "Yo, anyone want to vibe with me?"
Yeah. He's like, "All right, guys. Like we know we're playing against."
Trying to get the boys amped up.
They only got like 5 losses on the season.
Trying to get them amped up.
We most likely we're gonna lose that map, but just keeping the energy high, knowing that they're going into their bread and butter Skyline HP.
6-3 record for us versus an 8-2 record. We do have the #1 rotation rank
close gunfights with that AR.
and 6th in the whole
rank. He has a pretty
rank.
good chance at winning them, so this should be an absolute classic of a map 4 between these two squads.
I want to see another Envoy masterclass on this map because, I mean, watching him get that gunship during Major 1 was crazy.
You expect drama to come through. And for the most part, when we've had it, when it matters most,
we need to see some good teamwork out of the Thieves.
Nothing short of, rather. Nothing short of dramatic. See what we get as Thieves will be spawning over towards the P4
Dude,
side.
Hydra's already running them down.
From that
Holy
angle
shit.
is stupid. Just plainly stupid.
He does the same thing in Search and Destroy. He just runs right through bottom bed, takes control of Jim, and just instantly slides on now, and already his teammates are able to flip those spawns. So now if you are Joe Deceives, the player trying to find this break on the pitch alone is able to at least lead to Beans finding the double. The break is early here at
Yeah, that was a
P1,
good route from
a lot of time still remaining.
Whoever that was. I didn't see who.
There is a threat over through piano.
Who ran through there.
Put himself right in the way of it.
Nice.
Dude.
Nice. That's a red kill feed for the boys.
Stupid stuff from LA, especially
Great
just
start.
from Hydra's perspective alone. P1 time is good. The rotation to 2 is in. Small threat starting to develop over
pick up
through
that kitchen side though.
Point opens up for Toronto.
Oh yeah, Toronto at least for now puts past that 50-yard line, so these are going to be outnumbered. Now it's all on to Hydra. He only has an AR in hand as well, so let's try to isolate as fast as we possibly can. But him finding a kill still gives his team the advantage. He's still battling for the spawn, and it's still a 2v2.
Nice.
It's just ridiculous. It's just ridiculous. And if Hydra's like this,
there we go.
Woof. Get
Gonna
out
have to find
of
5.
the way. Beans trying to play in the back, trying to block spawns best seemingly possible. And Scrap has not seen this. So as soon as this hit starts to develop, there's a chance here to at least break in for the back 25 if you're Ultra, but Beans gets traded. And this long route from Toronto is being pretty perfectly read by Ghosty. He's going to find 2. They know the 3rd is somewhere on the back steps. Hydra finds that, and it's essentially
Dan has looked good with the sub today.
I told you when Ghosty
He's been pulling out the sub a couple times.
Making plays, man. That's what's so difficult to deal with on this LA squad is that they can do it regardless of the weapon that they have. Already a clean 4 dead off the rotation, basically flawless there at the P2. And now they can continue to run up the score.
Nice moment here, though, from Ultra. Guarding this hard point from a quick rotation from Thieves and following it up with essentially what is a full kill feed. Scrap finding 1 to hopefully create a quick re-break for Thieves, or at least a chance of looking if a Kleenex pushes forward. Joe Deceives right there to help out with some nades, even though one of them takes down his teammate, but still, regardless of that, next hit has been completely thwarted, and Ultra are down just 20.
Yeah, Thieves are just banking on flooding through the front, and that was not going to work. You need someone to try to develop on some kind of mid route, and thankfully for now, you pull the attention from Ultra on their split setup and find the opening through the front, potentially for the final 20. Envoy finds a double, but still effective trades there from Ultra. Allow them to maintain the spawns for new. Just play keep away.
And this is one of the things that I will say that Ultra does better than just about any other team in the CDL and Skyline. When it comes to playing from the P4
Can't let Joe get active.
While 3 is still active, they get so much freedom to play through pool with their SMGs. Joe Deceives in particular really showing that with 4 in a row. Opening time looking good. Inside
there we go. Good teamwork. Out of Scrap and Hydra to take that left side of the map.
Now the hit underway. Big play around the back.
Nice.
Forces Inside to spawn out. Oh, a little bit of a miss.
That's a huge break.
And that's just an immediate break from LA.
Great team play.
Angle there from Beans. Like no one watching over towards Kitchen. You're just banking on him not seeing you, and the fact that Envoy wins that one-on-one, instantly flips the spawns, and a break comes in for a lot of time here for LA.
It's a good time.
Trying
Great time.
to reinforce their way through bedroom. You have one player who's at least able to slip on by, but you're just trying to make this as mixy as possible if you're Ultra.
Yeah, and I will say kind of mission accomplished in that. It's still going to feel like one of those moments you look at, though, and say, well, what the hell did we do in that setup? Because it should have been, based on just how the mini-map looked, way more time than what they got. But again,
we got a good chunk of time there.
Cauterizing the wounds. You're going to be down about 20 points. We rotate and just reset, and we go
Nice,
again. But that's where Hydra hits his flow state once more.
Man.
Team Nade takes him out, but again,
And his
job
team
done for
killed
LA,
at least
getting
4
themselves in
times
position to fight over the
this
top of the
series.
And it's the only thing that takes care of Hydra.
He's team
His
killed at least
he
4
can't read
times
that on
this
the map,
series.
so just continuously always putting on superstar performances. Still a mixy P1. Joe Thieves finds a double. Now for Ultra to soak up a lot of time here. They have the spawns that they want for new. Just holding down this first wave.
Hydra again creating a route, creating an opening. Just slips
Nice.
away from the eyes of Joe Thieves, and now he's behind you again. And you saw that little jump out that comes through for Ultra from the high
spawns for
ground
next
over
year.
towards bedroom. Spawns will move because of that. And Ultra look a little lost here. I don't think they fully realize what's happened. I don't know if they ever saw Hydra, so now you're trying to play cleanup and recovery, and it's not.
I mean, that
looking
one's
all
not
that
his
good.
fault.
So yes,
That
Ultra
one's
have
not
the
his
lead,
fault.
but work to be done here as you
That's
open up
another.
P2.
That's another
Yeah,
ghosty
work
team
definitely
kill.
to be done,
He's
Chad.
had.
Just
I'm
run the
pretty sure it's
rotation over
5
towards
now.
new, but at least you give yourself some time to work with by soaking up a majority of that P1.
We gotta
time.
hold down this P2
a 10
though.
point difference. New Hill just pops. Can you put yourself in a position to block that spawn? No, you do not. So Thieves still have the numbers in this
One more,
situation.
Dan.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll
Just
take it
down
from
to Joe
Dill.
Thieves. How much does he choose to challenge? The answer is everything. Making the play towards back stairs. Traded. Spawns will still be good for LA. Lead swap once again. Thieves now in the advantage.
Nice.
Envoy just body buffs with Kleenex. Play through piano though leads to a mantle for insight. And now Toronto once again have gotten in from the front. Their breaking in this map has looked really solid.
Oh yeah, that's what they banked on all season long, man. They are the
It's
third
the P2s,
best
man.
breaking
We gotta
team
hold
on
the
map, and
P2s.
that leads to phenomenal holds once they get on into it. And Beans, now your turn to get activated with the Jackal. 3 dead. Spawn stabilized. This final 15 is gonna be ours, and now we're starting to think about that rotation where Mr. Beans is doing it all.
Well, shut down eventually. Ghostie's double.
Yo, what's
Gives
up,
some
hoodie?
breathing room to the Thieves setup around P3.
Good to
Kleenex
see you again.
trying to create a route up top. Has Scrap isolated, but Scrap
Got
still
ourselves a
finds one before
mixy
dropping. That's
mixy map
nice.
here.
Because Hydra's in position to essentially follow on that exact
Busy
same
day, finally
spot
able to
on
watch the
map.
matches.
Hydra for 2. Envoy gets
Well,
another spawn to move
hopefully
for a
we
moment,
can
but LA will get
close
the
this
read.
one out.
Yeah, LA get the read, but now it's on Kleenex to just stabilize in this moment. Not
In this
able to get
in this
out of
map
dodge,
here,
though. Great
Ultra is
shots
kind
there
of starting to
from
bring it
Scrap.
back.
So Spawn's now secured. All your focus is on through the
another
front. And
team
an
kill.
unfortunate
He's
team
got
kill again
6.
Gives Ultra the numbers.
Yeah, it's another stapled ghosty team kill TM, but while Thieves start to build on this rotation towards new, we'll jump on over to an LA. Listen in.
One shot outer, one inner. I'm front better with you. We're playing our side. You didn't hit this. Yeah, pushing. Two small, one more. I got a split. Rush, and then one the bar. Behind the bar, Beans, absolute, guys. In bed. Kill the slug. We're gonna flip. I'm gonna in a fucking. Close it. On you. Nice. Last side front.
Nice.
Yo, we flip. One up. They spawn on you anyway. Spawn in. Okay, play well together. Respawn in. One deep, one back left, one shot. Wait, they got split. One deep back up, then nice. One right. I'm one shot. Yeah, there's that guy's on the right. Look for front. Yeah, I'm playing front. In the couch is weak. I bet, Ernie. Fight the back. We're good. Between deep. Couch. One shot. Nice, another one. No, absolute. Alright, work a break. I'm backing up now. He's gonna be on P1. Yep, kill this guy P1. Top AC first guy, Beans. Nothing P1. Keep right on, Jamie. AC. Got it, then. Nice, top AC, hold in bed. I'm gonna cut front here, let's do the spot, let's do the thing front. We can top AC. On time, I can kill AC. Right on top, one shot, top absolute. And 2 on town. 1 in bed. Alright, play together now. Play together. Rugs, nice, good job, guys. Nice. We can 60 new. We're on the ground. I'm from it, yeah. Stun in a little bit.
We need this time. We're gonna need this P1 time.
AC? No. AC dead? No. I get top. Could've got it on. I got top. I got it. I have under. Full rugs. They're streaking. Can you shoot it or no? I can't. In the closet. I can't shoot it, but. Okay, here. I died. Who in close? 3 rugs. 3 rugs. Barney bed to top. I rope Jim. Jim and Jim. Jim. Front Jim. Under you.
Nice.
One's gonna be quick better AC. It's inside. Inside thing. Have you? Nothing AC. Give me a second. We're pitching. Give me a second. Please give me a second. Not going AC. AC Beans. AC Beans. 1 shot. Rush dead. Nice. Probably pinching again, bro. Top mid then. I'm holding under pinch. I'm holding under. Cutting under, guys.
Nice.
I have under. I'm picking up missing Kleenex. Top mid, one bullet. Kleenex. I'm getting up under. What? AC, one bullet. Two AC, last two, or first two. Oh, close hole already. Play time. One spawn girl. On time. Okay, on time in top P2. He's not top P2. We're spawning out still then. Well, he has to be on you. He's two on you. Kleenex is up. Don't top T. Top T. One top T, one AC. AC dropped on time, one with piano. He packed up.
You kind of heard it in the comms there, Jay. LA kind of chalking that back 15 on a very weird P4 just due to timings of spawn, saying we can get full time here. Doesn't fully come through, and now they have to break to save the game.
Yeah, that has been the difference so far of this game. It's just you find too many kills at that P4, and the first person that spawned in is your teammate, and that allowed Ultra to still have those back spawns for that money hill. Now they only need 20 points to close out the game. Jodeci's the only player alive
15
on this
and
side of the map, so
29,
now
and
you're
we're
forced to
still
finesse and
losing.
take care of him, and now LA Thieves can still keep themselves contested in this game.
Yeah, and they should know that they're missing one on this hit. Just comes down to finding insight, and that kill.
It seems like we're not like trusting stuff. I mean, in the listening, like Paco calls like somebody's got to be on new, and Dan's saying no, they can't be. But it's like there were two new already.
Ultra not able to win here, but they're going to be darn close, and in a couple of hard points coming up where you could choose.
I mean,
some
we need to have
just
a perfect hard point here.
Try to find those last 5 seconds. You feel good about Ultra's chances of putting this game away.
We need a perfect hard point to win this shit.
One-on-one, Ghosty at 42 HP is gonna fall, and now Ultra just need 3 more seconds. Keep on trading, keep on stacking, and we going to have a game 5? Not yet, at least.
Not yet. 180 to 249. Jodeci's falling, gives a little bit of breathing room.
I don't know
for
what
Thieves
happened.
To put their
like
setup together.
we looked so good to start, and
making
then
sure they stop the middle of the map play. Something that Ultra loves to do.
I don't know
from
if we
this
were
side
just
of the
like
map.
overcommitting stuff. I don't know what happened.
30 seconds till the fight. Ghosty kicks us off with the opener. Trades are good for LA. Now here comes the push.
Wait a minute.
To get everything.
We literally have to be perfect. We literally have to be perfect.
Good. Toronto spawning out, have to make a decision, or they're going to try to play for the macro route to get over to new first.
Oh no, and they lose that initial gunfight, so now you're banking on Kleenex to find success through underground, while the rest of Ultra are still contesting here at Old. They only need 1 second. The last push is here. Can you win the gunfights to win it? And
yeah, we had to be perfect.
The one-on-one. Ultra.
Dude, what the fuck happened,
But if he doesn't
man?
get that second, LA Thieves are fully set up at new, and we're probably closing it out, but Ultra icy to close that map out.
I really hope we can get that
What
final
happened,
push
man?
in like slow motion, because the clock on the hard point hits zeros as Ultra find that final elimination and stay in the hill. The rotation to new is still in question. If they don't get that extra couple of ticks worth of points to get the 250,
Dude, that P2, that second, or that last rotation of P2, like
you kind of called out,
literally, if we were able to just make it more mixy, we could have won that shit.
The hard point to win the final 2v2.
It just got to where we literally had to play
And
perfect
we've got
COD.
another series that goes all the way to 5. Unbelievable scenes, and you're gonna see it here. I mean, you can keep a look on the game clock. It's gonna be zeros on this hard point when this break starts to develop.
Yeah, final 10 seconds. You have the numbers advantage if you are Ultra. No one contesting through bottom bed, but Insight.
That one sucks, man.
Shots between him and Kleenex is able to get that first player week. Trade. You're the last man standing, and thankfully, you still had time to work with to close it out there. But just to think about that one mishap that happened at P4. Like, if you're the Thieves, you're thinking, okay, Hydra ends out the kill feed on top, but he's just not in the position to block those spawns. And my teammate spawns up before anyone on Ultra does.
Yeah.
But just that one opportunity, Ultra are able to seize it, grow the lead a little bit more, soak up some P one time here, keep it scrappy at P2, and then close out the game at P3. We're going into a dealership. In that map, number 5, LA so far in the season are 1-0. On the opposite side for Ultra, they had a tough matchup versus Boston.
Yep.
But it's a perfect way to end out our Sunday.
Couldn't be more excited to see a map that's going to feel, I won't say like a coin flip, but it's going to feel like a coin flip. We're going to go to break. When we come back, it's dealership, search and destroy. Toronto looking for the upset. Thieves looking to stay perfect. We'll be right back.
The Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty League.
Upgrade Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
All right, chat. I'm gonna run to the bathroom before we get into this this final map here. I'll be right back.
Cubby, I'm Sean. Stay up, bro. Man, nice, man. Stay down. Just lay it. Live. I can help. I can hold the front. I can hold the front. You're good. Stay down. Stay down now. Already front. Let's get in time. Bust up that. Absolute front. London. Nice. Boys, holy that P5 was so me neither. That P5 was no.
Cerca del... El otro tiene que estar por el under, creo.
Going alley.
No, en el alley, Go. Eso es, joder. Bueno, Javi, coño. Madre mía.
Nice try, man.
Oh. I calmed it, dude. I said, like, wait for the...
I know what you meant. I know what you...
I'm standing. Let's do it 2 week. One more. Get killed. Back on him. There's two. We can refill your secret in a second.
All right, we're back. I'm gonna try to not get too upset if we end up losing this because that might be good to prevent the curse. Might be good to prevent the curse. So that way we can get a win on land.
Right, champs is solidified. Now it's about getting that championship. We know how that momentum can get you the ring, and look at that trophy. What's that?
Best in Call of Duty history right there. We did pretty good in Black Ops.
That's honestly, that's got to be like the coolest. That's got to be like the coolest trophy.
2025 Toronto Ultra
I can't
Team
lie.
Pack is
The
available
little
now.
squirrel holding the
Each pack
diamond nut.
includes
That's
home
kind
and
of
away
fire.
operators, as well as this weapon charm to bless your aim with the powers of tilt. Next time you boot up, suit up at the in-game shop.
We're seeing it all tonight, friends. Map 5s from start to finish. The first 2 reverse sweeps. Woo, if you missed any of that, where the hell were you? You're probably watching the Masters. I don't blame you for that. But now there's no excuse. We've got ourselves a Map 5 dealership search and destroy. And looking at how these two teams have fared in Map 5's Toronto, a lot more experience.
Not the best metrics
Thieves,
for
to be
us.
honest, they've been 3-0 just about everybody, at least in the qualifying stage.
But
so we'll see
they
how
are right.
things
We
go
have
as we
been
get to one of our newest maps.
winning a lot more matches.
It shows you that Ultra a little
in
bit
more
more
convincing
icy,
fashion.
but they've been in a lot more game 5s than LA Thieves have, and the fact that LA Thieves find themselves in the series where they lose 2 hard points, but they're the best hard point team in the
All right,
game.
bumps are in. We're hitting that 2 times.
Now we need to show some ice here on Dealership. One of the newer maps added into the map pool in Search and Destroy. Rewind is a remake, or at least a rewind back into that map from stage 1. But at least
Let's see how we do on Dealership against Toronto.
Pass LA Thieves on this map. Like the way that they set up plays between Envoy and Hydra. All right, we're showing phase here. You can late pinch that. And then if you clutch up on those one-on-ones, it's basically going to secure the round. So if you are Ultra, Kleenex, who's been having an unbelievable series so far, you need to be able to contest them early.
And what kind of a statement this would be for Toronto? In a league where, let's just be candid, it's been dominated by 2 names, FaZe and Thieves. Who wants to be the 3rd best team in this game? Often seems like it's been the question. Toronto a chance to put themselves at the top of the conversation. And a little bit of a jump peek here at the garage has Envoy at least scouted and tagged, but still keeping the effort on towards A.
Man, putting himself in this position, now you don't have to worry really about the car bombs being blown up and taking care of you for free. So that bomb gets
They
planted.
just keep shooting the door.
Retake. Ultra need to try to work from
They
there.
keep opening it and the Thieves
This
just
is
shoot
all
it.
about trying to get some action through garage, but Envoy's position is so comfortable.
Nice, good
slide out
trades.
from Kleenex, but the trade battle still goes the way of Thieves, and now Hydra's on his usual route nonsense. Yeah,
great first round for the Thieves there.
I don't know if they actually fully got a read that Envoy had.
That was actually hilarious that they just kept shooting the door closed.
Ultra are not prepared for that initial A push when you have stuns and nades and so many car bombs that you can use. Try to open up with that first.
I didn't realize you could do that, to be honest.
No trophies to play with early into the S&D.
I think that's even what Scrap's laughing at.
All that space away.
They kept opening, and then right away Scrap just shoots the door closed.
Spot some players on the cross, then give the info.
Yeah, Gold. I'd probably be pissed too. I'd be like, dude, let me open the damn door.
See better than me, but I've seen it now in challengers and in the pro scene. You can't
open
see
the
anything
door
through that. Thieves take the first.
Nades over the top here for Toronto. Trophy to keep the play on the corner safe, but the same can be said for the sole defender in Ghosty on the backside of A. How much of a read does he get? Similar look here for Scrap. Playing on that garage door. It's Ultra make their way forward. Late car bombs go off, but it doesn't stop Joe from getting the plant. And there's a first blood behind this.
Oh, and the wall bank doesn't connect, so Kleenex strikes first. Beans immediately there for the second. And a perfect round there from Ultra on their attacks. I think, you know, in an extra week of practice, people have figured out how to dodge the nades over the top, how to dodge these car bombs from affecting you on the round. But just taking this positioning away around the loading docks. As an aggressive SMG, it makes it so much easier to just allow that bomb plant to go down when the nades don't connect. And then you can instantly give the information if anyone is trying to early contest. 2 quick rounds from both squads, tied at 1.
And it's 2 rounds that the offense, you know, I think mostly talking about those opening nades are staying safe from those nades that just get littered into the corner at A on this. You're about to see it here. And instead, the offense playing through small door and avoiding the nades that way. Because again, trophy system is down. Insight trying to step a little bit deeper into the site, but Scraps has him dead to rights with follow-up nades on top of that. Hydra breaks the vent, pushes up.
Oh my gosh.
Gunfight, especially with the nade in your face, but somehow Hydra survives through that in the bomb.
You do get bombed down though.
Yep, now you have the numbers advantage, and Envoy instantly here to still give the information to his team. Now 1v4 for
nice.
Kleenex.
Good trades. Good teamwork there.
And these are some of the quickest attacking rounds I've seen. Like, it's been all-out defenses here in the CDL, but so far they have figured out their attacking approach over towards A, and they are making it look easy on both ends.
Yeah. I don't even know what you do defensively here because again, it's a minefield.
Don't die first.
Well, there's that.
That's what I was saying earlier. Like defense is kind of hard to play on that side of the map.
You need to play through garage, and I don't know. Maybe it's one of those things. Like the only answer is to, if you don't catch any information with your nades with the defender at middle, you have to push through mid. You got to put some pressure on the flank or something, because so far both teams have sent all 4 members on offense to this same exact approach.
And now Toronto trying to do it again. Kleenex takes control of the loading dock. Bomb should be edging his way up to get the plant down, but you're trying
big
to
win from Dill.
Get the gunfight this time around, 3v3.
And it stops the plant from coming through, but still, from these offensive positions,
1v1.
So difficult to win out on those trades. 1v1.
We saw this earlier.
Yeah. Here, but Beans beats him on the wraparound, and it's all offenses in 15 seconds or less, it feels
Wow,
like.
what a great S&D map, huh, chat? What a great S&D map to be thrown into the pool.
Especially at the A site, and finding so much success on their opening offense.
We thought Skyline was bad.
There in favor of Ultra. Better on the trade scenario than once you turn it into a one-on-one. He's able to catch the play on LA Thieves with the reload going in. Just too much aggression on both ends. Who's going to be the team?
Do I want ball back? No, I don't want ball back.
Okay, a little bit of a different look here from
I'm glad we don't have vault in.
Looking for some pressure in the middle of the map.
There you go.
Still sending
this map,
Envoy up
I mean,
small
the rounds are done in 3 seconds.
So we'll see if this decision comes to cost Thieves not playing at that same level of, honestly, just flood. Envoy gets naded, stunned, and isolated. Tried to play to trade out his life, but I don't know. It feels like if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Yeah. They at least had the information onto Joe to see, so they're still trying to isolate onto this kill, but thankfully Insight, the cover fire, the Guardian Angel keeping them alive. Now in a 4v1 as the nade connects. Kleenex on the pinch. Toronto Ultra finally able to shut down that A approach. But that one was a lot
Crew
slower,
lost to
so
EG,
it's a whole
so
lot easier to make that
Hunter
run
T.
happen.
Ballas
And the
is
thing
in
about it is
first.
they really don't stop
Damn,
the
seriously?
hit because there was no A hit.
Weren't they like
You
third?
start to see for Toronto that there's no action, there's no real nades. We get the isolated kill on the one member through A. Joe DeCease is actually able to play defense
They
on
jumped
the
up
site,
that much
which is something
because
that the
Crew
defense,
lost
no matter
to
who's on that
EG?
side, have not been able to do yet. So
Well, shit,
I don't
we'll
know.
take
There's
that.
a level of like awesome. I'm glad we saw something
That's a
different. I'm
win.
glad we have a defensive win. But if you're LA Thieves, I think there's a level of like, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Like force them to stop you.
That's a win on the day for Hunter T.
You have
Valorant,
more
even
players
though they
there,
didn't
you
play
probably
today.
found that opening first kill, probably walked away with that round, but now Ultra gonna slow down their approach on their attacks. Hydra spotting for some information, able to spot out Kleenex, and now just gonna back on up.
Yeah, looking for a delayed hit potentially here are Ultra. They're trying to see if they can catch Thieves out, getting a little bit too aggressive, but the discipline for the defense has been strong. Hydra has re-cleared out the small room, and now he's going to have help as Scrap and Hydra will get to work trying to open up the A side map.
I like this.
This route is perfect.
That should
Envoy's
be
gonna get
first
the
blood
read.
here.
He'll leave that for his teammates, and we're going to get an early 4v3 with Toronto having to play for a plan on B.
Yeah, they instantly put this bomb down, and Envoy's able to
Nice.
spot him, also able to find that kill, and now you're instantly in the 4v2. Information again that they're over towards the arches, but just play your numbers here.
Yeah. It looks like it should be good for it. Beans. Yeah,
Nice,
nowhere to go.
another good round there for the
Okay,
Thieves.
so both teams in their third attempts on the attack say we're sick of seeing the A site.
Give it to Dan,
Making an argument for the map, maybe overall for being in the pool, not just being an A site bang out, but both offenses fall short after they change up the tactics.
Yeah, just slow approach there from Ultra. The delayed push over towards B. The only reason why it realistically doesn't work is because that player gets isolated on the pinch. He was just trying to draw the attention over towards A side, keep a couple players at bay, but he's got to read that he's the only one here. So you can attack from middle, we'll pitch you from the back and find that opening kill. And then once you shut down an initial A push, you know the play's coming in towards B. So all tied up at 3, inside spotting on the backside of A, and this time not a single player from Ultra in a position to contest this A bomb again.
Yeah, and you're leaving Hydra on this long look towards B, so maybe an opportunity for him to find some timing and play up. And oh! Little car blows up big car. Story of round number 7, and now it's just on to Hydra to play with the timing of this pitch, but he gets shut
An
down.
RC on this
and
map
Beans,
is
sets
fucking
off a
OP
chain
because all
reaction
you have to
heard
do
around
is
the
get
world.
in between the
little
thousands of
cars
cars
is
and
insane,
blow up the car, and you're probably
That's
going to get
greatly
one.
timed right there from Beans, earning himself the RC.
That's so
Telling his
ass.
teammates, all right, we're going to use this to retake it. And I was curious to why Ultra didn't send in an SMG to try to contest it. That's because they had the RC sitting dead solid behind one of those blown up cars. And then just strikes at the right time for the opening double. Back-to-back defenses there from Ultra.
That's annoying.
Slim advantage by 1.
Unreal. Just say what you think, chat. I know you're going to have words for that. RC car out again. Little car blows up big cars. This time, not to the same level of success that Toronto were able to find, and Scrap getting pushed off this angle has to resort to the old-fashioned explosives. But Hydra already in vent. If his teammates from the front side of the site can cause some focus to go towards them, he may be able to stop this plant, and that might be the opener there.
Oh, they strike for the first blood, too, and now if you're Hydra, you gain the info and just able to get it on out, keep the numbers in favor of LA. Scrap with an extra shoulder still knows that they are here.
Sticking now for a secondary look at the plant.
So
Joe
weak.
DeCease, just enough.
Good
help
trade
to
from
get the ball
Dill.
down. He will fall, no edge to the loud. Envoy trying to just create focus again. Because look at the
Nice,
flank.
great
It's just,
pinch from
he's
Hydra.
Everywhere. He's everywhere
Great
all
pinch.
the time, always. How do you beat that?
It's just so tough.
Good teamwork
man,
once
especially when
again.
you're gifting LA Thieves their first blood. Like, you have the numbers advantage. You know that you're in a 3v4. We have to put a lot of focus on finding the kills in front of them. And when you get overrun
Hydra
through
should
the
be
front,
close to
you're
an
forced
RC.
to play those trades. That's what allows Hydra to set up that pinch, find a free double, secure
I don't
the
know if he
round
has
there
it
for
yet,
LA.
but he should be
But
close.
it's all off the back of Scrap finding that opening kill. If he doesn't do that, you can't start off the trade effect, and you still can't be in a numbers advantage. But they do it to perfection there. Tied up at 4. A crueler of for game 5. This time Thieves are going to switch it up. Rushing through the middle of the map. Stunts connected. Now we back
We're
out.
rotating to B, and they
Just
have
show it a little
everybody
bit of
on
force,
B.
see if maybe they can pull the defense around the map just a touch, but again, because of the delayed nature of this play, you've got a defensive player tucked in. What is this timing from Joe Deceives? No, can't
That
turn
was
it into
insane
two.
timing.
Beans, though, at range, able to at least follow up and find another kill.
Nice.
That's a gunfight Envoy probably doesn't expect to win, but happy to have it, and we got a 2v2.
Oh, and this is the most crucial round of this entire map. 2v2 now. Essentially the play coming over towards B. Both players from Ultra just spotting. These are just stalling out time.
How do you choose to commit to one side or the other right now, though, is I think the biggest issue. Couple of shoulders. Bean still holding tight. Looks like Ultra are going to default to coming back towards B, as Inside hadn't seen much. Here comes the double chow. Not going to work. Just no way to break through. That's what I'm saying. Like, these delayed hits, and we talk about this a lot on Challengers, Jace. Like, the longer you wait, it feels like the more difficult the map becomes offensively, and kind of another example of that there.
The crazy thing is, I thought that they played it perfect. It's just the fact that Joe Deceives was the last man standing in towards court and is able to get out and get one before falling. Instantly shuts down that play call on the side of LA because they're thinking, all right, we have court. Ghosty's already by the bomb, but now we have to play for a kill on Joe. And once we get that trade,
crazy
Ultra are
timing
most
from
likely
Joe.
already rotating their way towards this position. So
that's
gotta
true,
slow down the game again. Now Ultra at game point.
11 and 4 from Beans. RC out for Envoy. Just gonna hold it on the vent corner. And even do more than that. He puts it on top of the trash cans. Ultra still giving this a look. Keep an eye on Scrap, who's also played a little bit further forward and could potentially hit a bit of a flank. There's the late trophy system as Ultra are looking to get their setup to move on in.
Yeah, but this RC car is so silent. I don't know if they're gonna know that it's here, but finally, the RC car battle. Let's blow up all the big cars.
BattleBots!
You know where the play is coming in. Bomb's gonna get planted and Scrap. His business isn't even unknown, and now he's gonna get caught.
Yeah, he's got to stay alive. He has to stay alive. You got to keep this post plant on the backside of A while your rest of your teammates try to clear out the site from the front. Beans on the
Joe
corner.
gets first blood. He gets two.
Deep. Oh, for two. Maybe the game-winning play. Ghosty tracking back, found by Kleenex. It's all down to Scrap, and he's stuck between a couple different Ultra members, and he will drop. It's Ultra with the upset to finish off the evening, and Beans, I don't even know what he said. I don't know if I want to know what he said, but he looks us right in the soul and says, add us to the top 3 conversation.
Hey, he was definitely having a conversation with Scrap. You heard the interview. Both of those guys like to chirp in the game chats. But Ultra again get the better of the Thieves, and the fact that they get it done the way that they
I knew this was going to be the team that was going to be the toughest to beat, but
obviously they fell short versus
I
Boston,
think
but the adjustments
again,
needed to come in, and they came
I think
into
losing
perfection.
here
The
is
fact that they were able
fine.
to contest that A site the way that they were once they started to make those adjustments was perfect. But
this hopefully is that thing that
map number 2 was the first
breaks up
Thieves were able to dominate it.
the bad streak of
some of these rounds where
Thieves winning and then they go to land and then they lose. Hopefully this is the thing that changes that. Had a couple situations that were really just unfortunate.
Showing why we deserve to put them in that conversation.
I'll be completely honest, dealership is a shit search and destroy map. Like the fact that there's 1,000 cars right there, the fact that the rounds are done in the first like 5 seconds. Like I don't know why we thought dealership was a good addition to the map pool.
Hold the edge in
We could have stuck with Skyline. Could have brought back in Rewind, took out Vault, kept Skyline. Feel like it would have at least been a little better. But
why not, dude? Why not?
You know,
Like, I think FaZe is vulnerable
it is
right
what
now.
it is.
Big win for Ultra, but I said this was a test
tough
for
loss,
me, for
but
Ultra,
I figured
mentally.
this was
Get the forfeit, everything
this
went
was the
down,
series we would
lock
lose.
in, focus on this dub.
I also
thought maybe we were
figured
gonna win it in 5, but
it was going the
that's a
distance.
massive win,
Like
especially the way you get it done through 5. Like that's gonna be huge. For that
we're
team's
all right.
confidence,
We'll be
and,
fine.
I'd love to see it.
Today, our do not ever copy Nameless's homework. I read his tweet 30 minutes before the show.
For the S&D, we kind of just had some unfortunate timings that really hurt us.
He did the wrong team for all.
And then the hard points, we just got to figure out, like, I think sometimes we get a little too aggressive. That kind of bites us in the ass. So I think that's something that
different.
to be figured out a little bit more.
We don't see that very often, but this is
I don't
big
think
for
we should have
Ultra
lost 2
because
hard
now
points
maybe they have the
to
conversation
Ultra.
of adding dealership to their S&D map pool, which, as I noted in our pre-show and heading into this match,
The S&D on this map still didn't look bad, though.
I
feel like they still look pretty comfortable. That's kind of just like a good situation right there. Made a lot of good plays. That Joe Deceives timing, I mean, you can't do much about it, to be honest.
Teams in FaZe and Thieves for like different reasons. You think about the strength of those 2 teams. Like you really talk about.
Yeah, I feel like this was a needed loss in some regard.
You talk about the 2-3-5 ability of FaZe combined with their solid hardcore this year. It really makes them a well-rounded team.
I'd rather lose.
They can do it too. Like that's the threat, right? Like,
I'd rather lose here. Let Beans get to talk his shit, and then we go and we beat the brakes off of him on land. I'd rather have that.
I didn't know I needed it in my life.
I'd rather have that.
Maybe
So
it's not it kind of fake drama, you know, it's like Scrap said, but like it's still.
That's what we're hoping for.
Yeah, so I like it.
All right, they are entertainers, and here he is.
well, that's going to do it for the watch party today. I appreciate everybody who tuned in. If you aren't already, go ahead and subscribe to the channel. We're live every weekend for the LA Thieves matches. And then we are still posting some videos about Thieves updates and things like that. So if you're interested in that, don't forget to hit that subscribe button.
It's tough because.
And yeah, I think that's about it. Appreciate everybody who tuned in. Hope to see you guys in the next stream. Hope you all have a good rest of your day. Peace out, everybody.
We put new maps and we have more fun.